I guess it's gonna happen. I guess it's gonna happen. I hate everybody. You gotta play Outer Wilds. 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 Cereal, have you played Outer Wilds? You gotta play Outer Wilds. You gotta play Outer Wilds. Guess we're gonna play Outer Wilds, huh? I guess we're gonna play Outer Wilds. So we beat Grown Home yesterday, which was pretty fantastic. I contemplated playing the sequel, Grown Up. I think it's Grown Up. Grow Home, Grow Up, not Grown, Grow. Grow Home was really fun, really cute. Kind of shitty controls, but cute, fun game. Just needed music. It needed music. And I contemplated, it was Outer Wilds or it was Grown Up. And I decided, guess we'll play Outer Wilds. I finagled my way into getting a copy for about $20, and that included the DLC. There are a bunch of sales going on now since, you know, it's like the holiday season, and it was like the game itself was like $11 somewhere, and I got the DLC for another like 10 or $11, so it was like $22 or something like that. So sure, why not? For a game that people have been like raving and asking me to play for the better part of a year now, I guess. Shit, man, it's probably been longer than that. It's probably been 2 years. When did this came out in 2019, I think. So here we are. We are going to play this game. Also, this doesn't make me happy. Enter profile name. I have to cancel and exit game. That's what I would like to do. Anytime, can't you just use my Steam profile? Isn't that what my profile is? Do we really need another profile name? Do I need like 7 profile names? 7's too many. 1. There it is. The song is also very annoying. Don't beep at me. Don't you beep at me. I do like a funky banjo. If you could get funky on the banjo, I'm usually down. I can dig on some banjo. Like, I can get down with that, man. If you get funky on the banjo, the slow banjo is kind of like just plucking at it. Ding, 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 ding. It's not as fun. This is more annoying. Banjo makes some really annoying sounds. It's got like 2 fucking chords. Clang and clang. That's the banjo noise. Chicken picking. That's what you gotta do on a banjo, right? They call it chicken picking. Chicken picking. Using your fingers. Like a ding 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 ding. Chicken picking. Chicken picking. Because there's like 2 strings on a banjo. You've got your 2-string banjo and your 1-string banjo. Alright, well, I guess... There we are. That would be me, I guess, right? Where's my mouse here? I wonder if we can do this with, I better not have to play this with, mouse and keyboard. Alright. It said we could play with controller. Alright, so there I am. I'm Serial Kitty. Serial Kitty. As many people have called me on the internet, Serial Kitty. Not Killa, Kitty. Kitty. Someone told me the other day I have a very cute name, and I was like, I don't know how to respond to that. You have a really cute name. Like, okay. Alright. Alright. Whatever you say. Cereal. Certain parts of Echoes of the Eye can be intense for some players. If they become an obstacle to your enjoyment of Outer Wilds, a reduced frights option is available in the gameplay menu. Are you kidding me? It's got like horror aspects. That's kind of cool. Thank you for supporting Outer Wilds Ventures. New museum exhibit is now available in the Village Observatory. I don't even know what the fuck that means. I don't know what that means. All right, let's see here. Gameplay. X input controller, Xbox One. We do like vibrations. I don't know if we need any of that stuff. What's the advanced? How do I? There we are. Autopilot. Disabling this will remove the ability to automatically fly between planets using autopilot. I know nothing about this game. Like, I have never seen somebody play this game. I don't even know that I've seen a trailer of this game. I've just heard people talk about it. Alright, what do we got here? Audio and language, text speed, normal, so we're gonna have subtitles. Good. As long as subtitles are on, I'm happy. I'm a big fan of subtitles. Love it with the subtitles. Full screen mode. I guess we have to be in full screen mode. It doesn't look like there's going to be... I was gonna say, dithering's usually a bad thing, isn't it? We could turn the dithering, like, all the way down. I'm just gonna turn the dithering all the way down. People tend not to like that. Is this on? Is the VSync on? Does the box mean, the checkbox mean it's on? Or, like, it's an X. X usually means no, not yes. Check! Check means yes. X means, you did it wrong. Prevent screen tearing. I mean, obviously I want that. Synchronizing the game's frame rate with the monitor's refresh rate. Rendering costs none, but will automatically lower your frame rate to the closest multiple of the monitor's sync rate. Whatever. I mean, it's 60 frames per second. I have no idea if how this game runs. It probably runs relatively well. I haven't heard people complaining about it running, so maybe we can leave stuff the way it is. If we run into issues, I can just change shit. I mean, I'm at 1080p. It's not like we're cranking 4K here. I guess there's really not much of anything I needed to change. We might need to do some audio adjustments. I'm not entirely sure how loud things are right now. I always want to know, like, what the loudest and quietest is. I'll just hear crickets. It also happens to be like the quietest part of the song. I may have to turn it up a little bit. Alright, well, I guess we can go on an expedition, huh? How about we set sail into a world of adventure and... I don't know. I don't know. My understanding about this game is that it's an exploration puzzle game. That's what I've been told that it is. I really don't know anything about it. I honestly have not seen somebody play this game. I have not seen trailers of it. I know jack squat, but exploration and puzzle sounds fantastic. That's right up my alley. I love that. I'm curious about this. I wonder how, since this is like a first-person thing, and I heard that it's like very open-ended in what you do. People have said that, you know, like as far as like what you need to do to progress is very open. I wonder how close it mimics a game like Myst, which is kind of in a similar fashion, where you go like kind of like open-ended exploration of whatever, like the islands and stuff that you're on in there. There really isn't like a, at least from my remembering of playing Myst was, you know, like 20, 30 years ago, whenever that came out, like the 90s. 25 years ago. I think I played it in like 1998. That was 23 years ago. I played it on my Sega Saturn. I own it for Sega Saturn. Alright. Loading. Let's hope my game doesn't explode. Wake up. Okie dokie. Fire behind me. It was in front of me, not behind me. Now it's behind me. Now it's in front of me. Is this a goat man? Do not trust any goat people. They will steal your cans and eat them. Roast marshmallow? Talk to Slate. Are you a goat man? Oh, there's our pilot. Back from your pre-launch campout under the stars, I see. He has many eyes. My grandma, how many eyes you have? Ah, the better to ogle you with? There's a lot of eyeball. There's our pilot back from your pre-launch campout under the stars, I see. So it's launch day, eh? Seems like only yesterday you joined the space program, and suddenly here you are, leaving on your first solo voyage. What do you say? Ready to get this beauty off the ground? It's all fueled up and ready to go. You're sure you fixed the retro rockets? That was only a problem one time, and then maybe a few times after that. But hey, no reason to dwell on the past, right? Anyway, you'll need to get the launch codes from Hornfels at the observatory before you can lift off. Just bring those here once you've said your goodbyes. Whatever. You seem like a friendly chap. How about I roast a marshmallow too? Move stick. Oh, right. Oh, extend. Okay. I want a really well done marshmallow. Alright, perfect. Replace. It was too well done. I want a really burnt up. The really burnt marshmallows are the good marshmallows. No! Alright, perfect. Now eat the burned one. Delicious. Eat. Ah, fantastic. Now, I'm just gonna waste all your marshmallows by burning them. I wonder if we have infinite marshmallows. Okay, I need another marshmallow, please. I burnt mine on accident. It was a boo-boo. Okay. I have... No! No, we have to give the marshmallow to our friend. He doesn't have a marshmallow. Alright, I'm gonna toss it. I don't like that one. Here, you can have that. The ground marshmallow. Pretty dark. It went completely black there. Is it supposed to go completely... Hold and release? This is horrible. Oh, is it light outside now? What happened to... It went from unbelievably dark to unbelievably light. I don't know what just happened. That was very confusing. Is that how we go from day to night? It's like, okay, it's daytime. What is that? Something, is that a cloud or something like that? Is a menacing cloud? It's turning out my lightness. Fly model ship? Hell yeah. What's a model ship? Horizontal thrust. It crashed. It crashed. It crashed. Whee! It crashed. This is impossible. Nobody can do that. Oh, who are you? Talk to Micah? Wow. That was just like the time the external fuel tanks exploded on re-entry. You'll be okay flying the big one, right? Probably not. We're gonna die. I don't know who you are, but that was horrible. I hope that's not how the actual thing controls. That was awful. Hello. Talk to Porfy. Heyo, hatchling. I hear you're leaving us. Fucking waterfalls accosting my ears. Jesus. I hear you're leaving us to seek adventure amongst the stars. When you return, let's you, me, and Gosen open up a bottle of the good stuff. What's the good stuff? I'm only seeking adventure amongst one star, actually. Other stars are too far away. The good stuff is less delicious sap wine and more daunting digestive challenge. An iron stomach is the mark of a true Parthian, my friend. Our hardy hunter-gatherer lifestyle stems from trial and error, by which I mean our ancestors survived eating a lot of bad things. Do you think we also have 4 eyes? Hey, 4 eyes! I mean, they don't even need to wear glasses. If they have glasses, do you call them, hey, 8 eyes? Is that what happens? Is that how you mock people that wear glasses? What is this noise? Oh, there's a geyser. Like, what the hell is that? Launch tower. You move pretty fast. Like, we're really hustling. We're not even running. I like it. Hey, who are you? Rutile. You're actually blasting off in that thing, huh? They really don't explode as often anymore. Told my odds of survival are statistically quite high. Not if it flies like that drone. All I know is between the space program and Michael's model rockets, things seem to burn to the ground around here more than they used to. That sounds about right. Use satellite camera. This projector is linked to our Sky Shutter satellite, which is currently orbiting Timber Hearth. What's Timber? Is that the planet that we're on? They call it Timber Hearth. A hearth can be quite warming and homey. The satellite is equipped with 2 onboard cameras. See if you can take a snapshot of our village. Forward snapshot, rear view snapshot. How do I... Forward snapshot, rear view snapshot. 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 Outer Wilds Ventures presents postcards from orbit. Hey. Probably read things before I just like start touching. But I'm a touchy kind of person. Touch, touch. Touch, touch, touch. Oh, oh. Is it like, it's like Super Mario Brothers 2 with the jumps. Oh god, am I gonna die? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. We beat the game! Wow! Outer Wilds. What an interesting game. Not a big fan of the controls. It's extremely short, like super duper short. You know, there really wasn't much of a story. We were looking for our, you know, launch codes, and then it just kind of suddenly ended. You know, that we got the geyser ending, I believe, and that's supposed to be a hidden, true ending of the game, that the geyser ending, from my understanding. And Yeah, I mean, I really didn't understand the story all that much. It was just like guy wanders around on alien planet and stumbles into geyser and dies. I mean, it's not exactly the most thrilling of stories. Music was kind of mediocre. I'm not a big fan of the banjos. It was kind of homey, kind of homey. Uh, you know, the graphics seemed nice from the short gameplay that we were given. The graphics seemed, you know, kind of nice. You know, I'm not gonna complain too much. Lots of ambient noises, you know, like crickets, for example. Lots of crickets going on. There were lots of sound effects like the geyser. The geyser. There was also the crunching noise of us landing. There was that. There was the loud crunching noise when we hit the ground. That was interesting. We burned lots of marshmallows. I think that was the most exciting part of the game, was the burning of the marshmallows. But yeah. I mean, I don't see what the love of is of this game. I mean, it was like 2 minutes long. I don't get it. I don't understand. Certain. Is that really it? So, don't play in the geyser. There's permadeath? That's not good for me. What's up, Matt Stack? How you doing, homie? Happy Christmas Day. That would be today. Saturday, I think. Crouch jumping is literally not how you jump higher. Not in real life. If you could, I could fly. Hey, it's you. Slate said you're blasting off in your ship today. I'm really excited to see the launch. Aren't you gonna go into space, aren't you? You better not have changed your mind. I hear you and Slate beefed up the model ship. Can I see it? Yeah, we recalibrated the controls and installed better thrusters. Want to give it a test drive? Slate says it's just like the real thing, only less likely to start a fire. Try and land on one of the geyser pools. Show me what you've got. Alright, I guess we'll do that. We tried that last time and all I did was manage to crash it. Happy to see you play this. Hope it's great. I don't know. I already died. I mean, I landed it. Isn't that what they asked me to do? Where's the, like, turnaround? Alright, well. I mean, I landed it. Perfect. And gone. Okay, bye. Oh, we're done. No, I'm done. No, I don't want to fly that thing. It's horrid. It's horrid. It's horrid. This is the worst thing I've ever controlled in a video game. That was awful. That's not how real things control, is it? I've never flown a drone. I probably should not be allowed to fly a drone if that's how drones fly, because that was awful. Oh, awful. I don't see any clouds. What's doing that? Of course, I'll be watching from a safe distance, obviously, and mostly to make sure nothing catches fire, but watching nonetheless. Do you really worry about the space program will burn the village down? Only constantly. You learn to live with it. Oh, it's the geyser. You also learn to sleep with a bucket of water next to your bed, just in case. A bucket of water. Yo, hatchling guy here. Oh, we already talked to him. Oh, the astronaut returns. Tell me what I can do for you. Any new dirt? Hoping to teep Esker to tap trees next time they return from the Addle Rock. If they'll bring me to Lunar Sap, I can attempt Moonwine. What are you up to? Just finished sealing up another batch of sap wine for aging. I like to begin aging a batch on the day of a significant occasion, you know? That's why there's so many bottles labeled structural collapse and house fire. Is this supposed to be a funny game? Are there jokes? Are there jokes? I don't understand jokes. Oh, you're the one that's making all that racket. Nice. Hello there, Space Cadet. I hear you're leaving the crater today. If you meet any of the other travelers up there, remind them to take proper care of their instruments, won't you? Tell me about the traveler's instruments. Oh, sure, I made all the instruments, you know. Let me see. There's Chert's drums, Rybeck's banjo, and Gabro's flute. And Feldspar's harmonica, of course, though Feldspar's been missing for a long time. Sometimes it feels like just yesterday they were playing their harmonica around the campfire. Anyway, you hear music in space, that'll be one of the space program's other travelers. If you feel like company, you can always pull out your signal scope and track them down. It's probably helpful to know. Trouble is, every time a Hearthian leaves for outer space, that's one less musician in our orchestra. I'm good. I didn't talk to you. Are these all goat? I think they're all goat people. So it's launch day, huh? Hal's going to miss you. Speaking of launch, I was thinking about it, and the platform those ships launch from is getting old. Isn't it about time you built a new, less flammable one? Yeah, something out of metal would probably be better than, you know, wood. The big tree in the village would be perfect choice. Ooh. I wouldn't mind helping out the space program, just say the word. The current launch pad is fine, thanks. Nice try. We all know you have it out for that tree. What? No. I just think it's in the way and someone ought to chop it down, you know? Specifically me. You think this has to do with the time I fell out of it and broke my arm? That was when we were hatchlings. Who would hold a grudge for that long? Apparently Marl. It's also a tree. Where's the tree? There's like trees everywhere. Is it a specific tree? Tefra. Hello, astronaut. If it isn't my favorite troublemaker. We wanted to play hide and seek, but Moraine won't let us borrow their signal scope because it's really delicate and not supposed to be thrown around like that. Hey, can we use your signal scope? Can we please? We'll even let you be it. Sure, let's play. Woohoo! Okay, here are the rules. Galena and me will hide with these radios, and you'll use your signal scope to find us. Last one to be found wins. Okay, close your eyes and start counting. I guess this is a great way to have like a tutorial. Fishing rhyme, singing helps me pass the time. You're leaving the crater? Guess we'll all be a little busier without you around to lend a hand. That big water planet, Giant's Deep, that's where I'd go. Why's that? One time, after the rest of the village had left to sleep and it was just the two of us sitting around the campfire, Gabbro told me about their first trip to Giant's Deep. They landed their ship easily enough in the waves, but couldn't see too far down on account how murky the water was. I guess too dark. Gabbro wants to see what lay beneath the surface, so they decided to travel deeper. They traveled down and down, but suddenly Gabbro couldn't go any further. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me more. I will. I was just pausing dramatically. As though exercising a will of its own, the water was refusing to let Gabbro go any deeper. It held Gabbro back, almost as if it were trying to protect them from something. And then, in the terrible darkness, Gabbro saw it. The tentacle of some hideous beast. Ah! I mean, that's what Gabbro said anyway. Whatever it was, it freaked Gabbro out pretty good. Everyone wants to hear new stories at the village campfire, you know. Make sure you bring some back with you. If it means I have to talk to you again, I'm not gonna. I can't see. I literally can't see. We really need to, where gameplay, is it graphics? Where would be, like brightness? There needs to be something that... Gamma? Might be too high. Zade Oak. I think this is way too high now, though. We gotta get around the other way. Yeah, it's way too fucking bright now. How about just slightly brighter? We'll see how that works. Looks like how speedrun is like. Oh, we're dead. I didn't die? What a glorious day to not die. I just need to have a little bit of vision, you know? I need to be able to see what I'm doing, right? Alright, so how in the world do we get over to him? What? Do I just drop down to you? Alright, run! Jump! We jump horribly. We jump horribly. Alright, I got a plan. Do something different this time. Alright, here we go. Different! Talk to Jeffer. Oh, you found me, but my hiding spot was super good. Don't forget, you have to find both of us, okay? I already found you. I did my job. You did. Perfect. Feels weird. The jumping, I don't like the jumping. Why do we have to crouch? Why can't I just hit the A button? This isn't Super Mario Brothers 2. I don't need a supercharged jump. All right, we're looking for the other... Oh, we got a flashlight. Well, neither are from up. They're all down. So we found Tephra. Now we're looking for... Unknown 58. I guess that's where we're looking. Let's go look for her. Let's not go up here. I guess that's where the observatory is. Guess they ran out of buttons. You just need to tap it. You don't need to hold the jump button down to get a jump, you know? You just need to tap. I'm all about the tap. Tap jump. She's somewhere right there, so we got to find our way onto the roof. So this is basically trying to teach us like platforming and stuff in the game. Exploration and platforming. Watcha! Watcha! Got it. I won? I'm happy. Thanks for playing with us. You're welcome? That's what you say to people when they say thank you, right? You're welcome? Okay. Let's head our way up to the observatory, I guess. I don't think we can do anything else with the other goat folk. I know they're not goats, but I'm gonna call them goat people. They have more eyes than most goats, but we don't know. Sometimes goats keep their eyes closed. They could have 4 eyes. Goats are evil anyways. Have you seen their irises? They're rectangles. If that doesn't say evil to me, I don't know what does. That's why goats are used in ritualistic sacrifice, because they're evil, right? Man, that planet is really hustling. That probably wouldn't be good if there was a satellite that moved that fast. Sounds like ancient aliens. Could it be that goats actually have 4 eyes, but they keep 2 closed? Yeah. Yeah, that's the eye that can predict the future. Goats know when they're gonna die. They're like Cyclops. Moraine. What's up, Moraine? Oh, hello, astronaut. This is good whether your launch... This is good weather for your launch, right? That's lucky. What you up to? I'm using my signal scope to pick up sounds from distant planets. It's set to the Outer Wilds Ventures frequency so I can pick up the traveler's music. Last night I heard Rybek's banjo coming from Brittle Hollow. Hope that means they're safe. I can hear different planets too. It depends on what time of day or night it is, since different planets are in the sky at different times. Signal scopes are cool. It sounded horrid. Was somebody playing a harmonica? That was awful. That's cool. So, we can figure out, like, who's on what planet by... Oh, we can see... Are those the planets we can venture to, I guess? Whistling is not a musical instrument. Somebody's playing the jug. Oh, good, they're harmonizing. It's that far off one, though. Is that right there? Zoom in. Okay. I don't know. Wish I had my own instrument. I do. It's called my mouth. Biddle-lang, bang, 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 biddle-lang, bing, biddle, bang, 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 boom. Make noises with this. This is the only musical box you need. Your vocal cords. What kind of sounds do you want? I could be a trumpet. I could be a drum. I could be a guitar. Nope, that was a banjo. I don't know how to be a guitar. Hi, astronaut. You know the patch of ghost matter inside this fence? Gosen said it used to be bigger when they were a hatchling, because ghost matter evaporates. What? It just takes a super long time to go away. I hope there's still ghost matter in the village when I'm grown up. Ghost matter's awesome. Ghost matter is super cool. It'll burn the heck out of you. Shouldn't be throwing rocks in there. Ghost matter's dangerous. You know, Ghost Matter's how Tektite lost their foot, right? Whoa, really? That's so cool. I don't think that was supposed to be cool. What the hell's Ghost Matter? Can we play it? Don't go in there. It's dangerous. Holy crap. Very dangerous. Danger. Inside this fence is a pocket of ghost matter, a strange and dangerous substance that's invisible to the naked eye. The good news is that you can detect ghost matter with a camera. I don't have a camera. Moving through ghost matter is uniquely painful and will probably kill you. Don't complain to me if you hurt yourself fooling around. Hornfelds. Whoopsie doodle. Oh, there's the camera. It's a big ass camera. Sploosh. Alright, that's boring. 0G Cave. Hey, come say hi to your old flight coach before your launch. I've got 0G training set up if you want a refresher. Do I? Gosen. You lost an eyeball. I guess if you have 4, you can lose 1, right? Unless that was like your good eye that, you know, like saw color. I lost my color eye, and now I've only got my pokey eye. What? Pokey eye. Hey, I thought I might see you before the big launch. Now I only can see everything in infrared, in X-ray. Nerves getting the better of you? Right, like you weren't nervous for your first flight. Hey, don't worry about it. Your nerves are between you, me, and that vast endlessness of space. But really, you'll do fine out there. I'd worry more about that ship if I were you. Hopefully that lunatic Slate at least fixed the retro rockets. So listen, there's a satellite, which is definitely not just a piece of broken mining equipment set up down in the 0G cave and in need of repairs. If you're looking for a little last-minute 0G practice, head down the lift and into the cave, or don't, so long as you're confident you can make ship repairs in space. I have to repair a ship? I don't want to do that. One repaired satellite coming up. Cool, get to it and try not to concuss yourself right before your first launch. I will make no such guarantees. I do like to bang my head into things. Down is not how you get 0 gravity. Up. Up is how you get it. 0G stands for 0 gravity, not more gravity. The closer you go to the center, the heavier things are. What? Flashlight. Yes, that would be important. Oh man, we really jump high, huh? Cool. I guess that's what happens when you're in 0G.
0.
0 warps, 0 gangplanks, 0 gnaws. Gnaws spelt with G, so it counts. Suda! At least it's not 5G. That's how you get COVID. Down with 5G. Talk to Tough. Wait, why doesn't he have a suit on? Hey, nice of you to drop down. I'm getting some 0G time in. So you're going in there? In the cave? Oh, what? No, I'm fine. Great, and fine. You don't look fine. Well, you know I hate that cave, so I don't know why you're making me talk about it. Whew. Now, I've got hand sweats. I always have hand sweats. They're very moist all the time. Very, moist. Give me the dirt. Some fresh dirt? Not much happening down here lately. Let me think. Come to think of it, Tektite saw something crash outside the village crater earlier. It's new and different. Oh hey, how about that? Yeah, they were on Firewatch with the old scout launcher and saw smoke. So they went to check it out. Safety first, right? No, I'm kidding. I said that to Tektite once. Pretty rude how long they laughed for, if you ask me. Oh, whatever you say, boss. Ooh, is that free booze? He said a cave. I don't know what cave you're talking about. Is that... Uh-oh. I'm assuming down there, then. That's how we came in. I'm gonna waste fuel, apparently. We need fuel? Oh, it says 0G down here. That's not good. We'll walk. What? Okay. Down we go. Oh, uh. I'm repairing it! This is gonna be hard. You know, mainly because I'm an idiot. Easy. No. What? Press what to lock on? Oh, L. Oh. That makes it so much better. Yeah. I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah, easy game. I was hitting the flashlight button like a fool. There we are. It's like I hear it, but I don't see it. There we go. Training simulation complete. Easy game for babies. Easy baby game. Alright, I don't know where are we going? Over here? For freedom? I need freedom. Need my freedom. Woo! Oh, are we lowering buckets and stuff? I had a bucket once. It got taken away, though. I was told buckets aren't for play, which is a weird thing to say. Bucket. Play. All buckets are for play. I'm gonna brag to him about fixing the satellite. Why are you just hitting some rocks, man? What are you mining for? Guess where I'm going today? Oh, no, 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 no way. If you want to run off into space, that's your business, but don't make me, you know, think about it. Bad enough we got this weird cave down here. Yeah, that is a weird cave. It's an anomaly. No, 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 no. Tastes like pineapple. delicious. Quite magnificent. Okay, I did it. Nicely done. Of course, it'll be a little more stressful when you're hurtling through space, but just remember your training. Try not to hit anything big. I can see you're itching to get off this rock, so go get the launch codes from the observatory and get out of here already. Best of luck out there, and hey, try to avoid getting yourself killed now that I've put so much time into training you. Got it? No guarantees. No guarantees. I am a risk taker. So, this really is like one and done. If I die to anything, we're just dead. That's not good for little old me. I get why things are super dark. I didn't realize we had a flashlight. That's okay. Now I'm actually perfectly fine with how dark things are. I didn't realize that we had a flashlight. Now that I've learned something, I am much more better prepared. Where's the observatory? Who's probably up there? Let's see what this note says. I saw smoke coming from Young Bark Crater up north and figured I should go check it out. You can use the scout launcher, just please don't break it while I'm gone. Tektite. Tektite. That is an enemy in the Legend of Zelda series, a Tektite. They're like the little blue and red creatures that bounce around, that have like 4 legs, and they're menacing. Menacing, I tells ya. East, know my ruins. Oh, is that the observatory? Right. Correct. South, Quantum Grove Crater. I really wish I had something that would like let me zoom in. I wanna zoom in. Oh, maybe we can use that scout launcher, maybe. Geyser Mountains. Lots of splooshing going on out there. I like a good sploosh. Young Bark Crater. So that's where our friend went, I guess. Tektite went. Scout launcher. Aim, launch scout. Let's launch it this way. Kablam! Kablam! Well, yeah, there's something in there for sure. Like a little video. We're crashing! How many times can I hit it per second? 60 frames per second! Oh my god, that hurts so much. That's smashing. It's a video! My arm. That was fun. Why did I do that? I don't think this is the observatory. I think the observatory has observations. Ah, that says observatory. Let's follow that. Doesn't look like I'd drown if I jumped into that. The one with the big telescope? Nonsense. Observatories don't have telescopes. They have satellites.
How else are we gonna find the aliens, Seta?
We're looking for signals. Launch tower. We're getting some hitches and stuff. Maybe I should, like, fix some settings. Hornfells. I don't care about them. Outer Wilds Ventures founding members, clockwise from top left. Hornfells, Gosen, Slayton, Feldspar. I'll act like I should care about them or something. Big thanks to these additional founding members of Outer Wilds Ventures, without whom we would never have gotten off the ground. Matthew Steinhauer, Ben Etherington. I don't give a fuck about who the fuck. I don't give a shit. I don't know who's you. I don't know you. Outer Wilds Venture, Timberheart's first and only space program, was founded to explore the farthest reaches of our solar system. Feldspar was the first Parthian to be intentionally launched into space. They completed the first orbit around Timberhearth and later made the first of what would be many landings on our moon, the Adelrock. This remarkably intact statue was carved by the Nomai. Sounds kind of like nomad, an ancient species who dwelled in our solar system thousands of years ago. The statue provides us with our most detailed look yet at the Nomai, who appear to have been covered with a layer of fur. Ooh. Note the decorative jewelry that has been carved as part of the antlers. I also have a layer of fur right there. That's my layer of fur. It's not very thick. This layer of fur, on the other hand, is quite warm. Sometimes too warm. Although their artifacts and structures have been found on almost every planet in this solar system, we still have no idea where this species came from or what happened to them. Ah, Mass Effect. Hey, it's my favorite astronaut. Launch day at last, huh, buddy? It's the translator tool's inaugural flight, too. I'm so excited it's making me nauseous. Just think you'll be able to translate any Nomai text you want anywhere you are. The two of us put a lot of hours into inventing that tool, so don't break it, okay? Why are we laughing? Oh, geez, do not break it. Ignore me, okay? I'm just nervous. And I'm not even the one going into space. How are you feeling? Terrified? Aw, don't let me make you nervous. You've been training for this day since we were hatchlings, remember? You'll do great, I promise. So what's the dirt? You here to see the new Nomai statue? Of course. Heh, I knew you'd want to see it before you headed off. Hornfels just finished prepping it for display today. Amazing, isn't it? Makes me wish we could see what a real live Nomai looks like, but I guess this is as close as we'll ever get. Check it out. Looks like they had fur. Fur is weird. You know, right? This is the first fully intact statue ever found, you know, and for how old it is, it's in great shape. Ah, geez. Get a little carried away there. Go on. You have a ship to launch. Take care of yourself out there, you hear? I'm just gonna shine my flashlight into your many eyeballs. People like that. New exhibit. Oh, is this the museum thing the game was talking about? The radio tower here on Timberhearth was built to receive transmissions from our deep space satellite. To this day, still houses the first ever photos taken of the entire solar system. These photos were made possible by the deep space satellite's unusual vertical orbit that carries it high above and below the plane of the solar system. Holy crap! I had a long day today, man. I am exhausted. Thanks to a recent upgrade, the Deep Space Satellite is now responsible for generating the real-time solar system map used by our newest astronauts. Are those bugs? Those are really weird-looking bugs. Watch closely, these balls move on their own. The ground is perfectly level, so what do you think causes this spooky motion? The answer is the moon. As it orbits our planet, that Adelrock's gravity pulls on objects from different directions. In fact, it's pulling on you right now. Well, I don't see them moving, so I don't believe it. That was a lie. That paper lied. This piece of Nomai writing was essential to deciphering their unique language. Although this text is linear, Nomai text often branches off from a central point. Interestingly, each branch tends to be written by a different author. Oh, holy crap, man. Wait, what was that? What did I have in my hand? There we go. We're nearly ready. Felix and I have finished construction, and she says calibrating the device won't take long. Wait, but I want to... Fortunately, Adelrock's lack of atmosphere will make calibration simple. After all this time, I'm thrilled to finally resume our search. Weird way to write. So anytime that there is no my text, we automatically pull out our auto translator. Got it. Aside from the dwellings and structures they built, the Nomai also made art. This decorated pottery was discovered on Brittle Hollow. Some ancient Nomai art depicts strange animals, foreign celestial objects, and other subjects that can't be found in our solar system, which makes us wonder whether the Nomai originated elsewhere in the universe or simply had vibrant imaginations. Were the Nomai born in our solar system, or were they born among other stars and planets? And if they were, how and why did they come here? These are just some of the questions we hope to answer through further xenoarchaeological expeditions. So it looks like we're going to be investigating the Nomai, I guess. That would be my guess here. What you see here are parts of the Nomai skeleton. We can tell from their skulls that they possessed antlers and, quite unusually, only 3 eyes. I only have 2. Lucky. The Nomai body is most likely adapted for living exclusively on land. The differences in the Nomai's anatomy, such as their shockingly fragile bone structure, show us that Harthians couldn't have descended from Nomaian? We'll go with Nomaian ancestors. It's not clear whether the Nomai originated from or why they disappeared. We hope to find more clues to this puzzle as we explore our solar system. The fun part is both of my eyes see different colors. Both of my eyes see different colors. It's really interesting. It's not an extreme difference, but I do see slightly different colors with each eye. My head is weird. The Nomai technology brought back from space by our astronauts has been great boon to Outer Wilds ventures, allowing us to modify expedition gear in exciting and useful ways. For example, the Little Scout now boasts a warp retrieval capability that allows astronauts to recall their scouts almost instantly. This has dramatically reduced the number of scouts lost to the depths of space. I don't like saying that word. Depths. P and TH aren't meant to go together. I don't like that. Everyone do it. It doesn't feel good in the mouth. This crystal was taken from a Nomai ruin on Brittle Hollow. It seems to create a local gravity distortion and was most likely used to traverse steep surfaces. Try it out. Oh shit! I'm walking on the wall. I'm like Lionel Richie. Alright, stop it. Enough of that. What? I already read that. I thought it was gonna talk about these things. These pictures. Oh, it's an angler. Anglers are cute. This anglerfish specimen was found attached to the landing gear of one of our ships that flew close to Dark Bramble. It appears well suited to living in dark places with minimal atmosphere. That's actually funny that they called it an anglerfish, because it looks like an anglerfish. Those are real. They look demonic. The funny thing is, so the female anglerfish are actually the bigger ones that have the little bioluminescent lure on them, and the males are actually really tiny. And basically what the males do is, I think the males attach themselves to the back of the female when they mate. It's really weird. That also looks far more frightening than the Earth's anglerfish. That is a demon that should be murdered. Murdered very fast. You keep that demon away from me. If a star is massive enough, it'll continue to fuse carbon into even heavier elements, like iron. Ultimately, the star will collapse under its own gravity and then explode in a violent event called a supernova. Based on Church's observations, this will one day be the fate of our own sun. I taught you something new today? Well, don't take...
alcohol makes you stupid. No, I'm doesn't.
Actually, Dwight, you're right. Alcohol is very, very bad for children. But once you turn 21, it becomes very, very good. So scram!
Amy Archeo subscribing to little old me. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Merry Crumbus to you too. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Absolutely fantastic day. And welcome on in. I am Bruce. I hope you also are having a fantastic day. It's a lovely Saturday for everyone. I guess technically now for me it's Sunday, but still, same thing. Hope you had a good Christmas celebration. Thanks, Muserial. I hope you did too.
No, I'm doesn't.
Actually, Dwight, you're right. Alcohol is very, very bad for children. But once you turn 21, it becomes very, very good. So scram!
It's a Christmas celebration! Dude, I am Bruce. You're brand new, and you're subbing to little old me. Thank you so much, too. I really appreciate that. Genuinely, guys, I really appreciate that. Completely unnecessary. I'm here for free. But you know what? You guys now have access to my personally hand-drawn emotes. I drew all the emotes on the channel. All of them. By me. By me. They're awful, but I drew them all. Some of them are follower emotes. Some of them aren't. The follower emotes are pretty fun. You get a banana. That's always good. I mean, when does nobody... Everybody wants bananas. It's good stuff. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. I hope you all are having fantastic Saturdays, Christmases. I did have a good Christmas day. After streaming this morning, I went over to... Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. I went over to my parents and I helped my mom make some pecan pie, and we made mashed potatoes, and I forced her to listen to music. We listened to some... I refused to listen to Christmas music, so we listened to David Bowie and Ziggy Stardust. I was like, David Bowie's like Christmas, right? he's like Christmas, right? Right. He's got that music video with him and Bing Crosby singing White Christmas, where Bing Crosby's like, I'm gonna kill this weird freak when we're done singing this song, you know? Fucking Bing Crosby. That was not a good human being. but David Bowie's great. You have David Bowie Little Drummer Boy cover on one playlist. He sang a lot of stuff. David Bowie sang a lot of stuff, and he's great. Great. Rip that guy. We lost a magnificent human being. It's weird. I thought I had heard that song before, but I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure I've heard David Bowie's rendition of Little Drummer Boy. I tend not to listen to... I know I've been listening to Christmas music my entire life, and there's like 5 Christmas songs, and it just gets a little repetitive after a while. So the past few years, I've been trying to abstain from as much Christmas music as possible, so that maybe one day Christmas music can return the joy that I used to get from it. Because I don't want to say I despise it, but I am on the precipice of mass murder when I hear Christmas music. I mean, there's tons of Christmas music out there. There's tons of it, absolutely tons of it. But there's like 6 songs. Everyone has their own version, and that's cool. One of my favorite Christmas albums is Merry Motherfucking Christmas. It's by the artist from Death Row. It is the record label that Suge Knight once owned. What Tupac was on. you know, and Dr. Dre briefly, Snoop Dogg. And they have wonderful, wonderful Christmas songs, most of which I am probably not allowed to say on Twitch, or probably in the real world. But it's lovely. One of my favorite Christmas songs, I believe, has Onyx and TLC in it. If you don't know who Onyx or TLC is a R&B band, and Onyx was a hip-hop group from like the 90s, and it's great. It's a great song. It's actually on there's like a compilation of music that had like those little stick figures on it. I don't remember what those compilations were called, but it was like the volume 2 of like Merry Christmas music of whatever that compilation stuff was, and it was so good. I was like, man, I love me some hip hop Christmas. The first one had Run DMC on it. Man, it was so good. I was like, those were the only songs I wanted. My parents would always play the whatever the Merry Christmas thing was, the tape, and they would always try to fast forward over Run DMC, and I'd be like, no, it's the only song I want to hear. I want to hear Run DMC. Merry Christmas, Sean. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope your day was fantastic. We should get back to gaming. Right? We were in the midst of reading when people so rudely interrupted me by subscribing. Seriously, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. As the star's core contracts, it gets hotter, causing the outer layers to expand. The star has become a red giant. When the core is hot enough, it starts to fuse helium into carbon. They're talking about fusion or fission. It's fission, right? Nuclear fission. And then fusion is like the higher elements, right? That's what stars like our sun generate light and heat by fusing hydrogen into helium. As it grows older, the star runs out of hydrogen and starts to contract. And then we all die. Spent the whole day watching Christmas specials. Nice. One of my favorite Christmas movies is Christmas with the Muppets. Because doy, Christmas with the Muppets is obviously the best Christmas. The strange rock moving around in this grotto appears to react to conscious observation. The level-headed among us realize there must be some sort of optical illusion at play, but Gabbro claims the rock exists in all possible states until it is observed, whatever that means. Whatever is actually happening, both sides of this debate agree the effect is extremely creepy. What rock? Are you a rock? Is that it? I observed it. Among Us? Among Us what? You moved! You moved! How do you do? How is it doing that? Science! You like the Jim Carrey version of the Grinch? That's a good one. I like the Jim Carrey version of the Grinch as well. I mean, if it has Jim Carrey in it, I am pretty much guaranteed to enjoy it. There are very few movies. Maybe Ace Ventura hasn't aged all that well. Maybe Ace Ventura hasn't aged all that well. What did we just do? Oh. A star map. Our solar system. Dark Bramble. Oh, look at this one. What's this orbit? Is that like Pluto? How do I zoom out? How do we find Pluto? Where's the mystery planet? That's cool. Cool beans. Giants deep. It said Giants beep. What's a Giants beep? Are we censoring? Oh, is there a tiny planet that's orbiting around? Oh, there is. Oh, that's not a planet. Is that like a satellite? That is way too close to the sun. That's how you die. Hollow's Lantern. Brittle Hollow. Dark Bramble. Well, that looks menacing, doesn't it? Is that where they said the angler was from? The anglerfish? That was really... I like how it, like, zoomed completely out. That was a really nifty effect. I dug on that. Now, once again, you have to decide which arcade fight stick you want to buy. All of them. Just get 16 of them. Buy all of them. It's a smart decision. Trust me. Hornfell's observations. This is incredible. At first, I thought the points of light in this image were stars, but they're not. They're galaxies. What's everyone's favorite Christmas movie? If you have one, if you celebrate Christmas. Even if you don't, what's your favorite Christmas movie? The Canva Pearl or the Canva Dragon? I say you get both. Both. I do like the Muppets Christmas. I like Gremlins. Gremlins is my jam. But if we're talking like something specifically about Christmas, I think maybe Charlie Brown. I love his tree. His tree is just so sad and delightful. That's a special though. It's not really a movie. Die Hard is nice. I do like Christmas Vacation. I like Chevy Chase, even if he happens to be a crazy, terrible human being. I do enjoy Christmas Vacation. Shitter's full! This is incredible. At first glance, I thought the points of light in this image were stars, but they're not. They're galaxies. And this image covers just a tiny patch of the whole sky, which means the universe contains at least 1,000 times more galaxies than we previously imagined. I think I need to sit down. There can be only one. Is it White Christmas? This is odd. According to my redshift calculations, they're actually using astronomical terminology. Astronomy terminology. Astronomy terminology. Redshift, I believe, is when something is coming closer, and gray shift, I believe, is when something's moving further away. Every single galaxy in this image is moving. Oh, redshift is away, gray shift is towards, I guess. There you go. So redshift is things moving away, and gray shift is things moving closer. I don't know, I get that. It's been a long time since I've studied astronomy. In fact, the farther away a galaxy is, the faster it appears to be moving away. It's almost as if the entire universe is expanding. If that's true, was everything closer together in the past, and how far back can we extrapolate? Did the universe have a beginning? That's how astronomers have decided that so there's like a bunch of different forms the universe can supposedly take, and right now one of the theories is that we're in an infinitely spanning universe. Now there's this theory that there's like a limit to that, and there's something called the Great Collapse that could happen, and that means that the universe can actually start to collapse in on itself, and it can happen in any second, which is kind of frightening. But as of right now, they believe the universe is just infinitely expanding into what? I mean, it's nothingness, but it's expanding, which is crazy to think. Because infinite, how do you contemplate infinite? You don't. It's too big for this. You have to flip a coin for your stick. It's probably the best way to do it. Or just go with your heart. But expanding faster and faster. Indeed, expanding faster and faster. There you are. I just finished pre-flight observations and local conditions are good. Time to get our newest astronaut off the ground. And you'll be our first astronaut ever equipped with a Nomai translator tool. I confess, I've been giddy all day just thinking about it. We're better equipped than ever to unravel the mysteries of the Nomai. You and Hal should be very proud of your work. Hal? Is it Hal 9000? I'm sorry, David. I can't do that right now. David? Are you angry? Nobody gets that reference other than me, do they? Tell me, what's your plan once you're in space? Going to learn more about the Nomai. I'll meet up with the other travelers. I want to go somewhere no one's gone before. I think I'll start with something small. I don't know. I'm going to wing it. Planning to follow in the footsteps of Feldspar and the Great Outer Wilds Ventures tradition, are you? I might have guessed. Well, see if you can't put that translator tool of yours to good use while you're out there. Well then, looks like all that's left is to send you off. All in all, it's a fine day for a launch. I'm ready to die in space. Alright, this game has a sense of humor and I can get down with that. I can definitely get down with that. I'm not one for superstition, but isn't that kind of unlucky to say before a launch? I mean, you tell actors to go up on stage and break a leg. What's worse than being like, alright, ready to die in space? Because seriously, if something goes wrong, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm just one person. Don't I need a crew? This seems very, callous. With a total disregard for safety. Any rate, here are the launch codes. Try not to worry too much. Our ships are every bit as safe as Slate could be persuaded to make them. Persuaded to make them? Ah, safety schmafety. Best of luck out there. Let me know if I can help you with anything. The Dragon wins 2 out of 3. It got 5 stars now. Well, there you go. That's all you need. Positivity. Also, never trust anything somebody writes online. They could be liars. You can't... The balls are moving! They weren't moving before. Alright, I guess we're ready. Hi, moving rock statue thing. That's not normal. Hey, those are the things I did. Does it show me jump into the geyser? What? Did you just steal my memories? Three-eyed statue, did you just steal my memories? I will accost you. How do I teabag it? To show I'm displeased. How do I teabag? Oh, we're teabagging. We're teabagging. And we're jumping on it. There we go. I'm very displeased. Stealing my... Those are mine. I earned those. I earned those. Hey, hey! So, did you get a good look at the Nomai statue? Statue looked at me and it opened its eyes. The statue was glowing. Why was it glowing? Whoa, whoa! The statue was doing what? So its eyes opened, and then you saw images from your own memories and glowing lights flying around? You mean like a hallucination? Listen, no offense, but are you sure you're okay to launch? Like, medically speaking? You know what? Don't worry about it. Nah, the statue is definitely weird. I mean, if you're saying it happened, then I guess maybe it did, but why? Hornfels tried everything to get the statue's eyes to open, and nothing like this ever happened to them. I don't think you're going to get any answers from the museum statue, but Gabbro said they were going back to Giant's Deep. Don't know which island they're on, though. Maybe they'd be able to tell you more. On the other hand, Gabbro's, Gabbro, so maybe you'd be better off searching for more info on your own. Geez, now I'm really jealous you're going into space. Hey, see if you can use our translator tool to find out more about the statue, okay? Good luck and safe flying. So can I land on different places on this planet? That'd be kind of cool. I want to go to the crater where the thing fell. Yeah, that's what I want to do. That's my plan right now. That's our first plan. I want to go to that crater. If that's possible, I'm going to does that. I can go wherever I want. That's the plan, Stan. Activate lift. Activate lift. Okay. Have I talked to you? Oh, it's Tefra. Hey, kid. Hello, astronaut. Are you going into space today, or are you going into space and never coming back like Feldspar did? That's pretty disturbing. But Hornfels says no one knows what happened to Feldspar. Hornfels says they got lost in space even though they were the best pilot ever. You're not as good as Feldspar. No, I'm not. If it's based on flying that drone thing, we're gonna die. So you should be really careful not to get lost. Hey, lost is one thing. I can handle lost. Crashing and burning in a giant explosion does not sound very fun. Oh, that's the camp. Well, I guess it would be better to take the lift down. That would probably be better, because where we're going right there, I can't get back up. So we should take the log lift. Log lift! Oh, I know where to go. I know where to go. Oh, this is different. Oh, this is way different. It's a mill. We're going to the mill. We're going to the mill. I guess not. Turn my flashlight on. Okay, that did not do what I thought it was going to do, but you know what? Science jump! Perfect. Yeah, I think we want to go over there. And instead, I'm over here now. Alright, well, I did the wrong thing. Also, we'll never get that lift back. Gone forever. Not my fault. Launch tower. Lunch tower. Lunch. Lunch. Yeah, I guess because I was thinking that lift came down into here, but I guess it didn't, because if we walk down the other way, I was thinking, you know, I can't jump back over that, so I thought we'd bring the lift down, but it's not here. There's that lift. Looks like you're ready for takeoff. The excitement of a launch is fun and all, but I can't wait to get back to working on the new ship. We're working on fixing the autopilot's avoidance system for this one. Sorry. I would have liked to have had an avoidance system. That sounds helpful. Oh, that's my ship? I thought we were going to fly in like a Bezos penis rocket. That's not the kind of ship I thought I was going to fly in. Where's my penis rocket? I want phallus. I want phallus. Very disappointed at the lack of phallus. Ooh. A log, eh? Timber hearth? Addle rock? Ash twin? Ember twin? Brittle hollow? Hollow's lantern? Giant's deep? Dark bramble? The interloper. Ah, the interloper must be the comet or whatever we saw. Rumor mode? A cave at the very center of Timberhearth used by Outer Wilds Ventures to train new astronauts. I successfully repaired another satellite for Gosen. No. I wanted to view entry. The one and only Hearthian village, as well as the main source of explosions on this planet. The Nomai statue in the observatory opened its eyes and looked at me, saw strange glowing lights, and my own memories flashed before my eyes. Hal says the statue's never opened its eyes before, despite Hornfell's best efforts. Well, Gabbro and Lunar Ruins. Hal says Gabbro went back to Giant's Deep to try to learn more about the Nomai statue in the observatory. Okay, can we, like... I want to do that. Can I mark it? Mark it. Mark it. No, we can't mark. Mark location on HUD. Mark location. Gabbro. Mark location. The Nomai text in the observatory talks about calibrating some sort of device on the Addle Rock. So I guess those are our first two, like, clues as to what we can do. So let's go try to find Gabbro. So they said Giant's Deep. Giant's Deep was to the east? Whatever. We're gonna figure it. Something's gonna happen. Something. We've got a star map. Very nice. Oh, and it says the name of everything on there. Cool. Cool. Lots of stuffs. There's a nice glowing rock. Interesting. Open hatch, no thank you. I'm assuming that's how we pilot. Suit up? No. I'm probably gonna crash into everything and die instantaneously. Alright, well. No time like the present, right? Where's east on a solar system map? That away. Unbuckle. View map. Alright. No, I don't want a map. Here's the interloper. They're all the way out there. I want to know what this big orbit is. Alright, but I don't want to... lift off. Oh, RT. Well, this isn't nearly as bad. Ooh, oh, we're gonna crash. I landed perfectly. Unbuckle. Skloops. Through the woods we will go. Light campfire. Ooh. Despite my checking on them at least 1,000 times over, the images are still not ready to print over in the radio tower. Well, it's like they say, a watched satellite never transmits data. No, it's a watched pot never boils. Idiot. Ha ha ha, that's a little joke for you, journal. No one says that. Someday, I'll have to study the mechanics of how time manages to slow to a syrupy crawl whenever I'm anticipating something. In the meantime, I've turned to Gabbro, our resident expert in leisurely whiling away the hours, who recommends the following. Gabbro's 3 foolproof steps for dozing off. 1. Light a nice cozy campfire and get comfortable. 2. Gaze deeply into the serene warmth. 3. Let time begin to slip away as you allow the flames to lull you into a peaceful slumber. If Gabbro knew I'd taken notes, they'd probably think I'd finally cracked, but I refuse to accept sass from an astronaut who deliberately burns their marshmallows. Burnt marshmallows is delicious. Delicious. Does fire hurt us? Yes. The answer is yes. It's not as good as gold brown ones though. I like getting a nice little char on my mushroom. That's my jam. A nice little char on the mushroom, especially when you're making a s'more. You know, just light it on fire a little bit so it's got that nice. I don't know why. I just like it. I like that burnt taste. I'm weird like that. Anything else burnt, gross. But burnt marshmallow, delicious. Also, what the fuck is a marshmallow made out of? Like, how do they do that? And we're recording. It's been 2 days since the launch of the deep space satellite, and I'm about to view the first batch of photos. Let the record show that on this historic day, Outer Wilds Ventures has... They're printing, here they come! Stars above, will you look at that? There's Brittle Hollow, and look there, that's Hollow Lantern, and there's Giants Deep, and the Quantum Moon. I'm speechless, completely speechless. Every single astral body in our magnificent solar system looking stunning from every angle in each of these 3 images, and in color no less. Now this is art. I could stare at these photos forever. Doesn't Timber Hearth look tiny from... Hold on, what is that? That can't be right. That's not even possible. Am I interpreting this photo correctly? What's even stranger is it doesn't show up in either of the other photos. Just this one. How do you pronounce it? Either or either? Either, 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 either. Either. Well, there must have been an equipment malfunction, I suppose. Only sensible explanation for it. I'll radio Gabbro and ask them to go examine the satellite's lens for defects. So what is he talking about? He was like, what the foop? That's not right. Does he mean that? That looks like somebody in a spacesuit, right? Angle satellite. What is suspicious? Hey, I don't know what anything's supposed to look like. He also didn't say which one. I guess that's them inspecting and fixing the satellite. Doesn't Timber Hearth look tiny from... So, Timber Hearth? I don't know what Timber Hearth is supposed to look like. So we're looking for something unique? I can't compare things when I can't see them all. I don't know. I don't know. We'll say that's a for later thing. That's a for later. Yo, I want to fly into the sun. Let's explore the sun first. One day I'm gonna fly into that sun. Ooh. Hold on. Ah. Whee! I'm never gonna land in this, am I? Exit ship to repair. Perfect. What? Whoops. What broke? Ah. Oh. Oh, landing camera. Okay. Perfect landing. Perfect landing. There could be none better. Mining site to be. To be what? The mining site's to be something? What? Okie dokie. Fleshlight. If only. Found some bones. Found a big purple beam thing? Is that purple? I'm gonna say it's purple. I don't quite know. I mean, it's not like I can go across there. Can I get my, like, suit? We wear our suit. Then I can have like a rocket pack. A rocket man. Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your kid. In fact, it's cold as hell. Rocket man. Rocket man. I'm lovely at singing. Lovely. Best singer. I guess we're underwater now. Good thing I put that suit on, huh? No, I want to leave. I didn't mean to do that. I did mean to do that. Ha ha! What? We can science this. Oino, I'm still amazed by how much ore the Ash Twin project requires. Psycad, isn't this the ore for the remaining towers being built on Ash Twin? The completed towers I've seen are quite large. For the remaining towers being built on Ash Twin, the completed towers... large. No, the material for those towers is all being taken from Ash Twin. The ore we're mining here will be used to craft an immensely thick protective shell that will physically seal off the chamber inside Ash Twin's core. If they're sealing off all the entrances, I hope they've planned accordingly. I'm turning this game off. I thought you had forbidden your apprentice from making puns, Coleus. How else would he improve? I'm relieved by our clan's decision to use Timberhearth's ore only for constructing the shell. If eventually life on this planet were to evolve to the point of advanced metallurgy, I'm confident we won't have destroyed their ability to create. Sure. That doesn't mean a whole lot as of right now. Remove scroll? Sure. All right. Is this where the waterfall was and I just fell down? Yeah, okay. Good to know. Good to know. I wonder if... I mean, I assume we're going to get other scrolls, so that's a good insertion point for scrolls.
Insertion.
Gotta love that insertion. Pick up Ash Twin Projection Stone? Insert. I love insertion. This game's now my favorite. Now it only needs to say duty. What the fuck? Demons! Help me! Hello. Yup. What? Aha! Yarrow, my gratitude for the latest shipment, Onio. Oeno. This ore should be the last we'll need for the Ash Twin project. I don't need to keep holding down the right bumper. Once we finish the shell that seals off the central chamber, we'll check to ensure there are no longer any physical entrances. Rami and I will be checking the interior and then the exterior for cracks, our final safety check. This is exciting news. Can I offer an extra set of eyes for this final check, specifically mine? If my work here is complete, I'd be delighted to help. We'd be grateful if you would. The more eyes, the better, as the smallest flaw opening in the shell that protects the Ash Twin project could lead to disaster. But we can't have disaster. Where's my crouch button? I want to crouch. Equip signal scope. Science? What? Why are they always stealing my memories? Launch code? What? Did I die again? Oh, hold up. You're going to want to get the launch codes from the observatory first. I already got them from the observatory. Remember? Hey, did I just die or... Trust me, with the modifications I've made to those rockets, there's no way I would have missed that. I won't ask how you got the launch codes, but since you have them, get a move on. I want to see whether the new cockpit stays attached during liftoff. It rewound me. The stupid three-eyed goat rewounded me. I'm much more safer among the four-eyed goats. Thanks for the follow, I am Bruce. I like how you subscribed and then were like, okay, fine, I'll follow. yeah, but now you saw the Donkey Kong emote and you're like, yo, I gotta get that follow emote. Too bad you can't use them anywhere else. Ooh, banana. The Nomai mined ore from this site to craft a protective shell designed to physically seal off the central chamber inside Ash Twin. Once the shell was finished, the Nomai checked to ensure there were no longer any physical entrances or cracks. The central chamber inside Ash Twin was physically sealed off by an immensely thick protective shell. Kind of like my heart. Nah, it's a black hole. A radio tower designed to receive photos taken by the Deep Space Satellite. There are several photos of the entire solar system hanging on the walls. Hornfels noticed something strange in one of the photos, but concluded equipment malfunction was the only sensible explanation. I don't quite know what that aberration was. I didn't notice anything, but then again, I don't know, like, trying to find something different when you don't know what's supposed to be different is really difficult. It's not like I have, like, the photos next to each other where, you know, I could, like, compare them. They're on the opposite side, so I don't know what I'm looking for. I already don't know what I'm looking for. It's not like you have, like, there was this magazine back in the day. I forget what it was called. It was always in, like, the kid's doctor's office, you know, your pediatrician's office. Highlights. It's called Highlights magazine, and they would always have, like, the comparison photos where it's like, find the things that are different in this photo than this one, and then, you know, like, circle them or whatever. But you always had the ability to compare things, you know, and there I don't, so I don't know what the aberration is that I'm looking for. Also, I didn't want to go to the maybe it's this way. I want to There it is. I almost got hit by a comet there, didn't I? Yeah, this is where I wanted to go. Yes. Oh, God. Oh, God. Good landing. Good landing. I didn't die, so good landing. I don't think I damaged the ship. So, yeah, good landing. Good landing. That's really cool. It's really cool. I dig it. Dig it much. Dig it muchly. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? Maybe we need our suit again? Unless I can walk on the... Uh-oh. Well... I think we're gonna live in this hole. Because apparently we're not strong enough to grab onto stuff. Is this my home now? I definitely died that time. I definitely died that time. Oh, so we did die. So now we get resurrected? Yay, I'm immortal! Bye-bye! Okay. Got it. Understood. Understood. I think the only way to... Oh my god, don't stare directly into the sun. Don't stare directly into the sun. As much as you want to stare into the sun, don't do it. Slowly. Slowly. There we go. Land inside the crater. See, that's the plan. Not outside. Inside. Inside. No, brain, not nose. The nose does not nose. Much mo better. Hello. Oh, you're Tektite. You look kind of grumpy. I like you. Heyo, hatchling. Thought you were taking that tin can of yours into space today. What are you still doing here? Me? I saw something crash over the horizon and didn't like what I was seeing in the pictures my little scout was sending back. So I thought I'd come over here myself and take a look. So what crashed? I don't know what it is exactly. Looks like some kind of plant seed, but it's not anything I've seen on Timber Hearth before, and trust me, I was quite the explorer back in the day. Do you think it's extraterrestrial? It kind of looks like something that might have come off Dark Bramble. Whatever it is, it put down roots in a hurry. I don't like the look of this thing, hatchling, and that's a fact. Think I'll set Marl and Hal loose on it. Best get rid of this mess sooner rather than later, and no one can remove an unwanted plant faster than a tree keeper can. I'll have to get a look at what's inside the seed first, though. Don't want to set anybody to hacking up a potentially dangerous plant without a better idea of what's lurking inside there. Tuff can help me haul the old scout launcher over here. Obviously, the opening is too small for someone to fit inside, and anyway, I'm not going to blindly stick my hands into anything that looks as unpleasant as that seed does. It's a good way to lose an arm or two. I mean, I'll put my arm in there. Ow. Fine by me. It does look like a very ominous plant. I can shine a flashlight at it. So you want a scout launcher? The scout launcher? I could get you a scout launcher. Maybe? Blasted seed did a lot of damage when it crashed. I like this crater. Need something from me, hatchling. You sure the seed isn't from Timber Hearth? He said he explored. Okay. Well, maybe we could go back to town and talk to people? It sounds like a harmonica. Maybe it's people. Maybe there's people inside of it. Didn't she say she gave a harmonica to somebody? To the rocket ship! I died in the mine then, huh? I wonder what killed me in there. Something to do with the Nomai, I think. Like those eyeballs did not like me. They scanned my rememories and then murdered me. Not very friendly. Stole my memory. They didn't just scam, they stole them. I'm just seeing if there was something else around up here. I thought maybe, because, like, I could see the route going up there, that there might have been something, but I guess not. Is that wind or water making that noise? Alright, back to the ship! To the ship! Well, yeah, definitely a bad decision to land outside the crater. That was a very, very bad decision. But who could have guessed that would have been a bad decision? Nobody. Nobody could have guessed that. It's an impossible thing to guess. I'm just snooping. I'm just snooping. Right, that's the thing that murdered me. Oh. Oh. Perfect landing. What this is. I mean, we gotta explore our planet before we go off anywhere else. We gotta get the knowledge. Giant ruin of sorts. And for all that duck jumping. Wah! Looks like there's an entrance over here. Oh, I bet you that's our moon. Our satellite. Stuff spinning on it. Oh. What this? This thing? Touch it. I already know what that is. That's not helpful. Touch. Touch the thing. Use your hands. No? Okie dokie. Oh, I don't know what that was. Let's go this way. To the ruins! Maybe we could use our spacesuit. Maybe, like, every time I leave the ship, I should put on the spacesuit, right? It seems like a thing that would be smart. That way, you know, if I fall in the water, I don't drown. That one's shiny. You a thing? No? Yeah, it just seems like a smart decision. Plus, it'll allow me to get up, like, higher because we have a jetpack. It has fuel. Fuel is quite happy. I mean, helpful. Yeah, that'll allow me to traverse great distances and plummet really fast and die quickly. Yeah. Why'd I come over here? For funsies? There might be something down there. I'd probably never be able to get back out, but there might... Well, that's a shadow. You can make it. I did it. I don't know what I did, but I did it. There's always secret spot. You can't have a waterfall in a video game without having stuff behind it. What's up, Dr. Oakley? Merry Christmas to you, too. I hope you're having a absolute... Oh, fuck you. I'm not going back in there. This is the place that murdered me. That's Murder Place 9.0. It's cool to see that there's another way to get in here, though. Yeah, I hope you had a lovely Saturday. Great, fantastic weekend. I hope your Christmas was fantastic. Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Ah! Trying to see, does it look like maybe over there we can try to find our way lower? I want to see if there's anything down there as well. Not gonna make it! And now this is where we live. Great! I like living in strange places. Gotcha. So we can, like, jump and boost. Oh, look! It's nothing. I don't know, hieroglyphs? I believe this is ancient Sumerian. I'm not an archaeologist. I don't know. Y'all making me science, and I don't know about all this science stuff. I know enough to be like, don't eat the rat poison. Like, that's my expertise. Don't eat rat poison. That's as far as me and science. That's it. Don't eat the Tide Pods. Tide Pods bad. You know, that's me. Science. I don't think I really needed science to tell me that. This is all just an exercise in futility. There's nothing over there. Alright, so down here is just nothing. We found some hieroglyphs. I'm gonna climb through a giant tree. Ghost matter detected nearby. Where? Oh, that's all ghost matter, huh? I can't really do anything about that. Okay. I guess if I ever need to harvest ghost matter. Ow. Nope. Whee! Okie dokie. We'll just keep doing that until we get out of here. Anytime you jump, the rockets just turn on automatically. That's interesting. Whee! Dude, if I could have a jetpack when I play basketball, no one could stop me. I'd be dunking like a maniac. Also, if I could walk, that would help too. Walking is pivotal to being able to sport. I like this. This makes moving around fun. What if we went all? Nah. I think we found. So that just leads to the mining site. I want to find Grabbo. What's the guy's name? Grabbo. Grappo? Grappo. Guapo. Guava? Guacamole. Guacamole. Guacamole! Ooh, sun flares. We are way too close to the sun. If the sun was that big in the sky, I'm pretty sure we'd all be dead. It's an unsafe distance to be near us. Oh, look. Little scout. See beyond the horizon. Illuminate dark areas. Detect hazards. Test environment. I want that. What is that? Use medikit and refuel jetpack. Okay. I want to scout. Okay. So maybe we could go back to town and get that guy, the scout thing. Oh dear. What? There's a place over the... Oh god. Stop hitting the rocks? Maybe? That'd be good. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Okay, I think we want to go back to the village. Nope, nope, down, down. It's too high. It's too... I'm scared. Go down. No, back to planet. This was awful. Landing. Damn it. All right. That was good. It was a good landing, right? Okay, let's try this again. This time. Perfect. Stuck in a tree. I can't. Is that a place you can land? That is. Aft hull damaged. What are you, Ewoks? Like, why do you live here? We're not going up. I'm stuck in the trees. There we go. Nope, that is not it. Perfect. Repair ship. What's broken? What's an aft hull? I don't know what side aft is. I don't know what side port is. There. Fixed. Perfect. So that guy wanted me to go get Crombus and give him the glop glop. Crombus with the glop glop. What's happening? What is happening? Why? Do I only have a set amount of time then? So maybe I only have a specific amount of time to do exploring before we die again? So what is it, like Groundhog's Day? Like we're repeating like the same day over and over and trying to solve a mystery, I guess? We're stuck in Groundhog's Day? Phil? Phil, is that you? Don't drive angry. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Well, oh, I still want to find Gorpo Gorpo. Gorp Gorp? Are you Gorp Gorp? You're Marl. You're not Gorp Gorp. Oh, you should go help your friend. Aha, you did realize that. Don't worry, it's held up for all the launches so far. It'll probably be fine, probably. Nice. Nice? Nice? Nice. I'm gonna die a lot, apparently. Dumb kid, dumb kid. No. So we have like I think that's what it is. I think there's a set amount of time that we have now, and then we're just sucked back in. I don't know how many cycles it is, but it doesn't seem very long. Maybe it's just a day. Kid. My signal scope is set to Outer Wild Venture, so I'm listening to Traveler's music. And this is we've already read that from her. He said he wanted Scout. It says aim, but I can't really... Okay, but if I leave this scout there, do you think that I can go and pick it up over there? No, it makes you bring it back. I can't exit. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's really cool. Maybe we don't do anything with them. I guess we could go to space. No, I want to get out of this. Put it away. So we have to go to our ship to get information about stuff. I don't have like a logbook. I don't think it was Gosen. Something Gorp Gorp. I was gonna call him Gorp Gorp. Gopar? Pargon. Pargon, 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 Pargon. I know how. Oh. Hey, look at this. The statue opened its eyes. Bet you wish you'd seen that happen, huh? Sigh, me too. I'm not even a little closer to understanding what's going on with this statue. Was there something you needed? Tell me more about Feldspar. Feldspar was one of the 4 founding members of the Outer Wilds along with our flight coach, Gosen. I think that's who we're looking for. No, not Gosen. Gosen, we found him. Slate, the engineer, and me. As ground control and later the museum curator, it didn't work with Feldspar as closely as Slate and Gosen did. I can tell you Feldspar was absolutely fearless, though nothing scared them. Test piloted everything Slate ever built. It's a wonder Feldspar lived to see space, frankly, but they did. Flew all sorts of dangerous stunts and explored everything they could find, and then one day they just didn't come back. We don't know what happened or where Feldspar went, or even whether they're still alive. It's been a long time since they left. Where are the other travelers? Well, let's see. Chert is on the Hourglass Twins, Ryback is on Brittle Hollow, and Gabbro is on Giant's Deep. Oh, I think Gabbro's the one that we want, right? So he's on Giant's Deep. So I guess that's where we should head. And there's Feldspar, obviously, but of course we don't know where they are or if they're even alive. So I guess we're looking for Feldspar as well. Feldspar has been lost for a very long time, I'm afraid. So, Giant's Deep. I guess that's where we want to head. I think he also said he wanted somebody to bring... I think maybe it's quicker to go this way. Hey, new to channel. I'm new too. Nah. Viva Vasion? Viva Vivasion. Vivasion? Vivasion. 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 I'm going with that. Vivasion. Ava's fine. What? I'll never remember it. Vivasion it is. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely Saturday. Happy Christmas if you celebrate it. Either way, I hope you have a fantastic day. Does this game have a big open world? I don't know. I don't know. I kind of just started it, so I'm not entirely sure. I've been playing for a couple of hours, but I really haven't done anything. I've mainly been exploring this planet, so I'm not entirely sure. I more or less like just started. I've died a bunch, if that makes any difference. Oh my god, he's pregnant! Oh, excitement! What's up, Sam? How you doing, man? Happy Christmas Day. I hope you're doing well, dude. It's a fun space game. Should see the map. I'm sure there's supposedly like a bunch of planets and stuff we can go to, and I'm sure each planet has something unique that we can check out. Let's view this entry. A seed from Dark Bramble crashed here and has already taken root. Tektite wants to use a scout launcher to get a look at what's inside. My signal scope picks up harmonica music when I aim at the seed. There's more to explore here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nothing. I jumped in a geyser and died, and then we got end credits. So I technically beat the game once already. It only took 5 minutes to die. I was like, oh, cool, a geyser. Let's check that out. Kaboosh! Like, instantly died. It was great. I went to the radio tower and saw some pictures. I went to the crater. I went into the mine and saw some weird things. I don't know. There were like a bunch of giant three-eyed statue monoliths, plinths. It gave me nightmares. And then they stole my memories. And then they warped me back here. So I think we're in like a Groundhog Day kind of like situation where we have like a certain amount of time to do things and then it pulls us back to the beginning again. That's what I'm thinking. Not sure. So it is kind of like Bill Murray. If we die, it doesn't matter. You just jump off and drive angry all we want. There's no consequences, but I guess we're trying to solve a mystery. I think we're trying to figure out, well, first, who the Nomai are and what they are and where they went, and trying to locate Feldspar. I think it's a little bit of those things so far. There's more to explore here. I don't know what else we can explore there, though. Which one is this? The Ash Twin, right. That's what we figured out in the mines. Ash Twin. Then we have this. Gabbro went back to Giant Steep to try to learn more about the Nomai statue in the observatory. So we could go see him. And or we could go to the Adelrock. I kind of want to figure out more to do with this. There's more to explore here, but there really wasn't. Like, we talked to the guy, and then I scanned it, but that was really all that I could do. Maybe if I brought my suit? Maybe if we bring our suit into there? Did I? I don't think I did. Maybe if I brought my suit in there? He wanted us to use a, scout launcher. Does my ship... Maybe I could use my ship? Does my ship have a scout launcher? Maybe we could aim that into it? Oh, there's the map. Right, there we go. That's what you said you wanted me to show off there. There's the map. So there's a bunch of different planets and stuff I guess we can go to. Bunch of different stuff. Dark Bramble Seed. It zooms out pretty far, right? There we go. We're fully zoomed out. It also looks like there's something else that's orbiting on the opposite axis. Axis on the opposite axis. A-X-I-S. That's the word I'm trying to say. Something orbiting on the opposite axis. Mystery Planet. I did get the DLC. I think I paid like $22 for everything. I looked around on... There's a nifty website called Is There Any Deal? And I found... I think I got the game for about $11, and I think I paid about $11 for the DLC as well. I think the biggest discount was 30%. I think I bought the game on Game Billet, and then the DLC on Gamersgate, I think it was. I had never used those websites before, but it was on Is There Any Deal? That website's really nice. So, yeah, I think I paid like $21, $22 for the whole thing. You'll just have to watch me play. Oh shucks. Oh shucks. What a travesty. You'll have to watch me play. Now, it says equip scout launcher. Do I have to... Is there a way to, like, hover? Well, we'll figure it out. One way or another, we'll figure it out. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die! We're gonna die! We're gonna die! Best space landing ever. How do I rotate this ship? There we go. Okay, scout launcher. Hover. Hover mode. Retrieve. I'm doing it. There you go. All right. Scout launchers, really? Meow. There it is. I found it. I mean, I can zoom. I'm still worried. That's dark bramble seed. You think so? It's nothing I've ever seen on Timberhearth, yeah. Wanted to get them out there. Can help me haul the old scout launcher over here. Tough. Tough. We need tough? I don't have a scout launcher. I got to zoom, though. Good. Ooh. I got ear. Look, you can see in my shadow. I got nifty goat ears. Oh man, we're in demon. Hold on. I can't get deeper in that nose. It says there's more to explore. The liar. Alright, I'm going on to I'm grabbing my suit. Grabbing my suit. Suit up, baby! Scalambo. Equip scout launcher. RB. Retrieve it. Blam. Now. Launch. It's gone. I lost my scout launcher. Blasted seed did a lot of damage when it crashed in this crater. I threw a little scout into the seed. You did you? And you're telling me it's bigger on the inside than on the outside? This is going to be a chore to chop up and no mistake. Can we even remove a seed that doesn't have the decency to stay the same size all the way through? Maybe I better grab an extra axe or 3 just in case. My signal scope's picking up a harmonica inside the seed. Inside the seed, huh? Don't know what to tell you there. The only harmonica player I know is Feldspar, and they disappeared ages ago. Listen here. Don't go telling niece about the harmonica music, okay? They'll never let me get rid of this darn seed if they suspect it has any musical talent. You're sure the seed isn't from Timberhearth? Yeah, alright, so that's nothing. Nope, good. Okay. Retrieve. We're getting a movie. There's like another seed there too. It's like, can we seedception? Maybe this is a portal to Bramble. Maybe it's a portal. Maybe that's what it is. Huh. Bramble Bamble. Information. When I launch my scout into the seed that crashed on Timberhearth, it ends up in a much bigger space filled with fog and thorny vines. Well, that doesn't help anything. I launched my little scout into the seed. Somehow the seed is much bigger on the inside. Alright, but I can remove that. So, that's new. At least we have some direction. At least it's not completely open. You get to choose how you want to approach things, but it, you know. Alright, maybe we should do this. Go to Addlerock. I'm probably going to get sucked back in at some point, but let's go find a moon. M-O-O-N spells moon. Found it. No, go towards it. Why would you go away from it? How do you continue to go towards something? Oh my god. But I would like to land. Perfect. Perfect. We did it. It's very dark here. And big surprise. Aha, there we go. Okay, at least it gives you like a direction where your ship is. What? Oh! Trees detected. Some oxygen. That's not how it works. Okay, wow. Wow, I've seen this ruin in other travelers' pictures, but seeing it for myself, it's really old, isn't it? But wow, this is the coolest day of my life. Okay, time for some official notes. So, this time some kind of know-my locator. It can point out the different planets, which is incredibly cool, by the way. But from what little I can understand of the writing here, I think it was built to try to find something specific. I'm not sure. I also was able to translate something about the South Pole of Brittle Hollow, so I'll fly there to see if I can learn more. Yup, just gonna get back in the old ship and take off, totally safe, mostly safe. Oh, stars above. Oh no. Alright, yoink, and insertion. Thatch. Where should this new, more sophisticated locator be built? It may need to be larger than this eye signal locator is. F? Rip stream? What? Aw. It could be Twitch. I'm gonna go with Twitch. I'll hold on. It might be Twitch. I'm not getting any errors. Oh no! We're good now? Nobody's having any more issues? That wasn't me. That was definitely not me. Maybe the Twitch server's having issues. Sometimes that happens. It's something that's completely out of my control. Look, as long as we're good, it's all that matters. Cool beans. Plume. The southern glacier on Brittle Hollow has ample available space. I could construct a new building to house this proposed locator. Felix. Yes, let's build there. I imagine our young friend Connoy, fucking Twitch. Connoy could enjoy that immensely. He's always held a great interest in the eye, especially for a child born so long after the crash. Oh, they crash landed. I will begin construction on Brittle Hollow South Pole immediately then, so I guess that's something we're going to want to check out. Anona, and those of us originally stranded on Ember Twin, built a quantum moon locator there, but the heat of the sun made its construction challenging. I wouldn't recommend building on that planet. But we probably want to look at that too, though. We probably want to go to Ember Twin at some point, I guess. Coleus. We've actually seen him before, I think, or read from passage of his before. I was upstairs testing the eye signal locator, and it can hear and follow the signals from the sun, Giant's Deep, and Brittle Hollow. However, something oh shit, we're about to die. No, we're not. Yep, nope. However, something strange is happening when I ask the eye signal locator to follow the eye's signal. The device's indicator rotates wildly and never points to just one direction. Man, right in the middle of, like, getting lore and stuff. How unfortunate. Alright, back to the moon! To the moon, Alice! Quit stealing my memories. So I guess the game really begins once you get scanned by the thingamabopper. The Nomai statue. We'll save that one. What do we got here? I'm going to have Thunder Peel. That'll be good. I wasted a lot of time. With that life. Alright, back to the moon. Back to the moon. We have an idea of what we want to do, so to the moon. We saw the close-up on the face of the guy at the seed. We did do that. That was very important. It was all up in there. That was a very important memory. I am glad the ancient ones now have that in their databanks. I'm sure they will greatly enjoy that. Pre-flight checklist. Jetpack auto boost. Translator auto equip. Jetpack boost can be triggered with a separate button manual. Oh. Freeze time while translating text. Freezes time while reading translated text. Translator must remain stationary. There's certain periods when time can't be frozen. So that is checked off. Freeze time while reading ship log. Freeze time while talking to others. This will prevent character animations from playing during conversation. No, we can leave that the way it is. I think all of this is fine. I'm kind of upset then that we got pulled in. It said it froze time when we was reading. I am very upset by this. It's a transgression against me. I think that's the Owl Rock. Alright, so we gotta go back to our moon. I'm holding forward. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Just land. Engage autopilot. Autopilot complete. Landing mode. Oh. There we go. We'll just... we'll walk around on foot. Okay, perfect. Just as planned. What do we got here? Esker's signal scope log. Day 48. Still not picking up Rybek's banjo from Brittle Hollow. Sure, they're fine, but I'll feel better once I can hear their music. Day 51. Listen to Chert play for a while today. Unrelated. Someone should tell Porphy and Gosen their flirting is not subtle from an aerial perspective. Did he catch them doing the nasty? Day 55. Banjo music coming in loud and clear today. Sounds like Rybek's doing okay. That oaf, I was worried. Day 63. Today I thought I heard something strange. I don't know. It was probably nothing. Day 70. Nah, it's back again too. Something strange is coming from Timber Hearth. Day 76. Okay, I know this is crazy, but the sound from Timber Hearth sounds exactly like Feldspar's harmonica, but Feldspar disappeared in space ages ago. It can't be them. Day 88. It's still here. This is creepy. Maybe my signal scope is broken. Broken? Groping. My signal scope is groping. I'd better talk to Niece. Yep, I know how to read. I mean, we knew that. I've already found it. Yeah, they definitely have to be connected in some way. I mean, there's no question that the Bramble Hollow, right? And I don't know where I am. Jump. All right, there we go. Oh. Bramble Hollow and the seed that we found. He doesn't have a suit on. You can... Oh, hey, it's you. Do you not breathe? Ground control didn't tell me you were launching. Long time no see. Actually, I guess it's been a long time since I've seen anyone. Don't other travelers come by? The lunar outpost saw more traffic back when our ships were less sophisticated and needed more frequent repairs. Nowadays, it's mostly used to keep a set of eyes on things. Sometimes Chirk comes by to say hi, but Gabbro is Gabbro, and you know how Rybik feels about unnecessary spaceflight. Don't go. I mean, anything else you wanted to ask? Seems lonely up here. A little. I'm in touch with ground control, Hornfells and Gosen mostly, and they radio up to chat now and then. And when ground control forgets I'm up here, and they usually do, I launch my little scout at the village. They forget about you? I don't blame them. For one, I don't check in as often as the other travelers since I'm always in one place. And it's not so bad up here, really. At least it's peaceful and quiet. You don't always get that in our solar system, let alone our village. Is that you whistling? Probably, or actually definitely. The other travelers carry instruments, so they don't bother whistling. You can pick up their music with a signal scope, you know. Best spot for that is the North Pole. Great reception. The North Pole is marked in red on your mini-map, but the Addle Rock is a pretty small moon. Really, just go north. You can't miss it. What is this place? Ha ha, very funny. Oh, stars above, you're serious, aren't you? That's just depressing. Ugh. Welcome to the Lunar Outpost, which apparently the space program doesn't bother to teach anyone anymore. When we first started Outer Wilds, travelers used to bring their ships here all the time for repairs. Our spacefaring technologies improved loads since then, but the older ships tended to fall apart a lot, like way more than they do now. Using the outpost cut down on the number of launches and landings taking place in the village, and also the number of fires. Nowadays, though, it's mostly just me up here, raising saplings from tinder hearth, and keeping an eye on things. So I guess we're done talking to you. Bye-bye! Let's see here. We can't, like, steal anything from him. We can't rob him. Very disappointing. I am all about that hot robbery. Why am I boosting? I'm not boosting. Don't boost me. No one said you could boost. Alright, I don't know where we're going. So, let's just wander. I want to find that, Oh, this. This is what I wanted to find. What is this? What are you? Oh, it's just like a crashed spaceship. Okay. Well, found. Thing found. If I get just flung into space, that's bad. Here we go. Alright, we were in the midst of reading the last time. I was upstairs testing the eye signal locator, and it can hear and follow the signals from the sun, giant, steep, and brittle hollow. However, something strange is happening when I ask the eye signal locator to follow the eye's signal. The device's indicator rotates wildly and never points to just one direction. I noticed that. I see. I most likely calibrated the locator incorrectly. Privet, my apprentice, and I will make adjustments and try once again. An update. Disappointingly, everything is correctly calibrated after all. It saddens me to posit this, my friends, but I believe this locator cannot detect the eye's signal. We would need to build a more sensitive device if we want to locate the eye of the universe. Then we will build it. Don't lose hope, Cassava. Our search for the eye is what brought our clan to this place. We won't give up so easily. This is a curious result. It's possible the eye has stopped calling out its signal. Okay. So, we still have retained all this information, right? They're not... Like, we did all this. I read this? Okay, so now we have all that information. Information acquired. We are now smarter. We are genius now. So it's pointing at whatever planet that is. Banjo planet. So that's the sun. So we go down here, and that'll always point at the sun. And then this is gonna point at whatever the gaseous planet is. Right? This one? Right. And then, since that's supposed to be the eye, right? He said it just rotates wildly. Alright, but they said they'd need something more sensitive, so they built it on the south pole of our planet. Alright, but there's way more to explore here. There's like that whole, like, okay, yep, this. This big ass crater area. Chert's research notes, property of Chert. This is an old crater. The neat thing here is that the composition of the samples I took from the impact site matches the composition of the ice on the outskirts of Dark Bramble. I'd posit that the Addlerock was hit with a piece of the planet that used to be where Dark Bramble now lies. To follow up on, maybe there are more fragments of the old planet Dark Bramble destroyed on other astral bodies in the solar system. Interesting. Can I have your pickaxe? Refuel my jetpack? Sure, why not? Win in Rome, right? So this is a crater. A big-ass crater. Okay. Well, I think we've achieved what we're going to on Addlerock. For now. For now. I am just trying to get out of here. I can't seem to stop moving. I'm just trying to not move for a second. Alright. There we go. Nope. That is a face. There we are. Now we're... Uh-oh. Well. Please land, 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 please land. Oh my god, land. Dude, we're gonna die. Alive! Identified signal nearby? What do you mean? All that matters is that I'm still alive. No flag, no country. Oh. Yeah, but that other guy didn't need oxygen. Oh, was it because he was surrounded by trees? Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I goused it. Alright, back to the ship. Medkit, refuel. Suit comes off. Let's go check out our log here. So, oh. Southern Observatory. That's, oh my goodness. What is that? What's happening? That was a lot. View entry. A lookout platform with a spectacular view of the solar system. Esker uses their signal scope here to keep tabs on the other travelers. Esker is growing a crop of trees at their camp. They seem to be doing okay, but they've probably been alone on the moon for too long. Alright, I think I want to go to that South Pole on our planet here. Ryback headed to Brittle Hollow to investigate something the Nomai were doing at the South Pole. Brittle Hollow. The Nomai decided to build a larger, more sophisticated eye signal locator on Brittle Hollow's South Pole. I don't think Brittle Hollow's our home. I think that's a different planet. Alright, well, I don't know where Brittle Hollow is. See here, map mode. Addle Rock. Ash Twin, Ember Twin. Brittle Hollow, okay, there we go. This is our home, Timber Hearth. Yeah, Brittle Hollow is further out. So we will go towards Brittle Hollow. It's all good. Buckle up. To space! Ash Twin. Nope, wrong direction. Hollow Lantern. Dark Ramble. Brittle Hollow. There we go. Autopilot. Retro rockets. No, I just want to go to the planet. Just jam your face into it. Oh my goodness. It looks oh my god. It's like coming apart. Perfect. We landed. happened? It blew up. It blew up. I was fixing it. Perfect landing. It was a good landing. It was a good landing. Any landing you can walk away from. Exact. We did walk away from it until the ship blew up. it was fine. I was repairing it. What a bastard. Polarmic, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday. I hope you had a great Christmas if you celebrated. If not, you know, nonetheless, I hope your day was fantastic. Yeah, let's just put our suit on. Alright. To space! Once again! Headlights off. No, what planet? Brittle Hollow. There we go. Autopilot. Nothing will go wrong this time. I give you the serial guarantee. Nothing will go wrong. No, abort. Ah, don't abort. Don't abort. It's not beeping this time, so that's a... What? Like a glove? What did it say was broke? Nothing, right? I didn't damage anything. Looks fine to me. I can't... I mean, it's just busted anyways, right? Who cares? To the South Pole! It's fine. Everything fine. No problems. Probably should have landed closer to the South Pole. We're definitely going to suffocate out here. Totes my goat's gonna die. Totes my goats. Whee! Oh, it's Winter Wonderland here. What are you splooging about? Oh, neat. A housing bubble. I do enjoy a good housing bubble. Now, is there an entrance? The housing bubble. There is, right here. I'm gonna steal their ship. You go get mine. I'm here. I did it. I put the ship down safely. I did not. in that the ship went down and I didn't sustain bodily harm, a few minor repairs, and it's like the ship never even hit those rocks. That's what I'm saying. One of my better attempts. Feldspar would barely have laughed at me, I bet. That's the good news. The bad news, I haven't found a way inside the structure yet. The door is broken, and I know I'm not great at exploring, but I think I would have found a different entrance by now if there were one. Probably. I can't get inside from here, but I know there are paths below the surface. I'm going to head north to the ruins on the equator, try to find a way down. Equatorial ruins. We are definitely gonna die. You're definitely going to die. There's no question. We don't find some form of oxygen sometime soon. It's oh, is that a tree? It's tree-like. No, not a tree. That's okay. There's something over there. Those are trees, though. Lovely, lovely trees for me's. I guess I chose the right direction to go towards the ruins? It's like there's something up here. Well, I'm getting up there. Oh, let's read this first. Plume. The trees are moving. The trees in this grove wander about freely. The entire plant, roots and all. This is not normal, even for this alien planet. And I never see them move. That even possible? If anyone else witnesses this disturbing behavior, I implore you, record your observations here. Either these trees are aberrant, or my brain must be. Aberrant. Plume is right. The trees do move. I confess I didn't notice until I read his notes. Alarmingly, it isn't only the trees, there is other matter in this area, such as that unusual shard of rock moving in this same eerie way. That rock is unusual for another reason too, Thatch. It possesses color and texture I've never seen elsewhere on this planet. Hypothesis: this rock shard's presence is significant. We should study it. Could it be what is causing other nearby objects to also move about this area? So that's not the first time we've seen something like that. In the museum, there was also a rock of questionable movement. Okay, good. Ah, did it. Plume, Felix, and I have determined this atypical shard of rock is the reason objects in this grove are behaving in a quantum manner. Of note, a unique signal is coming from this shard. Curiously, our friend the Wandering Moon sounds the same. I've also heard the same signal this shard produces calling out from Giant Deep, Timber Hearth, and the Hourglass Twins. Suppose there are other shards like this one. The only other object we've observed displaying this quantum behavior is the Wandering Moon. I imagine the moon's behavior and this grove are related. Inner note from earlier, Felix mentions this strange type of rock isn't found elsewhere on Brittle Hollow. What if it isn't originally from this planet? Hypothesis: this quantum shard is from the wandering quantum moon. Perhaps it is even a small piece of the moon itself. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is safe. totally fine and... Oh, we're good. Sure. No one's gonna die! Like an elevator of sorts, I guess. Entrance to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Southern Observatory. I just want to get in there. Launch Scout. Why would I launch the Scout into that? I don't know what's exploding. Kablam! I guess we should go down? Oh, yeah. Bones, 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 more bones. Oh yeah, sure. Why not? Whee! Oh god. Oh god. How do I put you on the wall? I don't, I guess. I don't know where the hell I am. Oh, that'd be bad. Oh. Just eating itself. Okay. No! I was supposed to get on the wall. Neat, I guess. Sorta. Sure, why not? Not much we can do about that now, is there? Ow. I don't know where I'm going. Yeah, we're just mindlessly wandering. Cha! Yep, that didn't hurt. I definitely thought this was where I wanted to go. 3 minutes. Yeah, we're dead. Oh, uh-oh. Fuck. Welcome to the White Hole Station. If you fell through the black hole by accident, don't worry, you aren't the first. This warp tower can return you to Brittle Hollow. Every warp tower is tuned to a specific astral body. A tower's warp can only be used during the brief window when the tower is aligned with its corresponding astral body. In this case, Brittle Hollow. If you look up while the station is rotating, you can see the alignment happens when the astral body is directly overhead. You must be standing on the warp platform on the floor during this alignment to be warped. So that's just like showing a diagram. I got this projection stone. No real way to use it. Oh, oh, oh. What? Oh. Ah. What? Can walk on the walls. I don't see a place to use it. Oh. What am I doing? I guess I found the moon. It is. Return warp status charge. Step into the warp receiver. Charge active. Return warp. Departure time. Arrival time. So it's not the moon. Okay. Well, we're somewhere. The Hanging City. I got this rock. I'd like to plug in somewhere. He's so lost. To our friends on Brittle Hollow, I just warped here from the White Hole Station on the other side of Brittle Hollow's black hole. Our design work, we've successfully recreated warp travel. I don't know how close it is to Anona's original design, but as long as what we've built works, then I'm delighted. I knew we could do it. Cassava, I hope you're reading this. I did not mean to fall into that. Wait, This can't be correct. Clary, have you seen these readings? If they were accurate, they would violate causality. There must be an equipment error somewhere. I'm returning to the Whitehole station. If you en route meet me there, we can run a full diagnostic and hopefully locate the problem. Don't tell Cassava. This is wonderful news. I can't wait to see the warp tower, although it's been a long time since I've jumped through a black hole. That can't go in here, can it? I don't know what I have. Oh, here we go. Rami and I reviewed the records you sent, Poke, and they appear to show Nomai are arriving at the warp receiver on Brittle Hollow slightly before departing the Whitehole station. I understand it's exceedingly odd, but Clary and I have tested and restarted the equipment and the result's the same every time someone warps. The interval's incredibly minuscule, roughly 100,000th of a second. Do you suppose our instruments can accurately measure time to such a small degree? As I've already told Rami, these measurements can't be accurate. How can a Nomai arrive on Brittle Hollow before he or she ever stepped into the teleporter? The implications are absurd. Poke, as Pi is confident the reading is inaccurate, she's kindly helping me attempt to recreate this phenomenon at the High Energy Lab. We're designing an experiment to take more data. An update. Poke, the High Energy Lab is in the canyon on Ember Twins Equator. Come here at once, you need to see this. I don't disagree. It would mean I've inadvertently broken several fundamental theories regarding this universe. We would have to reconsider all our beliefs about the nature of time. Yes, I hope so too. Is that the station? No idea what the hell we're looking at. It's cool that each of these things has like multi-use, like you can put it into a wall to read and there's some sort of like visual aspect of things. I like that. I don't know where the hell we are. What planet am I on? Aw, what's the down there? I will follow hole. I will fall in hole. Let me fall in hole. Right, that's how we got here. Fuel level critical. Uh-oh. I don't even know what planet we're on. If I'm on Brittle Hollow, shouldn't my ship be here? I really thought my ship was on this planet. Not as though it makes a whole lot of difference. Hoocha! Has anyone observed the phantom moon that sometimes greets us in the night sky? Your thoughts interest me. I'm interested in your playful moon. Is it much like its violent friend, Hollow's lantern? This moon isn't volcanic to my unaided eyes. Sometimes it leaves its friend, a hollow's lantern, for nights at a time. The nights the moon circles this planet appear random. It seems to travel as it likes. I compliment your eyes. How do you imagine it disappears? Hypothesis, could it be a shift in the light spectrum? So maybe this is when we were down on Timber Hearth. We were at the radio tower, and the guy had taken a bunch of pictures, and he said, I think I see an anomaly. Maybe it was the moon that was paired up with Brittle Hollow. Suppose this moon is too shy to show its face. Imagine if there were 2 volcanic moons. Then I imagine there'd be none of us left. Hypothesis, there can exist too much lava. I'd strongly prefer we test the null hypothesis. Thought I was dead. Three minutes of oxygen remain. We're fucked. That's probably like what I wanted there is probably like interplanet thing. So we're at the North Pole. I don't know where my... How do I know where my ship is? Ping it! Not showing up anywhere. You are here. Right. But where's my ship? I would just like to go, you know, towards my ship. So that, you know, I don't die. We've adventured something today. Okay. Not going that way. I think we're dead. I think we're dead. I don't have any more fuel. There's no oxygen around here. Yeah, we're dead. Oh, good. Jetpack. Feldspar spared jetpack fuel. It's annoying to schlep across the planet to the ship if I can't use my jetpack, so I'm leaving this. Okay, well, we're getting warped out anyways. I'd say that we accomplished something there. What? I don't know, but I'd say we accomplished something. Something. Boy, things just happen. Things just happen. I'm like, huh? 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 There's a lot to take in, isn't there? Can you guess who? It's a mystery. Alright, well, let's see what we've learned on our ship. I would still want to get back into that laboratory. We got to go back to Hollow Brain Mom. Hollow Mom. Hollow Mom. Holla, 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 holla. Quantum Shard. Quantum Signal. Quantum Signal. Quantum Signal. Whitehole Station. Northern Glacier. High Energy Lab. Quantum Moon. Very interesting stuff. Now, I was doing this, though, right? Ryback headed to Brittle Hollow to investigate something the Nomai were doing at the South Pole. Ryback landed their ship near the big dome at the South Pole. The door leading inside was broken, so they decided to head north to the ruins on the equator in search of a way beneath the surface. And we found our way beneath the surface, but it didn't do me any good. There's a door to the observatory on the surface, but it's broken. Yeah, we saw that. Alright, well, let's go back there and keep trying to find our way in. There's got to be something there. I think I missed something. But, I mean, on the plus side, I mean, I missed something, but we also found something. So that's all equally exciting, I think. Like, I didn't have the intention of doing that, and it happened, and I'm happy it happened. The autopilot crashed. That's not my fault. The autopilot did that. You can't blame me. I can't be blamed for the autopilot. Okay, this is cool. Cool. That could have gone way worse. Sklorp, sklorp, sklorp. I mean, who needs a damn headlight? Huh. Oh. Alright, we could go down in a second. I want to go up towards that, whatever that beacon is. Thatch, is everyone unharmed? No one was badly injured from the escape pod's impact. We're incredibly fortunate. This is good news, at least. We have heard from escape pod 2 or 3. No, I'm unable to make contact. My equipment can hear the other 2 escape pods' distress signals, however. If it's any comfort, both pods must be structurally intact. I'll continue calling for them. My gratitude if we can. Thatch, the moon is approaching again. Everyone brace yourselves swiftly. The volcanic moon has returned. Be cautious of falling ash and debris. I believe the moon has passed. This planet doesn't appear eager to have guests. We are certainly unwelcome on its surface. We need to find shelter, and quickly. The volcanic moon won't be gone for long. I observed several promising sites below the surface, but we'll need to construct a way for everyone to climb safely down this cliff. Perhaps we could build platforms. So this was one of the planets the Nomai crashed on. So this is an escape pod of the Nomai, and this is their beacon that's like an SOS of sorts. Escape pod 1 distress beacon. All right, a distress beacon. That's a better way of putting it, I guess. Neat. We get to explore a Nomai sort of ship. Hell yeah. Scanning external environment, scan complete, minor structural instabilities detected, pockets of breathable air detected, adequate solar energy detected, verdict hospital. Collision imminent, preparing for impact. Launching escape pod 3, launching escape pod 2, now launching escape pod 1. Escape pod 1 vessel has been mortally injured, emergency sequence activate, awaiting departure from vessel. Oh, hold on. Let's read that. Emergency escape hatch. I assume that's, moon. Use caution, a black hole sleeps below. You must not slip. I don't think it's a black hole. Planets aren't filled with black holes. I don't know where to go now. This way? Ah. Of note, be sure not to wander far from here, though this area is somewhat unstable. It's safer than any we've found so far. The temporary settlement's finished, but remember to be cautious of falling rocks and dust created by meteor impacts. It's like you can walk on the ceiling over there. I'm gonna follow actual path though. Oh! Right, what do we have here? Keep doing that. Given concerns about our settlement stability, where should we construct a new, less temporary shelter? We need to stay close to the escape pods so Felix can monitor incoming messages. We can't be rescued if we aren't present to respond. I don't believe anyone is coming to save us, Thatch. Now we must save ourselves. I agree. We're here because the Eye's signal called to us and we followed. If we were able to find it, we need to not merely survive, but thrive. This is a wise point, Plume, and eloquently made. If moving to the Northern Glacier will keep us safer, then that is what we should do. And we were at the Northern Glacier already, and that's what showed us about the White Station, I guess. I believe we should migrate to the Northern Glacier. Building beneath the crust again would shelter us from the volcanic moon's eruptions. What if we use gravity crystals to craft a stable path? So that's what we're going to take there, but let's not do that yet. Let's look around more in this settlement. We can? Like there's a bunch of stuff down there too. This knowledge is too dear to lose. Here is everything we can recall about the signal we encountered while aboard the vessel, which I'm assuming is the ship that they were on before it had issues and they needed to escape, jettison. The signal was older than the universe itself. This is the most significant detail. No Nomai clan has ever encountered anything like it. How can anything in this universe be older than the universe itself? Imagine what rare and profound knowledge it might offer. We must find this eye of the universe. The signal looked like an eye, round with a circle at the center, much like a pupil. Suppose the signal was looking for something.
Information.
That's the ship something attacked the ship. So maybe something about bramble. Because it looks like vines, like thorny vines and stuff. Alright, well, I guess we have to find our way down there eventually. Oops. Okay, so out we go. Maybe. Oh my god, this place is huge. That's really unfortunate. What is that? Yeah, alright, well, it's probably not the thing I wanted to... Where's the... I'm fucked. Where was the... Uh-oh! Oh, we're dead. I don't see the station anymore. Oh, I'm gonna run out of oxygen anyways. Daggone it. Ow. Oh, that killed me. I thought I was like slightly above it. It was a short day. It was a sad day. And we got a little bit more information, just not as much as I would have liked. We have to go back through that area again, I guess. Wonder what all that sparkling is, and then... Oh! That's what crashes over here, right? So something comes from there, and that crashes here? That blue thing? Alright, I want to go back to Brittle Hollow again. Let's just get out of the orbit of our, What? I matched velocity. Okay. No, not those. I'm so confused. I'm so damn confused. Cool. Cool. Alright. We have righted our ship here. Perfect. Nary an issue. Whee! Everything is just fun. It looks like everything's back. That's nice, I guess, because, you know, the day restarts, all the structures and stuff are back to how they were. The only downside is that, like, everything that I've read before is not read anymore, which is, mildly confusing. Alright. So I think I was trying to... I don't know which side we were going to. How about this one? See all these homes and stuff. They must have been here quite a while to construct all this, yeah? Is the hardest part of this tragedy not knowing who we may have lost, or will the hardest part come later when we learn? Be well, Aunt Melloray. I guess we ended up in the black hole again? How? That's not good. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how I ended up back in the black hole. In we go, though. Alright. Maybe like a chunk of the planet broke off and got pulled into there. Well, I don't think that I need to walk around with that anymore. We got information from that. I think we're good. And zap. That's cool. You get to see it rotate. We're not where I wanted to be. The ship is only 405 meters away, but I don't quite know what to do here. We explored these ruins. I guess I didn't read the message. It's annoying to schlep across the planet to the ship if I can't use my jetpack, so I'm leaving this here. I checked with my little scout. I do too use it, Hornfells, you burnt marshmallow. And the scout's integrity reading said the piece of brittle hollow is as stable as any, but who knows? If the fuel's still around, feel free to use it. If not, well, wherever you're reading this, No, I'm sure you've got bigger problems. Oh. I always have problems. That's the problem. There's no way to reverse this. Looks like a priest or something like that, but I can't quite be sure. Not quite sure where to go from here. Want to go back and explore again. Seems like I'm doomed whenever I go over there, though. Doomed! I can just jetpack into the massive crevasse.
Mass crevasse.
Ow. Whoops. Isn't smart. Well, I got oxygen, even if I, like, broke my shin bones. We got oxygen. Alright, we got another, settlement. Ghost matter. And I'm probably gonna die if I go anywhere near it. It said light campfire. The journey here from the South Pole has been, I'm going to go with harrowing because of the, all the meteors, but hey, at least I made it here unconcussed and not on fire. Okay, let's see. I poked around a little, and there's some sort of old Nomai path that starts across from my campsite inside the ruined building with trees growing out of it. Doesn't look like anything horrible, just stairs leading down. I can handle stairs. After I get my supplies together, I'll follow the path and see where it leads. Cool. I don't understand why we have marshmallows, but it's hilarious. It's okay to eat marshmallows here. Oh my. One with all the trees growing out of it? I thought that's where we were. When's the one with all the trees growing? This one? Aha! Oh, okay. The crystals are a little disorienting, I will say. It's cool. Definitely disorienting. Gravity Crystal Workshop. Here's something. Gravity Cannon. Who writes that? Who writes? Well, that was deeply unpleasant. I made it this far, though. Guess that's the part to focus on and not how I'll eventually have to get back up that path. But, wow. This place sure is something. Looks like the Hanging City is north from here, and east is Gravity Canyon. I definitely want to see that. And another thing, I'm detecting oxygen from somewhere below, which is good since I used up a lot of my supplies screaming during the trip down from the surface. As soon as I stop dry heaving, I'm going to head farther down below so I can refill my tank. Pictograms. Tower. 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 So this is stuff that powers. So something in the middle is providing power to the South Pole eyeball thing. Eye detector. That's what I'm guessing. Tower. Tower. Yeah, it's got to be what it is. Looks like it's coming from down there. The Hanging City. I think that's where I was. And got sucked into the black hole. Well, at least we made it back over here. That's good to know. I don't know how we got over here. That's the downside. I'm not quite sure how we got over here. Oh, there we go. Ryback, found you. Oh, you launched. That's great. Great job, you. Wow. I guess that means I've been out here a while, huh? Well, this is Brittle Hollow, but you probably knew that. A lot of history here. It's great. What are you doing here? I'm here to see the Hanging City. It's always been my dream to see it with my own 4 eyes, ever since I was a hatchling. An alien race lived in this solar system long before our species even existed. How could I not want to see what their civilization was like? Only, you've probably heard the others say it, right? I'm afraid of space. Seriously, I'm more surprised than anybody that I'm out here. Do you want to know how I even got this far? I fell. Tripped over a gravity crystal. It's dumb luck. I landed somewhere my little scout says is halfway stable, instead of being sucked into what's below. I've been gauging the stability of the ground around me using the little scout, and this seems to be the place with the best surface integrity, so I'm just gonna stay here until I'm ready to move on. But that's enough about me and my problems. You didn't come all this way to listen to me blather, did you? Heh, that'd be, yeah. I learned something. Oh, cool. What is it? I found the Nomai escape pod on Brittle Hollow. Wow. So then the Nomai probably came here from somewhere outside the solar system. And they must have been in trouble when they launched their escape pod. But what kind of trouble? And where did the escape pod launch from? I'm so curious. This is an amazing discovery. I hope we can find out more about how and why the Nomai arrived here. I learned something. I saw the old settlement. Isn't it amazing? Hard to believe the settlement's still standing, but there it is. It really makes you appreciate living somewhere like Timber Hearth. You know, somewhere that isn't being constantly bombarded with meteors and rocks and stuff? Thanks for the follow. Where should I explore here? You love Rybeck? He seems okay. We just met him. Maybe I'll hate him. Or maybe I'll love him. Oh, wow. Where shouldn't you explore here? Not the black hole, actually. That's very... No. Well, I've already been in there a couple of times. Which is unfortunate because the most exciting stuff is all below the crust, including the Hanging City. That's just to the north. You can kind of see it from here. There's also this big dome to the south called the Southern Observatory. You can't get inside from the surface, trust me, I tried, but if it's like the rest of the Nomai structures here, there's probably a path to it beneath the crust somewhere. I've been looking for that. Good luck with exploring. If you learn anything about the Nomai, I'd love to hear it. If it's not too much trouble. What are you doing out here? Me? I'm an archaeologist, remember? Or, the archaeologist, I guess. Seeing as I'm all timber hearths got right now, Brittle Hollow is rich with Nomai history. That's why I'm here. This planet is an absolute treasure trove of culture, history, and science. If you have any questions about the Brittle Hollow Nomai, I'm your Hearthian. Or, I have some knowledge of them, so maybe I can help. Also, welcome on in, Play Outer Wilds. I hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. How you doing? Alright, well, we'll see you later. Buddy old pal. Get some fuel. We should probably find stuff. Should probably go find stuff. He said north. And when we're in something 3D, it's kind of hard to discern north. The Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Does that exist? I don't think it exists. Maybe it does. Alright, to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge! Uh-oh, there's no Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Okay. Ow. And we're back out here again. Perfect! as usual. Like the 7th time I have found my way here. Ow. Ah! Oh! Haha! Like a glove. Gonna plummet on down. I guess we can just wait to get warped back to Brittle Hollow. Oh well. We were making progress until we weren't. It's my fault that that I warped myself into nothing. I saw that there was nothing there, and I thought to myself, this is still a good idea. Alright, I don't know where that, those ruins were. I know that they were in a direction. I'm just not quite sure of what direction that direction was. Somewhere here. It was on the planet. It would be good to know so that just in case in the future, that I was just wondering. Oh, is there stuff that gets marked? We'll just go this way. Wherever this leads me. It looks like we're going towards my ship. Nope. That is wrong. That is wrong. Oh. Well, I guess we're getting sucked back down. Hi, giant orb of forgetfulness. That's alright. Hey, we learn things. We learn things. It's just reset button time. We didn't get as much accomplished as I would have liked to have, but we got stuff. I feel good about that. I feel good about it. It wasn't great, but we learned. And learning is half the battle. So we see something crash here, like things eject. Like that's a thing that gets ejected. From whatever that is. And it's rotating around that planet. At some point we're gonna have to go check that out. But not now. Now is not the time. The time is to go back to Brittle Hollow and to try to continue to do what I thought I was accomplishing. Escape Pod 1, Old Settlement, the Hanging City. Alright. We found Rybek's camp, so that's helpful. And we are looking for the Southern Observatory, though. The Nomai device created to pinpoint the source of distant signals. The Nomai were disappointed by their failure to detect a signal from something called the Eye of the Universe. Right. Yeah, we're learning about that. Rybek has set up camp at the bottom of the crossroads. Their excitement at being surrounded by so much Nomai history is matched only by their terror of the black hole. Rybek is Timberheart's only archaeologist. They overcame their fear of space to explore Brittle Hollow's treasure trove of Nomai culture. The Nomai decided to build a larger, more sophisticated eye signal locator on Brittle Hollow's South Pole. That's what we're trying to get into. Rybek says you can't get into the observatory from the surface. They tried, but there's probably a path to it beneath the crust somewhere. That's what we're looking for. That is what we're looking for. No, that wasn't you. Was it this? No, you. Escape pod, yeah. One of 3 Nomai escape pods that crashed in our solar system. All 3 escape pods were launched from something called the vessel, which was badly damaged, which it looked like something from whatever the Bramble planet is. Maybe? Old settlement. Yes, we are still working at the looking at the old settlement. The Nomai constructed a temporary settlement beneath their crashed escape pod. The Nomai worked together to recall an eye-shaped signal they encountered while aboard the vessel. The signal was somehow older than the universe itself. The Nomai decided to call it the Eye of the Universe. The Nomai abandoned this settlement over growing concerns about its stability. The Nomai decided to migrate from the old settlement to the northern glacier. They used gravity crystals to craft a stable path beneath the surface. There's a huge Nomai city just to the north of Rybek's campsite, which we weren't, I don't think we found, or maybe that is what I found. Maybe that is the old settlement. I don't think we've been to the Hanging City. Alright, but that's where we're going. That's where we're headed again. Back to Brittle Hollow. To out of the space. Alright, where is planet? There it is. You. You're the one I want to get to. Why can't we be friends? 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 Oh, no, 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 no. All right, we'll land. Laying close to here because I still want to explore this. Ow. It's my ship. That's my boat. Lieutenant Dan. That's my boat. Alright, perfect. Works for me. I didn't crash. Badly. That's all that matters. Right, the last time I was here, I got sucked into the black hole while exploring, which was obviously not ideal. Right, maybe everything can just stop breaking. Oh! Or not, you know, everything can just break, that's fine. Also. Alright, so one of these areas just like crumbled. Like broke off and fell into the black hole. Alright, well. Sure, let's go over here. Why not? We're just meandering. We're wandering. We don't have any real idea of what we're looking for. Just information and stuff. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. This will work. Okay. Also okay. Don't know what happened there. We can hear the other escape pod's distress signals, which gives me hope. Foley, are you still here? I am unsure how to survive in this place without you. I am unsure how to be me without you. Okay. A little bit of meaningless lore there. Oh, there was a tree. Neat. I want to go this way. There was definitely, yup, something right there. I can't understand why did the vessel crash in that place. We warped to follow that curious signal from the eye of the universe. Where we arrived was wrong. Wasn't where we tried to go. Suppose it wasn't a problem with the vessel, but with our destination. I'm afraid for our friends in Escape Pod 3. Was the vessel unwell in some way? No, Anona and I checked before the warp, and the warp core and navigation system were both well. The vessel's just like their mothership. Oh, see, there it goes. I think that's what happened to me. I think I was on that one and it just crumbled in. So, like something attacked it, maybe? It looks like that's the Bramble. So they're following. This is their ship, I'm assuming, and this is the signal that they were going towards. And then some Bramble thing attacked them, ensnared them, and I'm not sure what any of this is. Maybe that's the escape pods. Maybe those are the escape pods that got sent out. So something's still nearby in like the Bramble area. And then that's the hourglass planet thing that's closer in, the twin planet, the Ash. And I guess this is Hollow. I'm making guesses there. They're probably right. I mean, I'm not more oxygen, sure. Seems right. Just shadows. Okay. And that is a roof, so there's no going up. Like 99% of the time, the game's been fine, and every once in a while, oh shit, it just starts to randomly chug along. Right, so the planet's pretty much just collapsing right now. Alright, maybe we can try to get back up and, take that walkway path. That's at all possible. Why'd I get back up? I don't think this is the way to do it. Try, though. Oops. Okay, this is the main? Yes. So over here, and there's the walkway. Alright, let's go try going over here. It's so disorienting. I don't know where I'm going, but we're going somewhere. It sounds like somebody's playing like crystal stemware. You just have like a moist finger and are rubbing it. Oh god. Okay, I don't know where I'm headed. I came over here. I feel like this was just a big lie. Oh, look at that. Okay. What? Oh well. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, up, up, forward, towards. Well, eh, it happened. It happened. Man, that sucks. I wasn't quite sure what was going on there, and then I fell. I was trying to get my bearings and just was never quite able to actually achieve them. What? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any fuel or anything in here, so... Oh, do I have to fire it up again? Yeah, I think so. Down. Cool. Cool. I've been playing for 4.5 hours already? That's crazy. Sure doesn't feel like it, I'll tell you that. It sure doesn't feel like it. Alright, so there... Is this oxygen or is this fuel? This is fuel, right? Thank goodness. Okay, I'm never quite sure how to... go about here? Like, there's definitely a way back to Rybeck from around here, and I'm not quite sure how to do it. It also could possibly be because, you know, the planet's crumbling and pieces are slowly just falling off. Probably not kill myself here either. Would like to try to find that small settlement. The ruins again. Is that the... Huh. Okay. Didn't know that's what I was headed towards. I don't know... entirely safe that is. Here. Right, we're right here. We might as well get some fuel and stuff. Healings. I guess just head back to where I was before, or attempt to head back to where I was. Literally everything is falling apart underneath your feet. Okay, was it up here? Alright, what is this? Like the third time's the charm? Maybe we can, like, actually find a place to go? I think we're oh, shit. I don't understand why it does that sometimes. Very unfortunate. I got moisture on me. Unfortunate moisture. It's too cold. It's not even that cold anymore. Alright. I think my hand's okay. I don't want to touch the controller if it's a little water in here. Get a smoosh of water from my water jug. Smoosh. Oh, that's a smoosh of water. It's a smoosh of water. A lovely smooch. Do I? Do I? Oakley dokley. All right, let's go. I think the ice area is the right way to go towards. But once I got in there, I wasn't quite sure where else to go. I think we're trying to find our way into the, I think we're going south, right? Or at least attempting to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Woo. All right, so that plummeted into the planet. Trying to get into that Southern Observatory or Science Center or whatever. Alright, but where after this? What am I doing after that? Oh. Right here, yeah? I didn't notice that the last time. I didn't see the other crystals. Okay, this is not where I expected us to be going. Everything is like crumbling. Dig the music. This looks safe. Okay, pretty sure I don't want to take that up. Oh, we can run through the ghost matter, right? And go! No, it's pretty quick. You died pretty quick to that, huh? Okay, but on the plus side, discoveries have been made, and we are moving towards good stuff now. I've never been over there before, so that was cool. I shouldn't have tried to run through that, or at least I should have, or at least I should have, tried to, wow. That was like, hey, would you like to give up your frames? And I was like, yes, please. Yes, yes, very much, please. I think one of the first lessons I've learned in this game is give up your, always wear your suit. Always wear your suit. Who needs landing mode when you have careen out of control mode? Like a glove. Can't be easier. Really can't be easier. Alright. I at least have an idea of where we need to go, so don't run through the ghost matter. That's the stuff that gets you done dead. It looked like when one of these went down, there was something I still would have liked to have seen inside it, so... Before this plummets all the way down... Not plummeting yet. That is not the door I wanted to go through. Alright, whatever. Let's just go to where I wanted to go. We know what we need to do. Not die. that's number one. Not die. Curious how we're gonna get by all that ghost matter. Very curious how we're gonna find our way by that. Maybe... I don't know how high it extends. Maybe I can find a way to... Seem different. Jump by it. This game is strange and crazy. Like, exploration is not like your standard exploration. You're in a big 3D environment. I was going down here, right? But it doesn't matter. I'm not inside the ghost matter, right? Oh, neat. Up. Need a wall. Ooh. Lovely. Probably have one in here. Yes, we will. Perfect. All right, let's put down scroll first. Let's read this one. Explanation of festivals. All the Nomai clans from all over the universe meet in one place to share what they've learned in science and art. It's called the festival. Don't forget festivals happen every 10 years. At some festivals, one clan's big discovery can mean all the Nomai get to advance too, like Anona's warp core, which made it so everyone can warp long distances and explore more. Each clan has a festival envoy to show their most interesting work. Our envoy was Thatch. We can't go because we're stuck here, but Felix says we used to go too. A single festival could last a long, long time. That was really boring. Let's find out what we got in this one. There was also one in the wall behind us. Why we should build a new vessel. Each Nomai clan explores the universe in its own vessel. The vessel is the heart of every clan. It's unusual for Nomai to remain in one place for so long. Nomai are wanderers and have no permanent home. You know what they remind me of? What were they called? Not the Asari. The people with helmets that created the Borg in Mass Effect. Those are all proper terms too. They kind of remind me of that. They don't have a home, and I was right in assuming they were nomads with the name Nomad. Solarians. Is that it? No. Whatever. My brain is just toasty. If we built a new vessel, we could return to our adventurous way of life. Imagine all the new places we could go. Our clan wouldn't be stuck here in the star system. Tali, right? Her name was Tali. We would even meet with other Nomai and learn from them, like Coleus says we used to. So they basically sent people off into the reaches of the universe, and then they would come back every 10 years to share what they had learned with everyone else. It probably wouldn't be hard to get parts if we stopped building other new things, and if we broke down other structures like the towers on Ash Twin for parts. We might have to build a smaller vessel for now, even though vessels are normally large, but we could make it bigger later once we reach planets, more resources. It would also help if we stopped building so many things to search for the Eye of the Universe. I asked Yarrow, and he says we use lots of resources on the Ash Twin project. We could even have a warp core for jumping long distances like vessels have. Poke tells me she plans to make a very advanced warp core for a different project. I'm sure she could connect it to the vessel for travel because Poke is smart. I think that takes care of that one. So we can put that down and let's go check out this one. So now we're getting like history of... How has nobody done that? How am I the first person doing some of this stuff? It doesn't make sense. Like, if our civilization's been around long enough to have space travel, how am I the one that's doing this? Formation of this universe. No one knows how this universe was made, but one thing we do know is everything used to be very hot and very dense, tightly packed together. As this early universe expanded, it also cooled down. Once it had cooled down enough, particles were able to group together to form things like galaxies, stars, and planets. Since then, space has continued to expand at a faster and faster rate, which is hard to think about for too long without your brain hurting. I agree with this. This universe will keep getting colder and larger until one day the stars and the life they support will all die. That's scary to think about, even though Connoy tells me it won't happen in our lifetimes, but it'll happen in someone else's someday. Very true. All of that is true. Also frightening to think about. Okay. So that was just like, I think maybe we got a little bit of something there. Not what I expected, but I think we got a little bit of something. Alright, not quite sure where I want to be headed now. Not towards the ghost matter. Yeah, that's the black hole right there. We're really close. I think I might want to go over there. That's where we were. That's how we got up here. That's not a good sound. Something broke off. I don't know if it's what we're on. No. Behind me. I think I've been in here before, haven't I? Yes, I have, because that's where the ghost matter is. Aha. Yeah. Haven't been over here. Oh, this looks interesting. This looks promising. What do we have here? Black Hole Forge District. Eye Shrine District. Meltwater District. School District. Come again? Okay. Is that what I just did? So we're in Meltwater? 2? 2. This is the Hanging City then, I assume. It's gotta be. I think I saw this from above. I don't think this connects to anything. It's just big and open. Nope, that's our buddy. You know what? Let's just refuel over here, I guess. That'll make life hard. Uh-oh! I thought it was done for there. Yeah, we are definitely not done. Alright, so back across the bridge. I think this is where I was. I'm actually not sure. I think that whatever broke off there destroyed the bridge here. I'm not sure. That was different. If these are the elevators, then yeah, maybe. We're on Meltwater. No reason not to look around, though. If we can. Black Hole Forge Controls. That did something. It moved that structure. Oh, it's just a... Ash Twin Project requires a powerful, highly advanced warp core. How should we obtain it? Great. Insertion. We could craft a new advanced warp core inspired by the vessel's warp core. Abandoning the vessel's warp core and its casing means losing valuable knowledge. This is true, however, it's knowledge we have little hope of recovering. It would be best to relearn, I think. I would very much like to craft such a powerful core. More relevantly, I believe the Black Hole Forge and crew, Black Hole Forge crew and I could recreate the basic design. This is the safest path for our clan. Is the safest path the best one? Our goal is worth the risk. Is it though? We've tried for so long to find something that I and others now believe might be impossible to find. If the search for the eye is a futile one, we should choose the option with the least potential for harm. The greatest challenge here, I think, is we don't have the design for such a powerful core or any of the original crafters of the vessel's core. No, but Poke was apprenticed by Anona, who created the original design, and the Black Hole Forge is adept at crafting simpler cores. I think we found Anona somewhere. Or at least people had referenced her before. Oops. I believe I can be of use here. The vessel's warp core was created before my time, but Anona explained many of the designs to me. Not landing. Aha, there we go. Solution 1. We could retrieve the warp core from the vessel. This would require a return to Dark Bramble, Plume. My father said many good Nomai perished there. My mentor, Colas, and his old mentor once discovered and studied an anglerfish fossil on Ember Twin. Using that knowledge, we could avoid the anglerfish entirely. So the anglerfish is going to be a problem trying to go there. Alright, got it. My mentor, Colas, I think we've seen him actually speak before. And his old mentor studied. So it makes you think that they were here for a while. The Nomai were here for a while. They were, I mean, if we're having generations of people, I mean, they said they had a school here. I remember that anglerfish fossil. We used to play in Fossil Fish Cave when we were children. Fossil Fish Cave. What Melleray and I learned from that fossil would theoretically help us evade the anglerfish, but our hypothesis was never tested on a live specimen. The vessel's warp core is broken. At best, recall those present when the vessel crashed said it sustained lethal injuries. There is no guaranteed reward for the risk. And here's the thing. The vessel's warp core is broken. Recall those present when the vessel crashed said it sustained lethal injuries. So I think they regrouped with other people as well. At least that's what that seems to be insinuating. Even if it no longer functions, the old core could be available. Even if it no longer functions, the old core could be a valuable blueprint, provided we're able to transport it back here. Perhaps we could still repair it. My grandmother told me there was little time to assess the nature or extent of the damage. Alright, I feel like we actually, gained some good knowledge there. That felt good. I feel strange trying to recreate Anona's warp core without him. At times, it still feels strange to no longer be his very young apprentice, and for the Black Hole Forge to be in my care and not his. Hypothesis: this will always feel strange, even though my time with him was short. I miss my old mentor and deeply. To have the chance to try is thrilling, but I don't want to disappoint everyone. I think I can do this probably, but what if excitement has clouded my assessment of my own abilities? Still, all I can give is my best, and as Anona would say, should my best prove insufficient, then we will find another way to achieve what's needed. I have Clary and Root in the Forge, and I have my clan. I am not alone. Was I wrong in volunteering to build it? I was born in this star system and never saw Anona's warp core with my own 3 eyes. I only know what he taught me. What if I've bitten off a larger portion than I can consume? It's really interesting. So for generations they were here. I mean, that's without question. For generations, the Nomai were here in this system. But it was still long before even us. Alright, yeah, sure. Kind of scared where this is going to bring me, though. I want to get into the, yeah, let's not try to drop down there. Want to... That black forge. The black hole forge. There's probably more to explore, but... Where am I? Oh, that was my head. Wow. Okay, well that's good to know that it's right by these ruins. Alright, we gotta go down. We'll just follow the water here. And that should lead me back to that entrance. Somewhere. Uh-oh. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Forge went like dead up the center, so kind of what we want to keep going up. It's right up here, which I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is, and that's a problem. But probably a lot of more information to be gleaned in this area. We might have to come back here. It's fine. It looks like there's stuff over there. Like, right in there. That looks like stuff that I would like to check out, but I don't think that I have a way to... Well, maybe. Whoops. Can we actually go forward? It's hard to tell. Really is hard to tell, like, your position and stuff. The nice thing is that... Oh god. Oh god. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, don't you know. Wasn't holding anything other than down. Down. Alright, there we go. Very nice. I think that's the second time we've fallen in here today, right? So things should be open, maybe? Where am I? Is it moving? We have not done it yet today. Great. That's cool. I mean, that means that, you know, I was making decent progress. The nice thing is that I know how to get back in there pretty quickly, which is great. There'll be fuel right nearby, too. Or at least I think I know how to get back in. I can't believe I overshot that so far. I think it's right here. Genius! I think if I hadn't, like, so overtly overshot that, I think I can get into it without too much of an issue. Maybe we should just, like, gun it for the forge and try to get into there. Deal with everything later. Go up to level 3 later. Things could have fallen off and out. Oh, that is not the one. Right? I think we need to do what I was doing. I think we need to be there. I think I was right near it when we warped out, wasn't I? Man. Okay. I think I know where I need to go. When we get up top... I don't know how much time we have left. We've been doing a lot of, meandering. I don't... Yeah, I think we're about... Damn. Alright, well, I know where to go. We're done. Okay. I know where to go. We go down to level 2. We push the forge up. And, then we come out and we go slightly to the left of where we go out. I guess depending on where we're facing. Back to that ruined area. That's what we want. This is so cool. I love this. I love this. It looks like it crashes in a slightly different place every time. Whatever that is. Looks like it goes somewhere different every time. At least I know where the planet is. We've been here so many times. Like, I know exactly where I need to go. What? Not over there. We want to... Yeah, somewhere around here. I think we're good. I think this will be good. Because at least the ship will give me an idea of which direction to go in towards the other ruins. Alright, so, back in. This is really fun. It's like, at first you're like, oh, okay, I don't know what's going on, there's a lot to do, and then you kind of get sucked into things. It reminds me, like, there's constantly something new. It reminds me of lots of, like, big open world games where there's just always something brand new to do. I almost ran right off the ledge there. It also looks different here. I remember seeing all this. I think a lot of that got destroyed. Alright, so we want to go down one level and raise up the forge. Maybe it's here. Yep. Alright, I actually have time to go exploring too, so let's go. We don't need to immediately do that. Let's go up to floor 3. Walking on the walls is so crazy. Very disorienting. But cool. Alright, I want to go over here. It's still the same as before. Can I? No. Maybe. Sure. Okay, lovely noises. Yeah, let's go this way. Wanted to make my way over to there. Here. Here we go. This looked interesting. What is the eye of the universe? The eye is older than this universe, so imagine how much it could teach us. Suppose the eye is a more advanced being, like Sora. The eye is the source of the signal that brought us here. Perhaps it is a cosmic library. Did I turn my Wii off yesterday? No, I did not. Not my Wii, my Switch. Power options. Turn off. I love being able to have that within arm's reach. It's very nice. Perhaps it's a cosmic library. Yeah. What else we got here? How can the eye be older than the universe itself? Suppose it is a relic from a previous universe, but then how would it survive anything? The early universe was unimaginably hot and dense. If anything existed before, it would have been destroyed. Suppose the universe is older than previously assumed. Now, see, now there's a thought. What is the eye's signal? Suppose the eye wishes to communicate. The signal is the eye's voice. It speaks a language we don't yet. Or maybe the signal is the eye's attempt at expressing itself. The signal is a call, Were we the intended audience? Of note, the signal, we were able to determine the eye's approximate age, or perhaps its lack of age? Be welcomed in this place. This shrine is a space to reflect on what brought us to the star system, the signal from the eye. We observed the eye's signal in our travels and followed it here to find its source. What we know is this: the source of the signal, which we have chosen to call the eye of the universe, is older than this universe itself. The rest we have yet to learn. Enter and open your mind to its possibilities. Alright, that was a lot of knowledge. Hey, people just be like, they're just dead. They're like, okay, this is where we die. What? That was a terrible decision. Doesn't look like there's anything below, so now I have to find... Now I gotta find a way back across. Huh, yeah, I want to go there. You know what? Here. I no longer believe, as I did as a child on Ember Twin, that the eye of the universe, the source of the signal, wishes to harm us, but it may not want to be found either. In fact, the eye may not have wishes at all. We have no evidence supporting this. The terrible circumstances of our arrival here were almost certainly exactly that, circumstance. You know, it could be something that, you know, like a civilization sent out. It's just a beacon, you know, we did that. Where it's just like playing a signal over and over and over and over again. Could be something like that, you know? I suspect imagining we are special to the eye in some way is wishful thinking. The eye might have called out any sentient species, exactly. Or it might not have been calling out at all, and that my ancestors heard the eye's signal holds no great, deep meaning. True. This wouldn't be so bad. Think. Loverly, loverly, loverly. I really do enjoy how fast you move. It's very satisfying. In so many games, it always feels like you're a bit sluggish. We just kind of hustle. I love it. Very, very satisfying. All right. Hole! Howl me! They calling me! Alright, I think we actually got back over? Yes, indeed we did. Okay. We explored over there. I don't think we can go up any higher. Right? Both ups are cut off, I believe. Yeah, they're both broken. That fell into the other one. Okay, so we have to go back down one layer, or one floor. Layer. You don't call floors layers, or do you? And then we go up, and then we come out. I turn around, I go left, I go towards the ship. We keep going left, and hopefully somewhere around there is an entrance to the forge. I don't know that we need to get into the forge, but I feel like there's a reason why they would let us lift it, so... we should does it. I'm excited. I like this. I don't even remember what my initial... reason for being here was. I think we wanted to find somebody. Oh, the pole! The pole! Yeah, we still haven't gone there. So, back this way towards the ship, and then over towards these ruins. Nope, this way still. There should be... No? not what I thought? Huh. House? That might be where we need to find where to go, but... very well, maybe. I don't see another way down. And I thought that I saw the pattern. This, the warp place on the underside. And it was slightly to the side of it. Really rather not just drop down there. That's probably instant death. Ah, okay. There's got to be a way inside of it, so... I'm gonna go back and ship real quick. Get some, No. Refuel. See if we can, make heads or tails of what I'm trying to do here. Once again. There is a warp somewhere. I don't know how to turn it around. We just have the up. We don't have the down. You can see the hole right there. So it is below the house. We can gamble here. I can bring it down and then try to, like, leap out to it. Also something way across on the other side over there. I don't know that we can make that jump, though. It seems really perilous. We were already over there, weren't we? It looks all upside down. Warp point. We're over there. Thought I saw a hole. Okay, well. Run! Good job. All the way to the bottom you go again. I guess we're gonna try to use it as an elevator. Do you want me whole or not? Damn. Yeah, I don't know how to get in there. So that's what that stuff is. It's shit that we can walk on. Interesting. I don't think there's anything of particular use, right? That we can... Uh-oh. I think there are two sides that you can enter on. It's just like, this is kind of like the airlock. Yeah. And then bloop, we get pulled in, and I don't think we activated this yet, so... Hmm. You know, that's the problem, that this is all blocked up. And it doesn't look like there's a way to reverse this one. Now, down. Force it. Force it. I don't know that we have to get into the or get down below there, but I would really like to be able to. Uh-oh, stop going so fast. Alright. Maybe we can get like an angle. Yeah, not exactly from the side I wanted to see from. Alright, yeah, that doesn't really help. Holy shit. I mean, I guess you could kind of like ride something down there. I'm a little upset that I just fell off. Like just straight up. Oh, let's just hit the ship back up and get fuel. Health back. Back down. I mean, I did everything relatively quickly. It's just I didn't see a way to get onto that thing, and if I was able to ride it, we'd be good to go. I didn't see a good place to land on it, and where we did land was obviously not very beneficial to me. I guess we can try again. No harm in doing that, I guess. Bring it all the way back down and it a shot. I really don't see a place to, like, grab it, though. Like, ride. That sucked. I bopped a icicle? Stalactite? Cool that they added something like this into it, so it's not like, all right, well, you're just gonna die if you're just gonna fly around. Like there is a warp point. It's really interesting. Okay. I think there's a place on it that I can stand. We just need to be able to get within the distance. Ah, it just triggered. It's not a terrible thing. It doesn't take too long. We'll give it a couple more shots. If it doesn't work out, then fine. I don't know what else we'll do, though, because there's that, I don't know, teleporter that's just pushing upwards. That telepad? I don't know what you would call it. But there's no way to reverse the direction of it. Maybe there is below, but how would I get to it? That's the big question, and I don't see another alternate way to get over there. Now, I don't know that we even need to get over there, but it looks as though we can, so it makes me think, well, I want to go to there. We still need to get into the South Pole laboratory. Laboratory. Alright, we'll drop it again. Once again. Zoop. Zoop. Wonder how far away I can be to... do it. Ah, man, you get so much momentum that it's like really hard to stop in that way. I don't know I'm gonna be able to do that. Like, I'm just flying for it. I'm just gonna bounce off of stuff. I need to like hit a wall or something like that to be able to stop the momentum. I don't know if that's gonna be a way to do it. Oh, well, there it is. Man, I feel like I did nothing there. I wonder if that's ever going to become available. So we'll give this a couple more tries to see if we can do something here, and then I want to try to find our way into that lab. There were another set of ruins that we found our way into. from a different direction, and it seemed okay. I fly towards you. Love how close stuff is. Just, it's right there. Oh, we're gonna die. Alright, not good. Yeah, I don't know where the hell I am. The south. Okay. Crash site. Why are we moving so fast? No. Okay, here's good. Here's it's a great place to land. I'm good with it. Alright, we'll try again. There has to be a way to try to get up into there. Just don't. Totes my goat stuff there. No, and if everything weren't broken, you can't even walk into it. Well, it's dirty. You're not gonna let me zoom. Oh, there we go. Or you can just put that away. Wish there was a way to call that up. Hold on. Yeah, maybe I'm just like banging my head against the wall that we can't win. Now, it's very possible that there's nothing I can do about this. give it a couple more shots. We'll try to jump out to it. We'll try to get some nice angles onto the forge. I thought there was like a thing you could do to enter inside of it. I don't think we can get inside of it. I thought it was an enterable. I know where I want to aim. I know exactly where I want to aim. I mean, it has collision. It's got physics. There's something physical about it. Decided to go down there. There we go. Just rolled in on its own. I mean, I think there's like a little bit of a, I don't know, beam or platform that I can kind of, maybe just sorta. Find my, oh shit, we should have grabbed more fuel. Ow. Say la vie. Hey, I'm totally gonna land there this time, so it's not like I got anything to worry about. I feel like this is a waste of time, but I want to try it. You can see there's like beams right there. I think I can land on them. I think I can. I just need to aim mo better. I hit it. I hit it. It doesn't mean a whole lot, but I did hit it. I mean, I genuinely think that this is not the way to do this, but at the same time, I kind of want to see if I can actually do it. Alright, let's get fuel this time. Fuel. Glorp. I wonder if we can land on that moon. And they said it's a lava moon, so, you know, lava. Probably not hospitable to us creatures. Living fleshy creatures, but at the same time, maybe. It's weird that up lowers it and down raises it. I don't like it. No, sir. Nope. nope, nope. Down you go. Here we go. Okay, but where the hell am I? No! I gotta go use the bathroom. That was perfect, man. I planted myself on it. Way to plant yourself, plant. I gotta pee. Be right back. I'll be right back. There. Whether that was good or not, I feel like I've proven to myself. Keep grabbing the same one. I feel that I've proven to myself that it's feasible to get onto that platform, but getting up to that ceiling portion, I don't know how we're going to platform on the platform. That is where the problem now lies. So now that we can do it, in there. I would say that felt pretty good. that felt pretty good. And every time we get here, we are right on a cycle. It feels good. At least in that regard, that feels nice. I mean, I'm an idiot. I don't think that this is the thing that I'm supposed to be doing, but it seems manageable. There might be a way easier way of handling this, but it's fun to, like, I guess, like, you know, screw around. Sploosh. Sploosh. At least we don't have to adjust that one. So when I land there, where am I gonna go? Like, I can get onto it, but where am I gonna go after that? I don't see a lot of places to land on it. I mean, to maneuver afterwards, I guess. Almost. A little bit further to the right there. Alright. I'm gonna try one more time. If we hit it, great. If not, then... I don't know. Okay, what I'm doing feels awkward as hell, and obviously I think it feels completely unintended to do it this way, but it also kind of feels like it's something, like, why would this be here if I couldn't, like, do this? Like, what is the purpose of this forged thing being here if it isn't meant for me to, like, try to monkey around with? I really do want to get into that South Pole Laboratory or Signal Station or whatever they called it. I really do. Before we finish up tonight, I really want to get into that. You know, 28 kilometers is not that far in the scheme of things. It's actually pretty close. This universe is quite tiny. And I appreciate that. For this solar system, I guess is the better way of putting it. Solar system. Hey, I guess this universe would also be tiny compared to, well, ours. In how we consider measurements. It's a weird thing to think of. Like, on the grand scale, the way we measure things here on Earth is nothing compared to the universe. That'll put life in perspective. that'll do it. Oh yeah, it's just a meter? Yeah, the universe is infinite. Oh. It didn't go. Thought I dropped it. Did anyone say measure? Maybe. It was probably me. I'm the one talking here. What do you know, Physicist 101? What do you know? You gonna try to science me? Alright. I landed there. Now where do I go? Why would you jump backwards? No. Well, we're alive. Amazing. You do a measurement, as the kids call it these days, once or twice? I hope you're not talking about wieners. I mean, if you are, cool. I'm just saying. Uh-oh, that's bad. That's all bad. That's... Yep, and super bad. And plummet to... Oh, we're dead. Bye-bye, femur. Nice having you. Oh, man. Proper measurements with error estimation and all that. Oh, you shut the front door. from plummeting to my death here. It's actually going pretty well. I'm enjoying this. People have been really wanting me to play this for the past couple of years, so I finally bit the hamburger. Picked up Outer Wilds here, and I'm actually having a really good time. I knew zero, and I'm gonna say that I knew zero about this game. Zero. Just what like people in chat have told me about. I haven't seen any sort of like trailers for it. I haven't seen anybody play it before. I know absolutely nothing about it, which I've been told is like the best way to go into this, is to just have no knowledge about anything, which is great. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where we're going. The story's interesting. Oh my god, we're gonna miss it. We're gonna miss it. We're gonna miss it. We're gonna miss it. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Still missing some achievements. It's absolutely the best. I like it. I like it. I love games that encourage exploration. I'm a huge fan of that. Huge fan. Okay. Very big fan. Alright, I think we're gonna give up on whatever the hell I was doing over there and try to find our way to there. To there. To get into the South Pole here. But I'm having fun so far. I don't know what game I could compare this to. I said earlier in the stream, like, the closest thing that I would think that this would probably be like is Myst, where you have just like this, you got a lot of mysteries and puzzles and stuff. I have no idea. I just started playing tonight. Tonight is my first time playing this, so I don't know. I don't know. As far as any sort of progress or whatever, I got no damn clue. And we slammed ourselves into the ground, as you should. Yeah, let's get over here. Let's go over here. I'm good with this. We can go underground here, so. Yeah, I mean, I just started tonight. The vessel. Escape pod. Escape pod. The Hanging City. Black Hole Forge. See, I'm trying to figure out about the forge. We're trying to forge, baby. The Black Hole Forge is suspended below the Hanging City. I found a switch in the Meltwater District that raises and lowers the forge. Yep. The Black Hole Forge District is the highest district in the Hanging City. A Nomai named Poke planned to create a new advanced warp core in the Black Hole Forge. Alright, what do we got here? The Nomai learned how to evade anglerfish, theoretically at least, by studying an anglerfish fossil they found on Ember Twin. So we probably got to make our way over to Ember Twin. One of the 3 Nomai escape pods landed somewhere on the Hourglass Twins. I have only been to Bristlewood, Thumblehearth, our home planet, and the moon. We went to the moon, and now Peanut Brittle. We've now been to Peanut Brittle. One of the 3 Nomai escape pods never made it out of the Dark Bramble. Yeah, that was pretty obvious from the pictograms that they didn't. The Nomai warped to this solar system in a spaceship called the Vessel. They were attempting to follow a signal from the Eye of the Universe. The vessel crashed somewhere in Dark Bramble. The vessel's warp core broke when the ship crashed in Dark Bramble. Timber Hearth and Brittle Hollow. I was close. Look, I used English to describe what I was doing, and all that matters is I conveyed something. Right, wrong, I conveyed something. There we go. That's all we need. Conveyance of knowledge. I've never made it in there, I think, so that would be kind of nifty. we'd be able to find our way into that. It looks like it's shoving me down, so sure, ride me down. Yes, I would like to try to find the way into the South Laboratory. So obviously we got to do some more stuff with that forge, and I don't... Oh my god. Oh. Is broken? Well, what the foop? Well, that just makes me sad. Be welcome to this place. Above you stands the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Oh my goodness. You didn't break it? I probably broke it. I have terrible gas. If you're making your first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon, ascend these stairs and obtain the last of the knowledge you need for your journey. What? But, like, there's no way that I can. Okay, ascend the stairs, and there we go. And now we're hosed. Eternally hosed. Oh my, that did something. The crossroads. Yeah, I don't think I have the ability to jump that high. I mean, maybe we do. I mean, there's only one way to find out, and that's to shove yourself into a wall. There you go. No. No. Yeah, there's no way I'm making it. Ow. Up there. That is... not even a little close. You definitely can get in there, but I don't see a viable way of doing that as of yet. What about... Can we climb up the back side of things? I mean, we could be backdoor kind of people. No. That's not viable either. Good. Very big jump. Very big jump. Alright. Fuck you. I'll just go through this teleporter. Skablooge. I chose left rather than right. It was a choice. And now I will choose this one, because I don't have a choice. We're headed somewhere, and that's the important part, is that we have a destination. Oh, it's identified. Well, that looks like it's just going right into there. I've been in there. It's pleasant, I guess. Is red this out? Red's the South Pole, isn't it? So we're like dead in the middle. Alright, well that is not helpful. That's the forge over there. Doesn't look like there's anything to these it just connects. That's it. Which is not, surprisingly, helpful. None of that is helpful. Huh. I can send my schnoop up there, right? There we go. Schnooping it! Wait, that's not how you schnoop. That's how you schnoop. It doesn't help, though. We just get pictures. Yeah, I have fallen into that black hole more times than I care to admit. Me and the black hole are on a first name basis. I call him Hole, and he calls me Mr. Killer. It's good. Pictures don't say anything. Pictures are, you know, inanimate objects. They don't have ways to speak. Wonder if there's like a way from... There's like not even like I don't even know of a way to like drop into there. You can see from above. I like how there's audio recordings in this game. There's no audio. I want to go into there. There's a pokey hole? Let me enter you. For science. I don't think it's like a speed thing. Maybe we gotta turn back time. If I could turn back time, I would find a way. We had the ability to punch through floors. That would be helpful. Yeah, I've already read all this. They're talking about that platform right there that we've already been on. And it doesn't, I don't see anywhere from up here shows a viable way to enter. It looks very welcoming. I got no idea how to do that. It's also not where we want to go. I mean, that's not going to get me to the, yeah, we're going to go back down there, though. That's... The quantum of solace is not what's going to get me into the laboratory. And I would very much like to enter into the laboratory. I think it's over there. I think that's where I want to head off to. Southern Observatory. Is that telling me to go this way? Alright, we'll go this way. Maybe that was giving me some helpful hinty poos. Do we really think that that's going to, Yeah. One day, it'll all make sense. You say that. I don't believe you. I don't think that there's a way to make it out over there. I think if I take this, we're just gonna get flung into space. And if it doesn't, it's still not the end. That's fair. Alright, let's do it. Bug it. Grab me, Daddy! Shh! I didn't yell that out loud. I don't know where I'm going. Where's the Alright, we're gonna jump over here. Ta-da! I'm gonna go up here. And that's gonna drop me off right here. This is perfect. It's exactly what we wanted. What? And where? Sure. Oh, here we go. This is all perfect. Ah, look at that. Another place to plummet to doom. Easy, easy, easy. I don't know that I wanted to go to there. I don't know where the laboratory is, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I could jump all the way across there, but I want to know. I'm so discombobulated. Hey, that's nice, but that's not going to do anything for me. Oh, it's just going to get me over here. I got you. Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Am I getting somewhere? Oh, God. I mean, we're going somewhere. You're always going somewhere, right? Alright, there we go. We landed. We're in a place. Slamma-jamma. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a lot of ghost matter. Oh! I should have aimed more to the left, I guess. You don't like ghosts? Ghosts? You must not be part of the whole Scooby-Doo mystery crew. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Over and through. Monka. Monka Sag. Well, as a physicist, you should know that ghosts don't exist. So, winning? Winning? For it is impossible for something of such a nature to exist in a non-corporeal form. That's what a ghost would want you to believe. No, I just kill oats. I'm not a ghost. Ghost-like, while pale like the moon. And I can be very confused. I can be quite confused with ghost-like creatures. I am not ghost. Surface integrity, 9%. What the hell? Stop looking at it. Maybe if we get there early enough, it won't be destroyed? Feels silly, but maybe. I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. We're just kind of like moving. And if those moves happen to do something, it's a win, right? Uh-oh. We can do it, we can do it, we can do it. Yo! No. What? I thought I nailed it. I thought that was perfect. I got right into the little I don't know, gravity pulley thing. Gravity pulley thing. That's a word. He got us in our gravity beam. Yep. Gravity beam. I'm gonna call it a gravity beam because that's a real thing that exists. Gravity beam. Close. I hit it. I just had too much momentum. Back again. I've got quite the conundrum. Quite conundrum because we're really far off from where I would like to be. I guess we can go mess with the forge again until, you know, the universe collapses around me and sends me back. We'll just need to play with Punxsutawney Phil for a little while longer. That's a groundhog. Because this is totally Groundhog's Day. You can't tell me otherwise. Alright, I got it. Going over here. No, we're falling. My ship has gone bye-byes. Did it? Oh. No, it's right here. It's actually pretty close by. We could go grab it. As a matter of fact, we could go grab it. It's actually very near. It's something that's very near and dear to my own heart. My ship is local, not long distance. You need MCI for long distance. Look at that. Bell Atlantic. That's still a thing, right? Do people still have rotary phones? Oh god, it's like florping and blorping. It's all busted. Who busted my ship? Alright. I'm a great pilot. See, it's perfectly fine. Oh. Something blorping over here? It's not like any of this matters. Sad music. the sad Outer Wilds music. But yeah, you done borked yourself. Well, hey, look, I fixed it, right? Nope. Hull? What the hell's a hull? Where's my port hull? My hull port. No. Ow! Port side hull. Fix it. No. Bye. Bye bye. Monka S. I feel like I was getting close to the science lab until I found all of that murder ghost peppers. Ghost peppers are not good for you. They ruin your colostomy. Colostomy. That's a thing that you have inside of you, not on the outside. Inside. That would ruin your colostomy. I'm an anatomist. You have to believe me. An anatomist? What's that? Trust me. Trust me. Acquires singing while eating ghost peppers? The hell? What's wrong with those individuals? Did they lose a bet? That sounds like a really bad decision. They have a weird conductor. I bet you that you guys can't eat a ghost pepper while singing. And they were like, okay. Oh no. Oh no! Well, what the hell is that? I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not getting back on that. There's nothing really to worry about here. I'm not getting back on the ship. Let's be honest. Huh. I've never seen this before. This tower? I think we saw a hieroglyph or a pictoglyph that depicted the tower here. Ooh. Insertion. Oh wait, no. What? Hold on. What? No, put insertion. Wait. What? No. but don't lie to me, gang. You're messing with my head. It's unfair. I'm not smart enough to figure out what you want from me. Let's read some. I'm at the shuttle. I'm ready to make my first pilgrimage to the quantum moon. That's exciting. You're almost ready, but there's still one more rule you need to learn. Come see me at the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. I've been trying. The tower is on the opposite side of Brittle Hollow. If you follow the path west to the crossroads, you can reach the tower from there. My gratitude for your direction, Bells. We'll see you soon. Bells can suck it. Suck it, Bells. 2 times. 2. Not just once. 2 times. I feel like I can plummet safely. Safely plummet. We did it. It was amazing. Maybe we could safely plummet again. We could totally safely plummet again. Safely plummet. Did it twice. And it's nice. If it rhymes, it's gotta be true, right? Alright, I've never been here before. This is cool. New is always cool, so what the hell is this tower? Oh, maybe this is like a landing pad of sorts. This could be a landing pad. I could see that being a landing pad. Alright, what do you got for me? What do we got here? The Southern Observatory. No. I've seen that before. It's live. Oh, right. I got a flashlight. That's helpful. Crossroads. Alright, we don't want crossroads. We'll hit up that. I just wanted to see what was down over yonder. The shuttle is currently resting at the quantum moon. Oh. The gravity... Oh, this is the gravity cannon? Call the shuttle home. I don't know what I just did. There we go. I know what I just did. Well, I don't, but we did something. Let's go see what we did. we done did something. So what did we done do did? Want to go back that way though. Want to go to the Southern Observatory, but let's sploop it. Oh. No, my recording. Nice. All right. How many so physicist, have you, I mean, I'm assuming you've beat the game before. How many times have you gone through it? I am here after watching it wander the skies for so long. I'm about to stand for the first time on the quantum moon. As expected, my shuttle has landed at the moon's south pole. I will make the remainder of my journey on foot. We don't know why the quantum moon always welcomes its visitors at the South Pole, just that this is true. As a child, I considered such unknowns sinister. Now, though I understand they bear no ill will, the universe is, and we are. I am ready. What? What? Okay. Alright, well, something's gonna happen. Left. Uh-oh. Please tell me we're not gonna go, like, crash into the sun or something like that. Alright, whatever. Whatever's gonna happen's gonna happen. I mean, we're going somewhere. Ship. 3.3. Oh, yep, it's just getting further and further away. Oh, shit. We're going to the ash. Okay, so that's the left one. Nope, that's not where we're going. All right. Is somewhere where we want to be? Obviously, you always want to be somewhere. I mean, you're currently somewhere right now. That's the crazy thing. You're always somewhere. Is it where you want to be? Well, that's on you. But you're always somewhere. I feel like that's a yogiism. Yogi Berra. Where like, this box is always open until it's closed. No point in driving now, eh? Where we go? Did somebody cut the brake lines? Like, what the hell's happening? We've just been ejected into space and we're going somewhere. Look at the sea of stars. I don't know. I may or may not have made a bad choice. We could always change it. Yeah, I don't know what I just did. All right, man, whatever. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Yep. Middle. Okie dokie. Middle's home. Right? Left? Right? Middle. No. Huh. Left launches us. Boy, it is really close, isn't it? Uh-oh. Think it'll murder us? Probably, right? uh... So it seems like the right stops us. So left launches, right stops, and middle brings you home. I guess it was supposedly bringing us to the quantum moon, but I don't... I have no idea. Everything's a mystery in this. Everything is a mystery until you actually figure out what it does. It does remind me a lot of Myst, where there's just so much just unknown. Hey, I've explored one planet, and I'm just baffled. I'm just baffled. No. The lantern murders. We do not want the murder. Alright, I don't mind where we were. We could find that again. Maybe that would lead us to the Southern Laboratory as well. It had an indicator that it might, so maybe we should try that. You know what? I died last time. Not too concerned about that. I know that those ruins lead us inside. I'd like to find the gravity glorp. Gravity glorp. Gravity cannon again. Gravity cannon. Alright, that is the escape pod. Here we go. Gravity cannon. Perfect. Slamma jamma. Like, it doesn't really matter. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters to me. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing in that ship, so let's go off. Let's head off this way. Light. And... Alright. Sklamba lamba. I got so hard and got so far in the end, and it doesn't matter. I mean, that's life, right? You try, and sometimes you succeed, and other times you don't. C'est la vie. That's life. It's not good, it's not bad, it's just things that happen. Really vague about where we're supposed to go here. But maybe this is what we want. I feel like it might be. No, 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 no. I said it. Hell yeah! What's up, Teak the Gamer? How you doing, homie? Happy sort of Christmas Day. How you doing, buddy? I hope you had a fantastic stream. Thank you for bringing your people over to my people and sharing that community love. I hope you all are having a wonderful evening. I hope your stream was fantastic. What were you getting into? What was you playing? Lots of questions. Lots of questions. We're over here playing the Outer Wilds. I was persuaded by the community to play this game, and it's been really fun so far. Did a RE2 remake run to break in the new PC. Nice. Did you crank all the graphics all the way up to like 8 billion? Did you crank them until like the stream crashed? That's the real question. That's how you does it. How's the new PC running? I hope it's running fantastically. Did you also win your RE2 run? What kind of RE2 run were you doing? I don't know what I'm doing. We're just out and about in this world and exploring, and things are happening, and we just accept it. And we just accept it. It's good stuff. Good stuff. My ship is all the way over. How the? Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's where I wanted my ship, to be perfectly honest. You see, there's good ships and there's bad ships. And then there's the best ship. Oh my god, did I? Sure. Apparently I walked in a circle there. Surprisingly, the masked graphics are still more than the 370 can take. Holy crap. Shadows. Shadows are murder, man. Shadows on everything are murder. Shadows kill every graphics card. That's like your big killer of everything. You died on 2 hardcore runs before wimping out and going to normal. I judge you, Teak. I judge you. I beat hardcore my first try. never died once. Ever. What kind of runs were you doing though? Was it just like you wanted to kill everything, like all pistol? Anything in particular, or just like schmutzing around? That's a word, schmutzing. Oh, well, the planet's now more open. Just a casual run. Cool beans, though. Cool beans. Alright, I think we want to go to the right side this time, because the last time I went to the left side and all the bad happened. Ah! Alright, everything's fine. Everything. Base. Meat ground. Alright, here we go. Now I've got nothing to lose. We've got this. Ah! Oh! Yeah, alright, see, now that's good stuff. Hell yeah. This game's really disorienting, I'm gonna be honest. This game is, like, silly disorienting. Face meet wall. I was supposed to grab the wall with my feet, not my face. Had to monitor your stream via laptop, so that was a pain, yeah. That kind of is a pain in the ass. Not being able to use... I've used phones. I've used used a laptop. I've used tablets. Any number of things. You've watched Amy play a bit of this, and it's a trip. It's really fun. It's really fun. I would have liked to have watched Amy play this. I would have liked to have, but everybody kept saying, oh, don't get any spoilers! And I was like, alright, I'm pretty sure if I watched somebody play this, and I had no clue what was happening, I would still have no clue what's happening. Because I have achieved zero. Zero. But we've done stuff. We have definitely got stuff. We have lore and stuff. What I'm trying to do is... I'm not entirely sure what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get into the southern laboratory. I think we're at the northern pole right now, and we need to get to the southern pole. But you can't get in there through the top side, so you need to go through the underside. And yeah, I keep failing. I keep failing. But it's fun. It's fun. Lots of crazy, silly things happen, and I'm really enjoying this game so far. Oh. Didn't break a shim. Alright, here we go. Back around again. See, we're right back here. No problems. Didn't have any issues here. Easy game for babies. But the new PC is running well, though. If you fail once, you have to try at least 2 more times. Oh, the right side's gone. That's bad. Very statistically significant. I mean, yeah. We're gonna fail regardless. That's what we do, is fail. We live for the failure. We die for the failure. I liked the right side. Over here! Had a bit of trouble with the onboard Bluetooth. Hey, that can be the Wi-Fi card on my laptop is kind of shit. Bluetooth issues can extend from a lot of different places, so it's just like find the manufacturer card and then just like fucking troubleshoot your way through it. It's not a fun one to do. Yeah, I've had some stuff with Bluetooth issues. All right, can't really go much higher than this, so we have to... Oh, but we landed. All right, that's the only thing that... Who cares about our face? We landed. Guess we have to go down here. Over there? Wow. I did not think that was makeable. Where do we go now? There? Over there. Alright. We're doing it. This is amazing. As soon as we do this, I'm gonna end up... Oh my god. We're gonna get kicked out as soon as we do. I maked it. I did make it. Huzzah! Woo! Tarnades. Alright, let's read some stuff. It was a whole thing you didn't even know the PC had an onboard Bluetooth. Mine doesn't. I have a little tiny adapter that plugs in USB that I use. It's fun. But I had issues with it as well. Like I said, my laptop, I had Wi-Fi card issues. Apparently the Wi-Fi card manufacturer is bullshit, and the fact that you pay $3,000 and the company that installs a shitty fucking Wi-Fi card sucks. Had tons. It doesn't like the Wi-Fi end signal. It constantly needs to be restarted. Like, you need to, like, disconnect from the Wi-Fi and then reconnect, and I hate that. Drives me nuts. Cassava's construction yard has been using the cyclones on Giant's Deep to lift orbital probe cannon parts into orbit, but one component was pushed down past the current that usually prevents anything from sinking. Spire and I are crafting a model to determine why this happened. An update, it's now clear there are two different types of cyclone. Most cyclones on Giant's Deep rotate clockwise. These are the cyclones Cassava typically uses to send components in orbit. There also exists a rare type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction, anti-clockwise. That's what it's called, anti-clockwise. Not counter, anti-clockwise. And pushes objects beneath the waters and below the current, so rather than pushing up, it pulls down. My gratitude, Spire. Kanoi is showing me your handiwork, and I'm intrigued by this secondary type of cyclone. But was it really necessary to build a model to tell me that? The model will be useful as we continue monitoring Giant's Deep. Also, I very much wanted to make a model. You were so confused because your controller was connecting, but your adapter wasn't lit up. Only when you pulled the adapter out of the USB slot and the controller stayed connected did you figure it out? Which would have been fine, except it was causing huge frame drops, so you had to figure out how to disable the onboard Bluetooth and get your USB adapter connected. I'm running smooth since. Yeah. I always play plugged in. You know, I always use I mean, I could do it. I have my Bluetooth adapter plugged in. It's just... There's like the pain in the ass of batteries running out. I like wireless. I like wireless. I don't like having like 8 billion cords around, but... Because I have had disconnect issues with controllers. And I think that was because of... that the 5 is it megahertz can mess with Bluetooth. The Wi-Fi signal can mess with Bluetooth, and I was having not just controllers dropping, but like input issues where I would like push a button or hit a direction, and then the character would just like keep jumping, or the character would just continue running in a direction without me like handling anything. And that was the 5 megahertz interfering with like Bluetooth and Wi-Fi signals, and I was just like, you know what, I'm done with this. Screw it. I made some adjustments on the router. I made router adjustments in the BIOS to like try to help smooth that out, but I was just like, you know what? I'm just going connected. Connected means I don't have issues, right? I don't have issues. I got lots of rechargeable batteries, you know. I like the wireless stuff, but I just kind of gave up on doing it that way. It's nice, it's convenient, but I'd rather just never have to worry about plugging in batteries. You just plug in your controller, you're good to go. You know? Can I like go into the Tarnades? Oh, they're just virtual. No, that shoved me up. It's not just virtual. Whee! There's a place over here. I kind of want to go into that, but I also feel like that's a bad decision. Oh shit, we opened the door. Nice. Cool beans. It serves no purpose. But glad to hear that you like figured out the issue and solved the problem. Small stuff like that always drives you nuts. No. We just got here. Stop playing music! What have we learned thus far in our search for the Eye of the Universe? Based on our knowledge of the quantum moon, we believe the eye is in orbit around the star system's sun. This would mean the eye is located within a finite, albeit enormous, range. Those of us on the vessel originally followed the eye's signal to the star system, but we were unable to warp the eye itself. The locator we built on the Atla rock and the new, more sensitive locator we built here were both unable to detect any trace of the eye's signal. Hypothesis: the eye has stopped emitting its signal. Suppose the eye doesn't wish to be found. Cassava, how can you suggest that? The eye's signal pulled out to summon us to the star system. Called out. Pulled. English. I'm aware I grew up hearing the eye's story, yet we're no closer to finding it than you were when you first arrived here. I think my assumption would be that that orbit that we see here, this thing, the dash orbit, that might be the eye. Might be. Oh, just let me read first. How should our methods change as we continue our search for the Eye of the Universe? We know what the eye looks like thanks to the quantum moons, so what if we try to find the eye visually instead? Send out a probe. We need to build a probe launching mechanism to cover those long distances quickly. A cannon in orbit around a celestial body would circumvent the need to escape gravity's pull. A cannon in orbit around the celestial circumvent gravity's pull. Yeah. Giant's Deep would be a good choice. It's furthest from the sun, so it would provide the best angles for launch, and it's moonless, except when the quantum moon is visiting. Yes, let's build the cannon in orbit around Giant's Deep. As we couldn't find the eye's signal, using two different devices built for this exact purpose, we should discontinue this search method. Mallow's idea is clever. Mallow? You mean like Mallow from Super Mario RPG? Marshmallow? But we have no idea where the eye is in relation to here. The probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. I believe I have a solution for that problem. Have you spoken with Raimi and Pi about the technology they're developing? Mallow sucks. Mallow's the best. Marshmallow. Better than Peach? Peach is sus. What the hell's happening here? I thought we put all... Oh. Unable to determine orbit, no signal detected matching any known criteria for the eye of the universe. So we're just like moving and removing the different orbits of planets. Oni Shu Zhu Oni Zhu Zhu. I don't need hints and tips. I'm a grown-ass individual. Look, I am like... Well, I've been playing this game for 7 hours. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm not looking for anything in particular. I'm just like doing shit. I have no idea what the hell's happening. Like, stuff's happening. Alright, let's go into whatever this is. Oh, that's not a hole. I would honestly prefer people not tell me what to do. Or give suggestions or hints or tips or anything like that. I don't need that. We'll figure it. I mean, the point of the game is just to screw around and have fun, right? And that's kind of what we're doing right now. Is screwing around, having some fun. Figuring things out, observing, being like, oh shit, like what is all this? Yeah, what the hell is this? Oh look, a hint. Alright, this must be Giant's Deep, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That looks like Giant's Deep. Because it's green. I think that's green. It might be green. Don't remember if you asked. It's all kind of a blur, but how was Christmas? Christmas was nice. It's been a long day. I haven't really slept today. You know, after streaming, I went over and I went to my parents' house and I helped my mom make some pie. We made pecan pie together and helped make some mashed potatoes. She had already made her brisket. And then, like, I was just like, all right, well, I'm done. Because she was like, we're going to eat around 5. And I was like, I'm going to be asleep. So I went over. I actually didn't end up sleeping. I've been pretty much awake for... It's been more than 24 hours at this point. A really long time. A really long time. So I'm exhausted right now. I can't wait. I can't wait for Sunday. I'm not gonna sleep. I'm gonna sleep at some point today. It was fun. It was fun. We didn't do any presents or anything like that. I went over, I helped make food. I talked to my little sister. I talked to my mom. I talked to my dad. We didn't do any present stuff. My mom was like, I'm gonna still wrap things. And I was like, all right, you know, whatever. I gave them stuff, but we didn't open anything. So yeah, I think we'll probably do stuff tomorrow. Maybe, I don't know, but food was good. You know, we had small dishes. I mean, there was only 4 of us, so we had brisket, we had the mashed potatoes I made, and some asparagus. It was good stuff. It was good stuff. And oh, dude, thank you for Darkest Dungeon. I really appreciate that, man. I woke up and I was just like, haha, you don't have this one. Dude, you really need to play Enslaved Odyssey to the West. It's fantastic. I appreciate the gesture in that, and I do. It's such a good game. I think that was Ninja Theory. I think that's the name of the company, and Andy Serkis plays like the role of like the titular character there. It's a fantastic game. I bought it when it came out. I own it on the 360, the PS3, and on PC. I own it in 3 separate places, man. It's such a good game. Sometimes mistakes happen, you know. Sometimes mistakes happen. It's all good. I wasn't like, oh no. I'm just like, oh, all right, that's light. You know. It's all good. I mean, the fact that you were like, hey, for Christmas, I'm going to get you something. I really appreciate that. Enslaved Odyssey to the West. It's a action platformer kind of game. I think you could describe it best as. It's really fun. It's mainly an action. It's an action adventure game. The story's really fun. You're like this big dude that fights robots, and it has a similar. It's got like a timing combat system, kind of like Arkham, like the Arkham games. Similar to that. It's really well done. It's a lot of fun. It's not often that I sit there and say like a story's like entertaining in like action adventure games. Normally it's just like yeah, let's play a game. It's fun. The characters are really amusing. It's good. I've been meaning to actually play through that again, just because of how much fun I had with it initially the first time. It's a really cool game. You get to mix in like action and stealth as well. So there's like 2 characters. There's a big brawny guy that's really action oriented, and then there's like this smaller petite female character who's more stealth oriented, and you can switch between the two. It's a really cool game. Really cool, and it's pretty fucking cheap on Steam. It always goes on sale. I mean I bought it on Steam for probably like $3 like 6 or 7 years ago. It's probably not been that long, but like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And I bought it brand new on the 360, and I also then bought it on the PS3 and played through it there. I have yet to play through it on PC, but I will definitely at some point play it again. It's a good game. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a really well-made game. And I'm curious to check out Darkest Dungeon, though. I'm really curious to check it out. I hope you enjoy Shenmue. Shenmue 1 and 2 are really fun adventure games, I guess you could call them, with some, like, mild action. Some mild action interspersed in them. I haven't played 3, but yeah, 1 and 2 are good. I want to see what it's like. I have watched a bunch of people play through it, and everybody looks like they're having fun, and I look at it and I go, I know I'm gonna hate this. I know I'm going to hate this. Funnily enough, I was actually contemplating removing it from my wish list. I was contemplating it. I do want to try it out, though. I do want to try it out. It looks like it could be entertaining. I'll give it a shot. I will definitely give it a shot. So thank you so much for giving that to me. I really appreciate that, T. I would definitely, I mean, more so now that it was a gift, I will definitely check it out. I don't know how far we're going to go into it, but I'll certainly give it a shot and see what it's like. Outer Wilds is kind of a roguelite if you think about it. Yeah, but not really. A roguelite like resets everything, I guess. Kind of. I guess it's got some similarity. I mean, you're doing a Groundhog Day kind of thing, and a roguelite kind of is Groundhog Day, right? But you're constantly making progress, which a roguelite does. Yeah, maybe it is. The only difference is you have a finite amount of time in this game versus where in a roguelike or roguelite you go till you perish. This kills you and restarts your day after a certain amount of time, which kind of changes that, and you I guess similar to a roguelite, you keep your progress, so there is something that you get to gain along the way. It's interesting. This is fun. This is fun. This is fun. It's just different. But yeah, I have not played many roguelike games. I own a couple, and I would like to play them. There's a space game I want to play. I want to play Sundered. And I wouldn't mind checking out Darkest Dungeon. I've watched a bunch of people play through the is it FTL? No, it's actually not FTL. It is called, I will actually tell you that. It is called let's see here. Let me go into the games that I want to play next. It looked really cool. I mean, it looked really cool. I think it was in the O's. It was not in the O's. It was not in the O's. Or maybe great at being frustrating. I mean, it could be a little bit of both. I mean, what does it matter? I will, once I hear screen capture. Yeah, there we go. Here. Where it's not Tomb Raider. I started at so it's obviously above that. So M to N, and where do we got it? I'm pretty sure it's in my up next stuff. I'm almost positive I dropped it in there. Everspace, right here. This looks really cool. Here.
Peggy 12.
Yeah, this looks really cool. Oh god, man, the audio is gonna be here. I'm gonna turn it down. This is gonna be like really fucking loud. This looks really neat. I mean, this is all just space stuff. But I was just like, a shooter in space that's a roguelike. Let me check this out. I mean, it looks pretty as hell. Yeah, I know. It looks really pretty. I don't know how they're going to balance, you know, what your typical roguelikes are with, like, weaponry and stuff like that, but it looks really neat. Oh, it's really cool. I'm sorry. Really, really loud. I saw this trailer and I went, yeah, I want to play that. yeah, I want to play it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening, but it space shooter. Yeah, I don't know faster than light all that well, but that looks really cool. That looks really cool. So that's on my list of things to play, and that looks really neat. It came out 4 years ago, I guess. Almost 5 now. Looks really nifty. Looks really, really nifty. So Everspace. It's called Everspace. And it's got I was reading this. Yeah. Looks really cool. I don't know much. FTL is frustratingly great. Yeah, I've never it's what I saw with FTL is that it looks like a simulation game. Is that wrong? It looks like a space simulation game? I've heard of, like, I've seen on, like, Reddit and stuff where people have had, like, these grand space battles that cost people, like, thousands of dollars, and I'm like, I don't even understand how that works. How does money factor into this thing? I've always been curious about that. Not on, like, the playing end, just, like, how the economy and stuff works in that. The demo of 2 is on Game Pass also. Do you mean Faster Than Light? That's a different game? Oh, okay. I thought that was Faster Than Light. I apologize. Then I don't Everspace 2. Oh, there's a sequel to that. Oh, neat. Holy crap. Well, I need to play the first one. I need to play it because it looks really interesting. Regardless of whether I beat it or not, I like to at least try it out. It looks interesting. I mean, I like the space combat kind of stuff. You know, whether it's what is it? The Star Wars one, Rogue One? No, that's not it. Oh, Eve, you're right. I'm thinking of Eve Online. Yes, you are correct. I am thinking of Eve Online. You are very correct. It looks clever. I don't really play a lot of roguelikes or roguelites, but that one looked kind of interesting. So I was just like, you know what? I want to try it out. I want to see how they like do the roguelike elements in a space combat simulator game. I think it'd be kind of cool. Rogue Squadron. That's what I was thinking of. I like the Rogue Squadron games a lot. I haven't played the newest one, which we should do at some point. We need to play the newest Rogue Squadron game. Maybe after we get done with this, I think I should check out Rogue Squadron. I'm definitely interested in checking that out. FTL is a roguelite indie title, kind of like playing random episodes of Star Trek. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. That actually sounds kind of cool. Do all the red shirts die when they go back down to the planets? Like, you're like, yep, that guy's gonna die. Yep, that guy's gonna... Kanoi, Daz, and I were lifting orbital probe cannon components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank down beneath the current. Kanoi, you should have seen it. We thought it was impossible for any cannon components to sink even partially below the current, but ours sank straight to the core. Cassava convinced me not to try to recreate the phenomenon myself using other cannon parts, but we're very curious to know what happened. How could something pass through the current? My gratitude for your interesting question. This is exciting. Spire constructed a model of Giants Deep here at Brittle Hollow's Southern Observatory, and it reveals how an object might sink below the current. Hanoi, I am unable to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If I visit the observatory, would you kindly explain? If you don't mind the trek beneath the surface to the South Pole, I'd be delighted to see you. There are 2 trailheads, one at Brittle Hollow's gravity cannon, and one at the Tower of Quantum of Knowledge. You know, it would have been nice if the game actually explained that before I got here. Frequently, yeah, fair enough. That's fun. I don't know if you guys care for more strategy games, but you've been keeping tabs on Falling Frontier. I've never heard of it. I don't do a lot of strategy stuff. Anything that's like, yeah, strategy oriented is kind of a big turnoff for me. Other than I've been wanting to play more Civilization. I do want to play Civilization more. I love that game. Civilization is about the only like strategy oriented game that I have been interested in ever. I like Civilization. There's something unique about that game series that is very satisfying. Giving Gandhi, you know, nuclear warheads is the best thing in the world. Alright, well, we're done here. I think we've got the info. Well, I wanted to come here. I don't think there's anything else that we can acquire through here. I think we're just about done too. I think we're going to get pulled into whatever that white orb is. I don't think that there's anything else left for me here. Interesting thing though, the as far as strategy games go, well, I guess a tactical RPG goes. There's that new game that looks like an Advanced Wars style game, and that kind of has piqued my interest because I like the Game Boy Advanced ones. The Super Nintendo Advanced Wars was Super SNES Wars or Super Nintendo Wars. I don't remember what it was called. That kind of looks fun. That kind of looks fun. But as far as like strategy games, like stuff like Command and Conquer. Oh, maybe that was just the tornadoes that were making that noise. Okay. Well, I think we're done here though. I don't think that there's anything else in this science room that we can do anything with, so yeah. I guess we're done. Very cool though. More info. Very, very cool. And that's his spaceship. It'd be nice if you could like boop, 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 summon your spaceship. Oh, that's impossible to get to. that's impossible to get. All right, here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. No, we're not jumping. It doesn't even matter if I could get into the spaceship at this point. We're gonna get pulled into whatever the white hole is. So, what is Falling Frontier like, though? It doesn't mean that I can't be, my interest can't be piqued, Matt. What's the game like? There's probably more stuff here on this. Yeah, we still need to figure out more about that thing right there. This is kind of cool. Like, I've forced myself into a perpetual orbit around the black hole. Fuel level critical. I'm in perpetual orbit! Ah! They're colliding with one another. This is good for me, right? They were not colliding with one another. Alright. Gotta get back in time. Alright, well that was cool. We still need to figure out more about the Black Hole Forge. We've got some quandaries and queries, which I don't quite know how we are going to access. You haven't seen a whole lot, but pretty sure it's grand strategy space theme. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Does indeed sound kind of cool. Yeah, let's go to the ship and see what kind of stuff we've got updated here now. Questions. All right, let's see what we got updated. The new, more sensitive locator the Nomai built in this observatory was unable to detect any trace of the eye's signal. It's fair. Based on their knowledge of the quantum moon, the Nomai believed the eye was in a distant orbit around the sun. I think that's the one that's on like the different axis. I think that's it. I'm probably right. Could be wrong, but I think it is. The Nomai decided to stop searching for the eye's signal and instead look for it visually by sending out a deep space probe. Or maybe that's the probe they sent out. There were concerns that the probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. Most cyclones on Giant's Deep rotate clockwise. These are the cyclones the Nomai used to send components into orbit. There also exists a rarer type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction and pushes objects beneath the waters below the current. That's actually really interesting. I love this. This is so cool. The Nomai decided to construct a probe cannon in orbit around Giant's Deep. So there is the probe cannon on the planet, and I think that's what we were in, and maybe it's sending us into an orbit to look. Maybe that's what the ship was. Maybe. Lots of supposition here. Lots of supposition. All right, we have this. What do we have here? The Nomai detected a quantum signal coming from somewhere on the Hourglass Twins. This tower, located on Brittle Hollow's equator, held useful knowledge for Nomai embarking on their first pilgrimage to the quantum moon. We still never made it into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. I never got in there. A Nomai named Solanum was told to visit the Tower of Quantum Knowledge on Brittle Hollow's equator to learn one final rule before embarking on her pilgrimage to the quantum moon. We have not been able to get in there, though. We have not been able to get in there. Strange rock shard that wanders when no one is watching. The Nomai determined this shard is the reason objects in this grove behave in a quantum manner. The Nomai hypothesized that this shard is actually a piece of the quantum moon. The shard emits the same signal as the quantum moon. And I think they said that they heard or saw the signal, the same signal on our planet as well, because there's a shard on the planet. The Nomai detected a quantum signal coming from somewhere on Giant's Deep. The Nomai detected a quantum signal coming from somewhere on Timber Hearth. Maybe we should go check that one out. A huge cylindrical structure that generates a strong upward gravity field. I recalled a Nomai shuttle from the quantum moon. The Nomai on Brittle Hollow observed a phantom moon that would sometimes appear in the sky. A Nomai named Solanum landed a shuttle on the quantum moon. A Nomai named Solanum landed her shuttle on the quantum moon's south pole and prepared to make the rest of the journey on foot. Visitors of the quantum moon always arrive at the south pole for reasons unknown to the Nomai. The north pole of the Brittle Hollow is covered in snow and ice. There is a uniquely shaped Nomai ruin on the surface. The Nomai were able to warp here from the White Hole Station. This is where they first recreated warp technology. All right, we know that one. Every Nomai warp tower is tuned to a specific astral body. To use a tower, you must be standing on the warp platform during the tower's alignment with its corresponding astral body. The alignment happens when the astral body is directly overhead. The Nomai noticed something strange. Warped objects appeared to arrive at the receiver on Brittle Hollow slightly before they departed the White Hole Station. That's actually really interesting. How does that work? Like, how are they moving into the future? Like, you have the intention of stepping in, and then you're there before you are, but then you exist at two places at one time, which shouldn't be, right? This negative time interval between an object arriving and departing was incredibly minuscule. Oh, roughly 100,000th of a second. Still, that's still time for two of you to exist at one time. The Nomai were skeptical if their equipment could even measure time to such a small degree. The negative time interval measured at the White Hole Station was further investigated at the High Energy Lab in the canyon at Ember Twins Equator. We need to go there as well. A lot of stuff seems to be pushing us towards the Ember Twins. A lot of stuff seems to be pushing us that way. Lots of stuff here. Yeah, the Solanum shuttle. I still want to see what her thing can do. Time travel is a method of interstellar travel to compensate for the effects of relativity. Yeah, kind of, I guess. We don't know how their warping technology works, but yeah, maybe it is a form of, like, I don't know, it wouldn't be time travel. Because you're moving from one spot to another. That doesn't necessitate time travel, but maybe it bends time and space, and that could be considered time travel. I don't know where they're going with it. I don't know. Lots of questions, lots of queries. That leads to this. But we don't have any way of getting into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge because it's shattered. And we don't have a quick way to get to the planet. I don't know if the moon or the planet is destroying the warp pad or the walking path that you can take up to get into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Yeah, I don't know what we should do. I mean, we have like 8,000 choices to choose from. That's the thing. Like, it's like, oh my god, where do we go next? No choice is probably wrong. It's just like, where do we go next? A Nomai city suspended beneath Brittle Hollow's northern glacier. The city is divided vertically into 4 districts. I found a switch in the Meltwater district that raises and lowers the Black Hole Forge. The Nomai debated how to obtain the powerful, highly advanced warp core required for the Ash Twin project. The Nomai traveled to the solar system in pursuit of a signal from something older than the universe itself. They named the source of the signal Eye of the Universe. I think we read a bunch of that stuff. What do we have here? A mural of 3 escape pods evacuating the Nomai vessel. I think I determined this from the pictograms. A mural of Dark Bramble ensnaring the Nomai vessel, right? A mural of a Nomai vessel countering a signal. I think we determined that from the murals, pictograms, however you want to call them. What is that? Radio tower. Yeah, we don't know quite what to do with the radio tower. Yeah, I think the radio tower noticed the moon, the quantum moon. I think that's what the radio tower noticed. So far, we just have like a small area that we can look into. I don't know how much that's going to expand. Yeah, lots of questions. Lots and lots of questions. All right, well, how about orbital probe cannon? The Nomai decided to construct a probe cannon in orbit around Giant Steep. We could go to Giant Steep, and Giant Steep has Gabbro. Giant Steep has Gabbro. I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. I have a very full bladder. All right, well, we'll go check out Giant Steep. Why not? Let's go check that out. I don't think we can do anything else with the probe cannon or the Tower of Quantum Knowledge yet, so we should go check that out. We can always go back. We're not done. Lots of return. I just had a thought, and we're going to try something out, because I'm an idiot, and I want to see what happens here. This could be fun. Alright, we're going back to Brittle Hollow, because, yep. And I'm going to try to fly my ship into that Hall of Knowledge. We're going to go into the core of the planet, and I'm going to try to fly the ship into the Hall of Knowledge, because I can't get in there otherwise, because it's broken. I'm really good at flying, as you can see. Oh my god. Go back towards the planet, please. What's roll? Hold LB? Oh, that could be really helpful. No, 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 no. Perfect. All right. Let's try to find a hole in the planet we can drop our ship into. This is stupid. I feel like this is really stupid, but at the same time, I don't know how else we would get in there. All right, here we go. Oh my God, there it is. Of course I fell into the black hole. Of course I did. Why is there a black hole at the center of a planet? Because that's not how black holes work. I think we can do it though. I think we can do it. It's not stupid if it works, and I agree. There we go. Brittle Hollow. We're still close by. Pretty sure we can do it. I just need to be a little more subtle. It's really easy to overexert. Hole's a hole, right? We can go in over here. No, no. I think it's just pulling the whole time. All right. Oh, we can't fit in there. Maybe? Sideways? No? No. I'm stuck. You never understood in space why all the bodies are in the same place? What body? Gravity, maybe? Gravity's a big thing. Yeah, I'm stuck. All right, perfect. Good landing. That could fit. I was gonna try to come in over here, because this area is a bit bigger, it looks like, than That I still don't think I could fit through that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll get like a power to rewind time at some point, and that'll allow us into there. Because I don't think that I can go through there. Maybe there's a magical rewind power. Planet go, you know? Because I can't go anywhere here. Like, even with all that momentum, we can't get up into there. Maybe we could do some, like, crazy space jump stuff. That could be possible. Might be able to do some, like, crazy space jump stuff. No, maybe. Right there. Hold on. Yep. No. No. I thought somehow maybe there would be like a crack. There's no crack. Broke my shin bones. Yeah, they make it so that those you can look at how it's designed. Look at how there are, like, they drop the wall down here because they want to make sure that you can't boost into that. I'm not gonna deny that's well designed to make sure that you're not gonna be able to, like, find your like a cheap way in, because that's 100% what I thought. I still think I could fit into here with the ship. I think that's wide enough to fit in there with the ship. But unfortunately, ship is stuck permanently. Like, we're trapped here. I can't. We need to like restart somehow. I can't get out of this. Oh, I can. Oh, no rock. I have a plan. It's the best plan I've ever had. No one can say it's worse or better. I got back into my ship and there was a falling falling thing. I've always wondered, what do we think a red dwarf looks up close? Let's find out. For science! Very orange. Very orange. I don't think we had a choice there. My ship had sustained massive damage. I think that's the better way to handle that right now. So let's just get a restart. Let's go back into the planet. Let's try to find a better way to fly in there. The problem is we might be able to squeeze in through that area. I don't know what we'll do about the top though. But if I can rotate the ship, shove it in a really awkward position, jump out, launch myself out at the right direction, I think we'll have this. It's gonna require a lot of legwork, but I think it's doable. I think it's very doable. Yeah. It got me good. It got me good. The planet for sure got me good. I like that. Fine. Fine. This is the little tap. Little tappy poo. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Alright, we're coming in from... right here. Yeah, but if we could rotate, right? Oh, maybe the dish. Yeah, we're way too wide to get in there. It was a thought. It was a thought. It didn't work. It was a thought and it didn't work. Yeah, I don't think that we can do this now. I think something's got to change here. Because obviously there's like a wall here that goes up. That we can't. And I don't have enough. Maybe at some point we can upgrade our jetpack or something like that. I don't think that's a thing, but maybe. That hurt me? What hurt me? Getting into my ship nearly killed me. I can't hold right anymore. We're not rotating. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Look, okay, everything is broken. Fair. We can't squeeze into there. We can't squeeze into there. It was a thought. It didn't work. It's fine. Gaboo. Alright. So maybe we can go to deep rest then. It looks like everything's pushing me that way anyway, so go check out deep rest. We're gonna go to green planet. I think it's green. Green planet, here I come. We could also go to the twin planets. I just want to get out of the... There it is. Boop. Giant's Deep. That's what I meant. Deep rest. Giant's Deep. Same thing. Big old deepy. The deep deeps. 12 kilometers. Kilometers. 12, 10, 9, 8. Kilometers. But we're moving too fast now. Negative. I don't know what that space station is. We really need to check that out at some point too. Oh, huh. I don't know what's happening. You go towards it, please. Towards. Yep. Holy mo! Oh God! I don't think this is how gaseous giants work, but... Oh God! My thruster's broken. Oh, fuck. Alright. We just like lock onto it? No? I'd like to like not move like a crazy person. Okay. Well, that big red thing looks really dangerous. Red, I have been taught my entire life, means danger, so... I'm good. Okay, I'm happy. Yeah, we got 3 legs down. That's good. No, please. I am not in control of me. We're below the surface. I hate this. This is it. We finished building the final orbital probe cannon module and are ready to send it into orbit around Giant Steep for assembly. Our next step will be to send Privet up to the orbital probe cannon to install the probe tracking system. So the orbital probe cannon is what's floating around destroyed. To all my friends here at the construction yard, my gratitude for your tireless work. I had given up hope, but I truly believe this cannon may actually succeed, where many other attempts have not. Daz. Daz, disco jazz. Are you going gelatinous on us, love? I'm delighted. Are you going gelatinous on us, love? I'm delighted by your words, but they're atypical for you. Is that better? I think that was better. If I'm ever half as gooey as Mallow, it is Mallow from Super Mario RPG. And Avens behave together. Daz, you may launch me from the orbital probe cannon. Oh, they're gooey together. Oh, they's in love. If I know my brother Avens and his spouse will want to launch the probe with as much power as possible, I'm worried the cannon will break under the strain. I promise to give Avens and Mallow a slightly lower maximum power setting than the absolute maximum possible to create room for their enthusiasm. I think this is the orbital cannon right there. Do I know where I'm headed? No. These are always really cool. Alright, so this is from the station. This is from the orbital cannon station. And there is stuff here. There's a plate there. There's a plate there. Okay. Let's see what we got. I have bad news, Avens. Yarrow says there was a problem with the proposed power source, so the orbital probe cannon won't be asked to fire. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb here, Cassava. I wish I were, my friend, but no. They are certain they can fix the problem, so the orbital probe cannon is on indefinite wait. I wish I were, my friend, but no, they aren't certain they can fix. Sorry. Tell Privet and Mallow they should return from the cannon. My spouse and I will remain at the construction yard for now. An update, Mallow and I will join you and Daz. Privet left to visit her brother. She fears Idea may feel responsible. For what? 6 minutes, 22 seconds ago, long-range probe successfully launched from orbital probe cannon. So they launched it. So that's what went out. So it was a probe. They launched something. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. What do we have here? Cyclone. It's a cyclone. How do we... Lick it. Lick it. Activate. Cyclone! Nope, that's not how you... Not how you activate a cyclone. Alright, let's go to the other side. Okay, we're not going to the other side, but we are by walking. Walking. We're walking now. Smorp. Perfect. Even perfecter. I'll get rid of it. Okay. Maybe we got the information that we needed right here. This is probably where the orbital cannon was launched into the cyclone over there and sent it into the atmosphere, I would guess. Ooh, hello. Alright. Let's do it. Let's get some more info. Alright, that looks like information on Brittle Hollow. Yes, that's the symbol for Brittle Hollow. Mainly because of the fissures and fractures. Schematics of some sort. Squirt. What do we got here? Yes, this is Brittle Hollow. Alright, so this is the... It's to show us that there is... Yep. You've seen that. I didn't see what it said when I picked it up, so... Control. So let's just put that down. Yeah, it does say Brittle Hollow. That makes sense. Let's see what we got. Connoy, Daz, and I were lifting orbital probe cannon components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank down beneath the current. Yeah, we've heard that before, multiple times, that there's something below the current. Connoy, you should have seen it. We thought it was impossible for any cannon components to sink even partially below the current, but ours sank straight to the core. Cassava convinced me not to try to recreate the phenomenon myself using other cannon parts, but we're very curious to know what happened. How could something pass through the current? My gratitude for your interesting question. This is exciting. Spire constructed a model of Giant Steep here at Brittle Hollow's Southern Observatory, and it reveals how an object might sink below the current. They're talking about how the vortex pushes down. Connoy, I'm unable to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If I visit the observatory, would you kindly explain? Yeah, this is kind of like the conversation we read at the other end on Brittle Hollow. If you don't mind the trek beneath the surface to the South Pole, I'd be delighted to see you. Yeah. That's almost identical to what we had read before. Some new information slightly, but almost identical to what we had read before. My computer did not like whatever was happening there. Oh, are these like protection pods? Huh? I think that's what those are. I think those somehow are like protection pods from the tornadies. There's a tornado. Yeah, I don't know what my computer was like, but it was like, no, we don't like this. I was like 2 frames a second there. It was really unfortunate. Okay. Well, we got info there. That's good. Put away. Get out of here. My ship can go underwater. An underwater ship. Oh, we need the inverted one, right? That's spinning clockwise, so that's just gonna pull up. We need the one that does the opposite. So that's where I was. Let's find someplace new, huh? Oh my god, there's a lot of... Perfect. Also, land in here so we keep our ship here. I'm pretty sure that that's like a mandatory thing. Like, you leave it in there because it's pulling down. There's like a gravity field that's pulling it down. Otherwise, our ship would be sucked into... What is happening here? Why are we in space? Like, the islands are going up and down? Is that it? That's so weird. That is very strange. Very, very strange. I think it's cool, too. Oh! Something's preventing me from using jetpack booster? I used the jetpack booster and then I fell like a pack of bricks. Maybe it's the gravity? Gravity! Two gravities. Two gravity. Alright, that's broken right now, I assume. Yeah, we can only get in through there from the other side. That looks just like what we saw in Deep Nest. Yep, Hollow Knight. That's what I meant. Ooh. This is really cool. Trees detected. Gotta love it when you got a tree. T-R-E-E. That spells tree. Alright, so these are protection from big storm. I think that's what we learned from those. Pretty sure. Yep, can't go any higher. Yeah, let's go this way. I mean, they're like lights, flares, kind of like, looks like they're indicating to go this way. Very keen, very cool. 2 times gravity, fantastic. We can't defy that. Huh. The only thing that I can think is that this is going to lead to the other station that we were at before. The white hole. Nope. Nope. Oh, there we go. Welcome to Giant's Deep, friends. I'm excited for you to meet the statues. If I'm not in my dwelling, I'm likely in my workshop below, inside the island. Workshop below, inside the island? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna do anything for us. I think that's a warp point. So, cool beans. Cool beans. Wow. That is... They're all spinning in the same direction. All of those are spinning in the same... I don't know what it is that's causing the... lag on my computer there. Could be anything. Could be anything. Most of the time it runs fine though, so I'm not really gonna... I don't have an impetus to change any of the settings. Ah, nice. Cool. Alright. They're going to test the memory statues tonight. Phlox says it could be dangerous, so we can't come. But, what if we didn't use the door and snuck in the other way? Does anyone want to? I really want to see the test too, Lamy. But, that's a huge risk to take. We probably shouldn't. Maybe Phlox will let us see it later. Phlox specifically told us not to do that. Oh, Lamy. Lammy. Getting yourself in trouble, as usual. Oh, shame. Well, that doesn't really help with anything, I think. Maybe it's all of the, all winds. Maybe they're causing issues. I wouldn't know what to turn down here to adjust for that. I wouldn't think it's an exceptionally demanding game. Alright, yeah, I guess we get back on our spacecraft. I don't see anything else to do here. Do hear stuff, though. Probably shadows. Shadows is always the thing to... Oh, God, we're dead. Whee! How do the islands get sent so far, though? Like... I was holding the left trigger because I wanted to go down in the water, and I kept holding it. And I shoved my shin bone into my sternum. It's not the place where you want your shin bone. Your shin bone should not be in your sternum. It should be, you know, where your shin bone is located below. Whoops. Oopsie doodle. Deep rest, deep root, deep nest. I keep confusing it with Hollow Knight. Deep Planet, the Deepers. The Deepers. It's a fun one. That's clever. I like the mechanics there. It's interesting. But I also don't know how to get there. I think it's over here. Nope, that's a moon. M-O-O-N. That spells moon. You. There you are. You cutie pie, ya. What are you? Alright, yeah, what's the other satellites? Going around. Oh, nope, not Giants Deep. Other satellites. Other... Yeah. Yeah, no. Why would you... Yes. Huh, that's tiny. That is very tiny compared to everything else. Down is good. Down is good. Down is something I think I can, like, adjust for and understand. Holy crap, its satellite is so small. Alright. I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know if there's anything here to... What? What? No. Alright, let's try getting to the space station then. I feel like coming from the other direction is probably a better idea, but alright, let's try to chase it down. I was trying to match velocity. Right on top, huh? Oh, this is great. Oh, don't you know, this is just great. Hey! Probably the best landing I've had. All game long. That was probably the Excuse him, wow. What just happened? Alright, I'll take the bubble suck. I don't know. Alright, yeah, sure. I don't... Alright. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. We got some numbers. Let's hit up hole number 1. So weird controlling it with the right stick. Feels weird. You're strange. Alright, well, we can walk on either surface, so let's just choose one and go for it. I saw the tablet there, so I figured I wanted to check that out. Smart launch module. So this is when it was whole? It's a plant. I don't think this is when it was whole. I don't know what I'm looking at here. This doesn't... This looks like now. Oh, 1, 2? Oh, 1, 2? Oh. Well, let's get some information here. Mallow, my better 50%. Cassava is sending the last of the cannon components. Soon, relatively speaking, we'll know the eye's precise location. I didn't mean to do... I did not mean to do that. I hit the wrong... Meant to hit RB. Hit the right trigger. I hit RT. The thought of concluding our elder's curious and challenging search increases my heart's temperature, my love. Mallow and Avens. Cassava tells me he and the construction yard crew have determined a power setting we are not under any circumstances to go above. Right, they just want to top power. I see. And am I right to think that consequently we'll be ignoring that setting? Doi? I can posit with nearly 100% certainty our friends have accounted for our natures, so I suggest we do. It's inquisitive and inquisitive as in like, ooh, interesting, but also dangerous and poor foresight. Giving the orbital probe cannon all the power it can structurally withstand creates the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. Why would they think that? Why do you think like just sending it out at maximum force would do it? I thought they wanted to like examine small areas so they could try to find it, not like be like, "Fah." I don't see how that would work. I mean, like, yay, power, right? They feel... I feel like we've got Al Borland and Tim the Toolman Taylor, where Tim is just like, give it cocaine and power, and Al is just like, dude, just reel it back in. We can just do it with half of that, and it'll be fine. Did I read that? Yes. 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 The probe must travel as fast as it can, as far as it can. I'll make some adjustments, but what if you send it in the wrong direction? That's the point. Like, what if you do the wrong thing here? All right, I will put you right there. I'll pick you up. Let's read more. Let's get the lore. All right, I have bad news, Avens. Yarrow says there was a problem with the proposed power source, so the orbital probe cannon won't be asked to fire. Oh. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb here, Cassava. I think we've read this. I wish I were, my friend, but no, they aren't certain they can fix the problem, so the orbital cannon is on indefinite hiatus. Maybe there's like something different here. Tell Privet and Mallow they should return to from the cannon. My spouse and I will remain at the construction yard for now. An update, Mallow and I will join you and Daz. Privet left to visit her brother. She fears Idea may feel responsible. No, that was identical to what we saw before, but maybe this is slightly different. No, that shows us, well, yes, different. It showed me different thing, but yeah, that was something that we had already seen before. How do we, oh, we can go up to the top side here, right? How would I? Easy as chewing babies. That's the orbital cannon and... Wait, why did I must have run across one of the pads. Yeah, I must have hit that. Or not, there wasn't anything there. What the hell did I run across? I don't know what this is. All right. Oh, good. Cannon aligned with randomly selected probe directory. Cannon aligned with randomly selected probe trajectory. Gravity field activated. 6 minutes 48. Request to launch probe received from Ash Twin Project. I don't know if this is like real time or not. I think what we see when we wake up is the probe being launched. Maybe, but that would be weird. But maybe. That is the cannon. Okay. Do we get any scoots and boots here? Any info? Oh, alright, so it shatters apart. We should start at the top, I think. Begin launch log, orbital probe cannon, launch request received, probe launch successful. Probe tracking module is receiving data from probe. Orbital probe cannon structure compromised during launch, damage to multiple modules detected. The interesting thing is, if this is recording when the probe launched, well, where did the Nomai go? Because it sounds like they were just here until just absolutely recently, which I don't think is true. Because we watched the probe cannon like destroy itself. Huh. Well, there are like, we are getting hints that there's time dilation issues, and we are stuck in a Groundhog's Daylight situation, so maybe things aren't how they seem. Orbital probe cannon damage report. Severe structural stress detected. Assessing damage to modules. Control module intact, no structural damage. I think that's kind of where we are. Launch module, viewport window fractured, module exposed to vacuum of space. That's very lovely. We want a vacuum. Probe tracking module, missing. Oh, that's lovely. That's really unfortunate. Well, we saw the three things here. All right, so we should go to another area. Oh God. Okay, perfect. That was awkward as hell. All right, that was number 1. Now we'll hit up 2, I guess. Sure, we can launch the scout in there. No, I want to go down. So wait. I don't like how we're like bouncing off of surfaces. I would like to just like, you know, like stop moving. That would be the bee's knees. Okay, so that's jacked up. Well, let's go to 3 before we try to like spacewalk out there. There we go. We'll try to go to 2. We'll try to see what's over there because there's got to be something there. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well. Yep. I mean, the ship did, you know, explode, so I guess that makes. We're gonna die out here. I mean, there's no question we're gonna die out here. Alright, that's not 2. Where the hell is 2? Is 2 down here? Ow. Face. Wait, they both lead into something. So which one's the busted ass one? Oh no! Not me fuels! Oh, this is busted. At least it looks busted. Or not. Looks structurally sound. What the hell? Lork. Huh. Well, that chaffs my britches. Did I just... Well, we gotta go hit the ship up again. I'm a little confused then. We'll figure it out. Let us get some... Oh. And, yeah. What? Right, that's never letting me back in there. No. Aha, there we go. Okay, so which thing is borked? Which one did... I am totally going to eject myself into space because I have no idea how any of the controls work. Ow. They said one of these passageways was broken, and none of them look broken. They all look thatched. That looks fine. Like, I went through. Alright, back through 3. I thought 2 was broken, and 2 looks perfectly fine from the outside, so... I'm an idiot. Two. Yeah. 2's broken. So... How in the Jiminy... Whoops, 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 whoops. It doesn't look busted. I just want to stop, like, flying, like, 8 million miles an hour. I want to slow down. There's something broken in there. Okay, I see it. I can't go beyond it. Is there any other option? Really wish every choice wasn't like, hey, take all the momentum you can in that direction. That would be really nice. 50% fuel, that's not good. I'm just like bouncing off of shit like an idiot. All right, huh. I also like passed through completely the moon, which is hilarious. The moon has nothing, it's just a glob of gas. Nope, nope, get out, please, 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 please. All right, there we go. I didn't want to waste too much fuel. That's what I've been doing this entire time. All right, so, right, that's 3, which means 2 is to the left. Is right over there. I don't think we're getting in there, I guess. I don't see any way to enter it. Top, bottom. Sealed off. No way through there. This one. Rotation. Right? So there's something there. And no. So no. There's no way into nice. Okay. All right, let's get some information. Very nice. Cool beans. Okay, let's do you first. Probe tracking module. There's just something on the counter there, which I'm going to assume was this thing. Or the bench. Alright, what do we got? Alright, imagine, Privet, the probe tracking module will be the first to know the coordinates of the eye of the universe. You'll be the first to see them. I am honored and terrified. You won't ask the orbital probe cannon to use so much power that it breaks, will you? Fret not, my nervous friend. We only need to fire the probe once anyway, so who minds if it compromises the orbital probe cannon's structural integrity slightly? Why do you... wouldn't... I don't know anything about space exploration. I don't. But do you want things flying at the highest velocity possible if you're searching for something? Don't you want it to maybe slowly accelerate? Obviously, if something's moving at a certain speed, it's slowly going to go faster and faster, right? It's not going to maintain its speed unless something acts against it, which would be gravity. But that would mean that it would have to get within, range of gravity affecting it, right? I'm curious how that would actually play out. If you fire it as fast as possible, couldn't you just completely miss stuff? Why would going as fast as possible be the best thing? I don't understand. I would mind, Mallow. I would mind because we won't be capable of receiving our probe's data if the probe tracking module is destroyed. That too. It could collide with something and, be destroyed. That would also be bad. Yud. Alright, doesn't look like anything else in here, unless... Man. Like, controlling your speed, I feel like I go from 1 to a billion in half a second. It's not terrible, just mildly frustrating. Oh. Huh. Alright, let's check that out. Why do people just leave shit on the ground? There were 2 in the other module? I think we found both of them, right? Alright, but let's get some knowledge. Drop you. You go right there. We'll grab you. You. I think we did. Now, this is 1, 2, and 3. Mallow, my better 50%. Cassava is sending the last of the cannon components soon. Oh, we've already read this. The thought of concluding our elder's curious and challenging search increases my heart's temperature, my love. Does blue indicate something we haven't read before? Cassava tells me and the construction yard crew have determined a power setting. We are not under any circumstances to go above. I see. I'm right to think that consequently we'll be ignoring. No, we read that. 100%. Yeah, we read all of this before. Why do they repeat things? I don't understand that. Like, why are you showing me the same thing again and again? Like, I don't... Whatever. That's fine. I don't see anything in that room. I was looking for like a ball or something because it had the thatched tubes, but I don't think that there was anything there. All right, so 3 blew up. 3's gone. I am so bad at controlling my momentum. It's really easy to overshoot. There we go. All right, nice. Okay, I think we've explored Dokali. I think we've explored there nice and thoroughly, I guess. I still think there's like a ton of planet we haven't explored. So this is the orbital launch station. I think we need to go underwater. I think that's the big thing, is that's our move, is to go underwater. Because they were talking about having the Tarnades shoot underwater. It also doesn't... I don't see the 3rd module. That's what I was trying to look for out here. What the hell is that? We're that close to Dark Bramble? Holy crap. Didn't realize that. Yeah, I was trying to look for the module, because there's module 1 and 2, right? And then module 3. Oh, maybe that's the thing that got ejected somehow. I can't believe we're so close to Bramble. If I go to Bramble, we're dead. You know, fuck it. Let's go to Bramble. Really? Well, I thought we were going to be immediately accosted. Just saying, like, we're right at the end. The reason why I'm doing this is because we're right at the end of whatever this life here is. Wait, you know what? It's fine. Can we try to... It is so awkward to control. You point it in a direction and it takes forever to get momentum in that direction. Point forward. I'm overshooting. Alright, nope. I just want to land somewhere. Don't care what I'm doing. So this is a lot like what we saw. It's weird that you can see through stuff. Put that away. I assumed we were gonna run into one of those. They're huge! Why was that so big? Oh my gosh! That anglerfish was massive. Did it eat my entire ship? And we were done for the most part there. I knew that we were closing in on the end, so that's okay. Let's go see what we got updated there. I'm very intrigued to see where that's going to point us. I think I know. We still need to go to the Twins. We haven't been there at all. Bramble's still a far off prospect. So that gets shot out of... I'm guessing that's the probe? But why would that be the probe? That can't be the probe, right? I think the game broke. New viewer here, and you would love to know how far I am. I just started. I've only been playing, I guess it's about 8 hours now. It looks like the game just crashed. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good at all. Looks like the game just crashed on me. That's exactly what I was gonna do, was go look at the ship's log. That is literally what we were gonna do here. Alright, I guess we have to force quit it. I wonder where that's gonna put me. That's not good. That's not good at all. I wonder what's gonna happen. I hope we don't lose any progress. Criminy. You know, I have not got a single achievement since we've started playing. That seems kind of weird. I've not accomplished anything. Yo, you know what I like it when video games say, hey, mouse and keyboard nerds, you know what's better? Gamepads. Doy. Always better. Always better. Annapurna puts out some really good stuff. They're a movie company, but they put out some really good stuff. Their video game division really does put out some solid shit. I really want to play 12 minutes. Right. But I don't care. Resume expedition. Let's see where this will put us. I haven't had something like that happen, so I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. Hopefully, you know, it auto saves. So we're right back to where we were. But Natavio, I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Welcome on in. Construction yard, orbital cannon. Ocean depths. Yeah, that's where I want to go. Statue Island, launch module, control module, probe tracking. Yeah, I just started today. So I've been playing about 8 hours, and we spent a lot of time on Broken Hollow. A lot of time on Broken Hollow. I was a lot of time. I was getting sucked into the black hole endlessly. It was an endless suck. And hell yeah, Merry Christmas. Absolutely to you too. I hope your Christmas was fantastic. The broken remains of a Nomai space station in orbit around Giant's Deep. There are 3 access ways branching off the central hub area. The orbital probe cannon was created to find the precise location of the eye of the universe. So that is it. The third part got ejected. It exploded and the third part got ejected. That's it. That's what we see breaking apart. Okay. The Nomai pushed the orbital probe cannon above its maximum power setting to create the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. And I don't understand that. I don't understand why going faster would create a better chance. The control module recently received a request from the Ash Twin project to launch the probe. The cannon was aligned with a randomly selected probe trajectory. I don't know why I have trouble saying that word, but I don't like the way my mouth feels when I say it. Trajectory. It's like depth. P and TH are not meant to go together. Pathes. No. The probe was successfully launched, but the cannon's structural integrity was compromised in the progress. Damage is detected in multiple modules. So maybe they never got to fire the cannon, and maybe one of our fellow explorers ejected the cannon, like actually ejected the probe. Maybe that's it. Maybe the Nomai never got to send off the probe. The launch module is badly damaged, but its projection pool is still intact. A Nomai named Mallow argued that it wouldn't matter if the cannon's structural integrity was compromised, since they only needed to fire the probe once. A Nomai named Privet countered that they wouldn't be capable of receiving the probe's data if the probe tracking module was destroyed. And that makes sense. You still need the tracking module. That's the thing that we're going to have an issue with. The probe tracking module is receiving data from the launch probe. Any Nomai aboard the probe tracking module would be the first to see the coordinates of the eye of the universe. A Nomai computer reports the probe tracking module as missing. I saw the probe tracking module through a Nomai projection pool. It looks like the module's underwater. You can see purple electricity outside the viewport. I don't remember doing that. Okay, so we did see the third port. I don't remember that. I don't remember. We saw like a bunch of stuff up there, so that makes sense. So, well, I don't think it's on our planet though, so it landed somewhere. Okay, let's ocean depths. The Nomai on the construction yard saw something sink beneath the underwater current, which they previously thought was impossible, which we can kind of do. So we should probably go and check that out as well. This island is where the Nomai built the orbital probe cannon. For some reason, the Nomai put the orbital probe cannon on indefinite hiatus. The cannon was not asked to fire. That's what I thought. According to a Nomai computer, a long-range probe was recently launched from the orbital probe cannon, so it was us. We did do it. This island must be where Nomai created statues like the one in our observatory. I found a Nomai statue lying on the beach. It looks just like the one in our observatory. What the fuck? When did I... Statue Island? Who the... I found a statue? Your mom found it. I don't remember that. Some Nomai children debated bypassing the statue's workshop's door and sneaking inside via an alternate, more dangerous route. I kind of remember that. That's on the depths. I don't remember seeing an actual statue, though. I don't actually remember seeing one. Interesting. I wonder if the planets are color coordinated? Something's happening there with the colors. I don't understand. No, they're not. The missions are color coordinated. Because these are all a bunch of different planets in orbit, moons and satellites and stuff. Inside the seed, yeah, we don't quite know about that. Well, you know what? I wanna go underwater on Big Depot planet, the Big Green. Big Green. Big O Agurino. We haven't been to the Ash Twins, which is probably something I should do. But I would like... There we are. I think it's directly behind me when I launch. I tried to land on its moon, the satellite, and I couldn't. For, you know, reasons. Because the game hates me. I'm gonna go with the game hates me. But I mean, what's new? Giants to deep. Alright, there we go. Let's try it again. You're traveling obscenely fast. Uh-huh. And then it disappeared. That's fine. Alright, let's go to the planet and let's get in here. Cool. We didn't hit any of the tornadoes. I'm not quite sure what we're... Oh, it's keeping me out. Right, so we need to find the tornado that will send us in. Lock, I do that from time to time. It's just not always the best thing. I've been trying. Okay, those are all clockwise. We need counterclockwise. We need the one spinning in the wrong direction. Wonder if that's something I can myself control. That's a big one. I don't think we've been here. Ow. Yes, we have. Why did I slam myself into that? That's the big one. That's like the eye. All of them are spinning literally the same way. We need to find... Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. I see you. Right there. Right here. This is the one. This is our friend right here. You. There we go. Cool beans. All right, here we are. Whoops. We're probably gonna die here, huh? Maybe we're not meant to be here yet. Where's my ship? Well, how did... Down. And it's at the cockpit, which is the front. Oh, that wasn't that badly damaged. Okay. I think we're gonna have an issue here. Well, that's electrified, so there's obviously no way we can get through it. But maybe these jellyfish have... Should I touch you? I don't think I should touch you, but I'm gonna touch you. Ow! That's about right. Yeah, it's a big pool of electricity. Like, there's no way I can get through this. Well, obviously there's something going on there, but we can't go in there. Looks like there's some coral. Looks very corally. I mean, the tornado sent us beyond the thing, but yeah, I think we're here too early. I don't think we have what we need to enter. As of yet. At least it doesn't seem like it. Because that doesn't seem enterable. What if we scout launch? Whoopsie doodle. Which one? Like, everything is lining up right here. Yeah. Alright, well, that's really unfortunate. You don't tell me what to do! How long does it take to blow up a ship? There it is. There it is. I'd like to keep going. This game is fantastic, but I think that's gonna have to do it for me, guys. This game's lovely and absolutely wonderful, and I am having such a fantastic time with this. I love this. Any game, and I've said it before, I'm a big fan of just straight up exploration stuff. Like, as long as you can, like, push me towards exploration and encourage that, it makes me happy. I love video games that go, look for things, and here is stuff in reward for that. I love that kind of thing, and that's exactly what this game is. I thought there was going to be a little bit more puzzle-oriented stuff in this, and it really feels like just go look around at stuff. That really feels like it. So in some small way, I'm a little disappointed in that, but at the same time, what the hell is that? The game's also, oh my god. Oh, my game hates me. I don't know what just happened, but that's bad. Well, it's gone anyways. Was that the moon? Doesn't matter. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I mean, obviously, I don't know what just happened there, but my frame rate just like took a like serious dive. I don't know how that happened. And look at that. That's like 12 frames per second. That's really bad. Either way, thank you all so much for hanging out with me tonight. I genuinely really appreciate it. I will be back. Sunday is my day off. Oops. Sunday's my day off. So I'm actually gonna go hang out with my parents a bit more today. We've got stuff to do. But If you enjoy the content, oh, by all means, drop a follow. There are some absolutely terrible emotes that you'll have access to. Terrible. That I drew. There you go. Go for it. Chat. There it is. Enjoy those if you do. There's also a YouTube channel that I have. That basically everything that I do, I don't really edit my videos outside of taking out some small things here and there. That's just straight up, like, basically full on. I mean, like, whatever the stream is there. That's what that is. If you're interested, this paste bin here shows just about every game that I've ever beat on stream. There's quite a few there. I think we've gone over 100 games this year, which is absurd. This is absolutely absurd. It's a ton of games that we've beat this year. It's a fun thing to check out. If you're interested in the stuff that I play, that's a good way to see the kind of content that I provide. I play literally everything under the sun for the most part. There's no rhyme or reason to what I play. It's also a Discord. You can join a Discord. Either way. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate you all. I will be back on Monday. It's like a day from now. I do want to continue to play, though. See, this game is like addicting as hell. And I just want to play more of this. I just want to play more of this. I really do. Genuinely. I really, really want to play more of this. I may be back tonight. I doubt it, but it's within the realm of possibility. Very much within the realm of possibility. Very much so. Because I'm really having a fun time with this game. Right? It's genuinely people have praised it, and you never know what to expect from games. You know, you look at games and you go, I don't know what this is. I don't know what to expect from this. I don't understand what we're going to get into here, and it's just good. It's just good. We're gonna go raid awesome person here. She is playing through the Halo Infinite campaign on Legendary right now. She's fantastic. Her name's Zuki Zook. She's a lovely human being. It's fun to watch her. You know, just stop in, say hi otherwise. Either way, I'll be back on Monday. We'll play more Outer Wilds. Guys, enjoy your days, your mornings, afternoons, evenings, whatever you got going on. Have a great day, evening, whatever, what have you. I will be back on Monday. We'll play more video games. Go enjoy some Zuki. Bye-bye, guys.